sensitivity in Discord?
You just spoke nerd. Let's see.
No, now you're perfect. Now you're perfect.
Okay, yeah, that's
whatever you just said.
We're gonna test my audio.
Whatever you just said.
How's my audio? Is it good? We're gonna test my audio.
Whatever you just said.
Oh, so much better.
Okay, again, talking people like you have things to say.
Go ahead, Bam.
Oh, I actually did have something interesting to say. But now I'm on spot and I don't like that y'all are waiting for me. Never mind. I'm not gonna talk to anyone. I'm shy. Somebody else talk right now.
I can bring up a subject. It's not about my life, though. So I mean,
I don't want to hear you talk, though. That's the only other problem.
Wow, it's about race issues. I'm famously good on these.
Oh, I'm pretty. Those are my favorite topics. Never mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
What race are you referring to, Lactoid? Is the question.
I'm referring to the Aboriginals, the race that none of us think about.
I was literally thinking about them this week because is that we're gonna bring up the Australian vote? All right, that's interesting.
Yeah. I read that's a couple of headlines and briefly glanced over it.
You are indeed well informed. Thank you for that, Corey. What are you going to say?
I guess just bringing it up as a chit chat to get the panel's ideas on this. There was a proposal to have there be a advisory panel to the Australian government. The advisory panel is going to be made up of Aboriginals. Now, I understand that the definition of Aboriginals, according to Australian law, is a little bit difficult because they don't have specific testing for it. So that's I guess a different issue altogether. But the panel is going to be made up of Aboriginals, and it was going to advise the Australian government on Aboriginal issues. And it went up to a vote, and it lost overwhelmingly. 60% voted against it, the formation of the council, I guess, and only 39% of Australians voted in favor of it.
This was like a nationwide sort of.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was like a constitutional. I think it was like a constitution. Oh my fuck! I think it was a constitution. We're going to be talking about insurance today. I mean, beautiful. Constitutional amendment, I'm pretty sure, and it was voted down.
Yeah, it does. I mean, from what I like, correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, like the Aboriginal community is like the minority in Australia, right? And so it's sort of like, at least intuitively, I don't know for sure, but it would totally make sense that the non-Aboriginal community would not vote in favor of it.
Well, the Aboriginal community voted in favor of, I believe, voted in favor of the committee, but no one else did.
I think that's the inherent issue.
So yeah, I heard that it was controversial even among Aboriginals. But like in the opposing side, the non-melanated, lactoid-looking side, said that we'd be dividing the country. They said that classic line that we'd be dividing the country over race if we did this thing. And I can't say I understand the details, so maybe they had a point. And maybe this was a ridiculous way of doing things. I don't know. But it seems like on its face, I'm just going to take the idea on its face, to create a council to advise the parliament on Aboriginal issues. On its face doesn't seem bad, right? Like I don't know how that is a horrible sounding thing. Where we should simply say that we might have an idea of what's going on. We have very little representation within that parliament, right? I'm guessing extremely low representation, and so this just gives us a direct line to you guys to talk to you about these issues that affect our lives, right? It's not that they were taking away representation from others, like in the parliament. From what I understand, and I could be wrong, because that the parliament still gets to make the final decision. How is this not helpful? It just and we have to understand that from everything I've heard, from the people I've talked to, from what I've seen, it seems like Australia is an extremely racist state, right? An extremely racist country. So that has to be part of the conversation as well. is it just fuck you, Aborigines? Is that what they're saying? Possibly.
I posted an article covering it just now and there. Based off that article, it seems like basically it was really just giving lip service, saying, "Hey, we're going to guarantee whatever to them," and then it felt like it said a lot of the Aborigines seemed to support it, but a lot of them were really worried that it was basically just lip service, saying, "Hey, we're going to recognize this, and then we're going to do absolutely nothing because we use this as an out."
Yeah.
But it seemed pretty heavily like voted against by almost every.
Testing.
Again, assuming it's just like an advisory council and it has like no power, it's just like more or less just like providing information, sort of like as a consultant. I can sort of see how that can be used as like leverage or like to dismiss even further down the road Aboriginal issues. Like, well, you already have representation, and so it's like, well, why take it further seriously going to the future? I can see like both sides of that.
I think there's something fucked. I think there's something fucked up about having a board on the government that can only be filled with one like ethnicity. Right? Like it'd be like, we got like the black board, and then like only black people can go on there, and then they're gonna tell us about what it's like being black. And like Congress does this seriously. Would you guys really want that?
Who else would you prefer?
Yeah.
I wouldn't prefer to have a blackboard generally, but if we were to have it, I expect people who are knowledgeable on racial issues in America, like who have a PhD.
Sure, but that wouldn't be. But I'm saying that like I agree with everything you're saying, but nothing you're saying about that, nothing about like filling a racial category would ever make that issue worse. Like it would never be less helpful to have that, like someone who is knowledgeable about the statistics and data related to the issue, and then also has like a personal perspective. That's never going to be like that's always going to add perspective, not like decrease. So yeah, if it was just like a random Aboriginal dude off the street who like has no information on the topic, sure, but I think that's sort of a bad faith interpretation of it. I think it would be okay, these people are the actual, like, it's kind of like, for example, would it be a ridiculous expectation if let's just move in the category to say that like, okay, if you're going to be the representative of United States Congress seat, like, would it be a ridiculous expectation to say that like, hey, you probably should speak English? Like, people in Congress you should probably be able to communicate with other Congress people. You should probably, like, we're going to set this like categorical standard, like that in America, even though the United States doesn't have an official language. Like, you would say, like, enough people speak English that, like, oh, actually, we are going to make this requirement.
Let's be real here, though.
I don't know if it is a requirement.
Sorry.
It's not. But I'm saying, like, if it was.
Well, I mean, if you can get elected off of not speaking English, then, I mean, I guess more
power to you.
Yeah.
But would you push back against that law, though? Is what I'm saying.
Push back against what law?
I'm saying, would you push back against someone saying like, oh yeah, actually, like, oh, we're actually going to require English? Would you say that like, oh, this is like, I think this is kind of effed up? Like,
so to be honest with you, I think it would provide maybe an impediment to them doing their job. But like, if people wanted to elect somebody who couldn't speak English, I actually think I'm okay with that, because look at the implications if you like a mandate that everyone speaks English. Can we not elect deaf people, right? I mean, now we're just flat out like denying groups of people access because they can't hear. They can only do sign language. If they can do their job with sign language, right? Like, am I expecting everyone else to like accommodate them? No. But if they can effectively do their job, they find a way to do it. Like they have a translator around with them, they et cetera, et cetera. That's on them. That's totally fine.
I would say probably though. I wouldn't be, but I think I would be okay with that. Like if that was, yeah, I would be okay with that. People not being able to be elected.
The biggest problem with
I disagree, but I mean, I wanted to make one comment.
Like, practically,
not only do I disagree, but when you said before, like it's always going to be an asset. The question is, like, are there people like other PhDs or maybe more accomplished people who are not Aboriginal that could otherwise fit the seats that have to be given to the Aboriginal because of the racial quota, essentially a direct racial quota that exists for this supposed board that failed. And the other point is, I don't know if like being Aboriginal or being Black necessarily makes you smarter in terms of analyzing racial issues in America or Australia. In fact, you could make an argument that not being a minority makes you more unbiased.
No, like I said again, it's one thing to be just that. Like the category alone isn't 100% useful. But again, I think that's a difference between saying that like if we're taking a qualified candidate and then you're adding on that they have like a hands-on perspective related to it, like I don't know. To me, that just makes I just can't think of a situation where that's ever been like, oh wow, the fact that they actually have some skin in the game, like no pun intended, like makes this worse. Like
before you respond, just going to quickly say that Wick, thank you for the raid, awfully kind of you. And thank you, No Pants Kyle, for gifting I think 500 bits there. Because apparently Tiberius is on. So shout out to Tiberius.
That was before. He was saying, hey, this is a bribe. This was a bribe.
Oh, that was a bribe. Okay. All right. Well, bribe me again in the future was totally effective. But Wick, shout out to my friend Wick, who was fantastic. Was on his panel earlier today. I put the link in chat in case you haven't, not on his part of his team. I want you to sign up there. It'd be great. But if you are new to this channel, hit that follow button right now. We'd love to have you. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. We do this all the time. We don't want you to miss out on any of the great content. We got a great group of people here. I'm going to introduce them in a second. Just also, if you're on YouTube land, hit the subscribe button and consider supporting the channel. You get ad-free viewing. You get our emotes, and you'll be making sure that we survive to next week. So yeah, consider helping us out. We'd really appreciate it. I'm going to introduce all you guys, and then you guys can go back to whatever the fuck this was. So sorry, my friend Lactoid. Lactoid is here. How are you, friend? I've missed you. It's only been a week, but it's been forever.
No, I miss you too. Thank you so much for inviting me. I look forward to talking to this exquisite group of guests that you've assembled here today. And I have some opinions, as always, that I like to share. So thank you.
Thank you, friend. All right. Our friend Corey is also here as well. Oh, Socrates, thank you for rating. Shout out to my man Socrates, who was part of the last panel I was on. Fantastic individual. Love him very much. And hope only the best for him. Hope to see you soon, friend. Anyway, Corey, thanks for coming through.
Yeah, and as always, thank you for inviting me. Always grateful and appreciative to be here. And as always, looking forward to getting into it with these familiar and fine faces. And I think maybe a new face, at least as far as I can tell. And yeah, you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, and on Twitter and Instagram and YouTube, it's Corey Campbell. I'm a biochemist. I cover science research and news, and looking forward to getting into it.
Okay, all right. Next is our man Bam, Black with us. He is. He's usually part of our All Black Everything panel, but I begged him and he said yes, he'd come on to this one as well. How are you, Bam?
I am doing great. Let's see what's going on with me. I was out of town for the weekend. Went to see some people. I feel refreshed. I feel like I'm in a good space, and I'm here to dominate, like I always do.
Okay,
that's it.
All right. And I want to say there's a female on the panel. Look at all these guys try to flex. Interesting. Anyway, let's go to our friend Admiral Gibbs back with us and got with his cat.
This is Boba Cat.
Boba.
You like that?
Yeah, I'm in total favor of that. Thanks for being here, friend.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's always really fun. I love coming here and discussing things with y'all. It's always good stuff. Get down to the real deep details of things. And also, I'll be at TwitchCon. So if anybody is at TwitchCon, come find me. We'll get some drinking in. We can argue about stuff in person.
So I got a cat in this house. I don't actually do anything with that cat. Other people feed the cat. But I've taken the step of naming it Catechus Von Meow. Or just Cat for short. So let's go to our friend Pep. Pep, how are you?
I'm doing good. Yeah, I have 5 cats. They don't often make an appearance on stream, but occasionally, like there's one right back there, and occasionally some of the other ones will come.
That may or may not be alive.
No, she's. If I crinkle like some food, if I like wiggle her treat jar or something, she'll. Hold it, man.
Meaning.
We got proof of life. Proof of life.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm
No,
sure
she
to
could
talk-
have. She could have an elaborate set of strings set up and puppeteering it.
I could. I'm just like I'm also throwing my voice. I'm actually off screen. This isn't even me. I'm a magician. It's very
The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
No, well, that's the same thing too. Like if you shake like a McDonald's like carton of fries in my direction. I'm like, oh, okay.
Honestly, same.
Is that a dog
but-
or a cat, Tiberius?
This is a Pomeranian. This is hers, by the way.
Oh, it's like
Aw.
an in between.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I've she's got a Pomeranian. I got 2 beagles. The beagle's a little rowdy.
And the other things about you, Ty?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was my time. I thought somebody just interrupted. So, yeah, my name's Tiberius D. Most people have had the misfortune of seeing me on these panels before. I have come to wreck your days once again. But anyway, yeah, I'm a moderate Republican. I kind of just, try to talk some nonsense into a bunch of jackasses. And I heard Prime was giving all the bad takes on the WIC panel earlier. I was invited to that. However, I didn't get home until 5 minutes out, before it ended. So I just could not be there to smack Prime down. And so I'm here to smack Prime down today. Thank you very much for having me, buddy.
Of course. I was literally on fire that last panel. I don't know, you got some bad information. Maybe from one of my opponents who got their shit pushed in. It's a thing that happens. But anyway, thank you so much. We have a new friend. Our friend Corey wasn't wrong. We have a new face here. Ali, who comes from a WIC panel, actually. That's where I met him, right? Ali, what I thought was pretty impressive, and I really wanted to have him here. Thank you for accepting our invite and coming through.
Anytime, man. You guys can hear me good?
All right.
Actually, yeah. I mean, I'm new to this whole debate internet thing, so I'm just here to have fun, see where I fit into this world.
Welcome to hell.
Yeah, it's the best.
Trying out like the torture devices. Everyone has to do so. You gotta take it for a spin, right? But thanks for being here. And FK is back with us. We haven't had FK in a bit. We've missed him in his. Is this like a Naruto reference? Is this
No, it's if anyone here has ever watched Max Mofo or anything for Views and their podcast Cold Ones, I saw that they had this mask. It's a Pepe mask with adjustable eyes. And it's, I like it. I like it a lot. I have a second one, which is actually my sleeping mask. What's up, guys?
What do you mean?
What do you want to say?
Oh, I was gonna say just Naruto had in the anime. He has a sleeping mask with like frogs.
Dude, I'm like Naruto for real, except I still got my parents' elbows though.
Hey.
God.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, what's up, guys? I'm delirious right now. I woke up at 5 a.m. And had to drive between like Dallas and Houston, and I just got back.
Feel that.
So big vibes. We're out here, making up for lost drinking and driving time.
And people don't know how far that is because it sounds like it's in the same state. But Texas is like different.
It's 4 hours one way.
Yeah.
God bless Texas.
Admiral Gibbs, thank you for gifting a sub. That's awfully kind of you. Thank you, Bam, for gifting 3 subs. Right? You had to prove your dominance. I get that. But much appreciated, friend. Essay in chat, who got a sub from our friend Bam. Essay says that she's currently at 7 cats. This is low numbers for her, but she calls Pep. She says you're doing amateur numbers. Only 5 cats. Step your game up is what she says. Will you, Pep?
You're muted.
You're muted.
Probably the cat walked over the keyboard.
Yeah, no, I thought 4 was a little bit too many. The 5th one was like an accidental. I had to keep her, and I'm waiting for the number to go down. Hopefully.
Okay.
Damn. That sounds really ominous.
We can get that number down.
Waiting for the number to just randomly go down.
Doobie has an interesting story. Doobie has an interesting story regarding cats and his grandma.
No, let's not.
Don't ask.
Okay, cool. I'm happy not to hear that.
What's the story, FK? What does it involve?
No, Lactoid.
It's his story to
behave
tell.
yourself.
I can't catnap
I
a
don't know what
man's
the story
trauma.
is, but I'll defend it.
Lactoid?
Oh my god.
You actually would. I think you
Yeah, you
actually would. But all right. Cat homicide aside, we let's get back to what we were discussing
We
before.
were discussing racism.
We were discussing racism.
Called Meowder.
Louder.
That was so fucking
Um,
good.
Yes,
Oh, that dad joke hurt.
we were discussing something that probably most of you don't know much about, which is okay. Which was something that just happened in Australia, in which they had some sort of referendum to have a native Aborigine council that would directly advise Parliament on issues relating to Aborigines, and that got struck down. Right, so they didn't get a chance to implement this, and we were discussing whether something that like that makes sense or not. And so, like, I understand you don't know the details of that, right? None of us do. That's okay. But like our friend Lactoid brought up a really interesting point. He said that it's weird to have like a council, like a governmental council made up of just one race. Is that actually something we would want to go down? So like let's like relate this back to America, the only country that matters. Like what if there was a black council, right? Like for reparations or something, or maybe expanded out to issues that affect black people. Would it be helpful to have just a black council, right? And maybe like exactly how do you get on that council? That's another thing, right? But would that be an equitable outcome, or would that make things worse? Would that lead us down a path that we don't really want to go? What do you guys think?
Mm-hmm. I think that the easy answer to this question is like if we did a council on women's rights or something related to like women's equity, and the council was like 3 trans women and 2 dudes. I real quick they would figure out how important representation is on this, and they would decide like, wait a minute, this isn't right.
Whole community, you got to be careful. You're about to piss off a whole bunch of people that are much further left. Than
we off.
No, it was right wing people that would be pissed at this. Again, like I'm saying that I understand the idea of like I would like it's reasonable to understand like, oh yeah, you would want a cis woman on the council, some more probably primarily cis women on the council because of the particular things you're trying to address. But if you did like an entire trans council, it wouldn't be people on the left that would be pissed off. It would be nothing but Trumpers coming out and talking about how important it is for women to have representation. and what that means and like how important it is, especially if they were like brown and Asian and black trans people. Like, oh my goodness, we will figure that out real quick.
2 notes to this. First is that let's be real here. Anything that's a government position here in the United States that would actually be elected to anymore is going to have an 80-year-old with 1 foot in the grave. So like let's table that for a moment. The real conversation here is like it's weird and the Republicans are becoming Team TERF. It's very interesting to see that development, considering that on one hand, there's a lot of red pillars within the Republican community, but then at the same time, you've got a lot of guys being like, we're supporting traditional values. You know what? We're going to protect our women. And I'm like, all right, you all let me know when you have a decision on that conversation, because I need the update patch. I'll just kick that to the R&D department. I have no idea. Third thing, I guess, related to the actual conversation that you guys were just having. France tries to do the whole like like race blind thing. It's actually constitutionally illegal in France to collect ethnic data whatsoever. It's not working out so hot. And then you can take the exact opposite way, where Ethiopia, it has 11 separate ethnicities who, they all have to kind of balance each other. So it's literally representative from the start as part of their ethnicities, and they get together, build a coalition. Just to put how well that's going, they just had the most bloody war of the 21st century as a civil war. That just ended last year, and no one talked about it. It's called the Tigray War. So clearly, those are the extremes, and neither of them are one-on-ones we want to touch. I just wanted to outline that.
Go ahead, Brian.
No, you go first.
Yeah, I was gonna maybe ask a follow-up question to Lactoid, sort of continuing on the previous conversation that I guess you're engaging with Bam, where it's like I see your point in terms of like, ideally, maybe more ideally, the most qualified person should like be in the position. But then how would you feel, like, do you have any opposition to, like, let's say if you want to form a council, let's say for individuals with disabilities, and advocate for disability rights? Would you have any opposition to, like, well, that's just all able-bodied people, or do you see any value at all in having any sort of representation in that manner?
No, I wouldn't legally require that. I mean, the question here becomes like,
But would you recognize that there might be, let's say, issues or experiences that someone with any particular disability, that covers a whole range of experiences that, like, a particular person might not be aware of?
I was curious about this too.
yeah. So this could be true with any person, but I mean, ultimately, if you think you have some kind of experience or some kind of idea that people aren't taking into consideration, you can write to your congressperson. Ultimately, like, democracy is the voice that people, for lack of it's already flawed, I suppose, but it's quote unquote the voice in the sense of, hey, you can go and campaign, you can vote, you can send mail to your congressperson or whatever. But the concept of, like, okay, on top of this, we're also going to have a bunch of different boards for each race, right? So not only do we have why stop at black, we can also have the white advisory board,
The white board.
the white board, and the Asian board, and we just get everybody, right? And then they're all sitting together arguing about what? I mean, it's just.
This sounds like the path to
bizarre.
hell. I'm not gonna lie. Like just getting
I think-
people in the room together and being like, "Hey, we're gonna separate you on your ethnicity from the start. Oh, and then you can fight it out." Like this sounds like just a grudge match waiting to happen. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm gonna
I
use
feel like they wouldn't be appealing to
I'm
each.
gonna
I feel like they wouldn't
use
argue
a
with each
lib
other.
term. I'm gonna use a big lib term. I feel like any of these panels would just have intersectionality, like, inherently, right?
It depends.
The realistic
Have you seen
the
Black
realistic way
conservatives?
government seems to work, right, is it'll, like, probably try to solve, like, a few issues in groups that kind of fit together. So, like, when it comes to reparations, is it going to be the case that there's going to be, like, a panel of only, like, black people looking at, like, these are very specific black issues and we have to target all of these individually? Or is it probably going to be the case that there's going to be, like, a panel of, like, community leaders that come together and they talk about, like, issues within a community that the government can kind of, like, work towards? And, like, the reality is, when you're dealing with, like, communities, it's probably, like, in this case, it would be, like, majority black in most of these, like, impoverished communities, but there would still be other people that live there, right? There would still be, like, white people, Hispanics, like, Asians, other groups together in these, like, areas, like, working towards that goal.
I mean, also, here's another problem, I think, is how are you going to define these groups? Like, so who gets elected? Like, for example, I mean, like, let's just look at white people. Are you going to say Hispanics are white people? Are you going to mix them in? How are you going to decide these things? Like, I'm Hispanic, but I would say, like, some groups would say, no, you're not white. Other groups say, you're not Hispanic. So you fit this kind of,
Wait.
like, I don't know, once you start, like, splitting
Wait, but
little hairs.
we do this now. Like, that's why I brought up disability for a reason. Like, that's also can be a blurry line. If you zoom in close enough, like, disability doesn't exist. Would that be your position?
Would that be my position that disability doesn't exist? No, I think
Yeah.
there's definitely. I think there's
So
levels. of
yeah. So
disability.
what's your dividing line? Like,
Okay,
right? So
Corey.
you're looking for a dividing line of race. So
I mean,
what's your dividing line?
I just think it's a bad idea the minute you start saying inherently we need to have like a token whatever group person here to do this thing, and it can only be these people. Once you start like defining like, oh, we're gonna have this, it starts. I don't know. I just feel like it's like not good.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily
We already do
arguing.
this.
I'm not necessarily
We're pretending
arguing.
we're pretending there's a world that doesn't already exist. Like
Right.
when we look at lobbying groups, that's exactly how this breaks down. There's groups of people advocating for themselves, and they're finding financial backing to do so. But and this wouldn't work out with a panel of people sitting amongst each other and fighting it with amongst themselves. It would just be, this is a panel. They advocate, like, they propose bills to Congress. Like they bring priorities, or representative priorities or whatever to Congress, and then they work to get their things addressed.
Yeah.
They're actually not concerned on what the
these
black
like
board wouldn't be concerned on what the white board was doing.
Why does this have to be a governmental agency?
Yeah,
Why
yeah,
can't, why
if it's
can't
a
they just
government
lobby?
thing-
Well,
why can't
I mean, I'm
just
saying they
lobby
already
like
do. That's what
every
I'm
other-
saying.
Yeah, why can't they just lobby?
so why
like
do we need a
every other
government?
organization? Like, yeah, for
I didn't
me,
advocate for it. I just say it wouldn't change anything. It wouldn't be a bad
Well,
thing.
no, it would
'cause we
change it
already
because
do it.
now we have public money going towards it. Like, there's no reason. I think Australians were right to reject this. I don't think there's any reason why they need to fund what basically is like a council, like a lobbying group for Aboriginal people. It would be very similar. Maybe you could draw some, distinction, but like with when it comes to the disability rights panel that Corey you were talking about, what if like we had a board in which was funded by the government, in which only disabled people could be part of? Like that would be ridiculous. And then you also get the question of, well, okay, we have an opening on the board. Who gets to go on? Like the disabled guy, or maybe the person with a PhD in designing ramps. Like I think this guy would be kind of cool to be on the panel, but he's not disabled, so he doesn't get to go on.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. I'm not. That's why I recognize that it's a gray area where I do see value in representation, but I'm not saying like a council. I'm not necessarily even advocating that the council must exist. But I can totally see value in it, and I can sort of see why, at least in Australia, they were entertaining that idea of like, if you are a historically underrepresented, let's say, demographic in a country, and like it's put up to a vote, like that's one of the inherent flaws like of the system. Of like, if you're a minority and you're trying to get a voice, but you're just like stamped out by the majority, like then how do you get a voice?
Isn't this like with democracy, right? Isn't the point of democracy that the minority doesn't get to rule?
Yeah, this is literally why democracies are actually terrible at diversity. Like, unironically, throughout most of history, it's actually the authoritarians that are better at having like multi-ethnic groups of people actually work together. Because the democracies, every time that you have like the majority get together, they just treat them like the fifth column, and they will outvote them almost every single time. Like intersectionality never happens because you never see multi-ethnic democracies in history. It's always like 60. Actually, no, it's probably. I don't think there's ever been enough
States of America.
Right, like that's how much of an that is how much of an aberration the United States and Canada is compared to all of history. We have never had a democracy that is this ethnically diverse ever. It never survives this long.
You don't think it's probably like geography has a bigger?
Aren't a lot of places very ethnically diverse?
Most of the time they self-segregate. Like literally the entire nation-state system is self-segregating. Like Germany for the Germans, France for the French people, Holland for the Dutch.
I get what you mean.
Yeah, so like unironically, like the modern era outside of like when I talk about the nation-state system versus like the empires of old would be cored by a certain group of people, but then it would expand out and it would either adapt to the new peoples that it conquered and kind of like brought them into the system, or it would die within about 30 years or maybe 100 if you're the Mongols. It's ridiculous how people actually have this idea, like because we saw World War II, that the democracies are actually always the good guys. We're actually usually the bad guys when it comes to ethnicity. It's kind of frightening.
But I think it's okay. Like I said, I think that whether it's funded or not, again, I wasn't even advocating for it. Like I think the idea of like, oh, okay, if we're making a policy that's going. Like we don't have, it's not necessarily you have to peel on every single policy, but that's going to directly impact the group. It would be nice to have like some go-to people to speak about like the direct impacts. Like for example, if I was gonna build a bridge through like FK's house, like I'd like it at some point. Can I ask FK like, do you need to use this bathroom? Like it's okay if like there's a bridge coming to like I feel like it's weird to say that like we don't need like perspective is stupid, it's useless.
Would you be comfortable with like a gun owners advisory
the NRA?
board? Well, hold on, the NRA, but publicly funded and a part of the government. We make NRA a part of the government to help advise the government whenever they want to pass gun control.
Yeah, I'm pro-gun. I would.
You want it to be a public agency?
Yeah, I wouldn't care. I like I said, that doesn't change anything. You know how much funding they already get.
That would
hey, at least you bet into it.
No,
wait, but that's like when the government's giving funding to stuff, it's usually like implying, hey, this is like an organization that we kind of support in some way.
Legitimizes that, yeah.
And it's also like you don't really want your federal government to be supporting political ideas.
But I think that the thing is the NRA, like I said, we're talking about like what we're doing. We're already doing these things. It would be crazy not to. It would be crazy, like.
But we do it by choice. That's the way it's meant to work, right?
Yeah, I guess so. We're just adding an extra step for.
No, it's not adding an extra step. It's like here's what we choose usually. It's like, hey, you have a certain amount of money that you like have set aside for whatever uses you want, and if you want, you can reach into that and make your voice heard a little bit more, or try to get like some group to like make your voice heard in some way in these like little policies, right? But that's like on a you decision to do. Usually, though, the goal is like as many individuals as possible, get enough of these policies heard, get them pushed to like lawmakers, and then over time these lawmakers make these decisions as like representatives of your government who've heard enough of like what the people want. But you don't want these like lawmakers to be actively like putting money aside so they can like make decisions on their own of like, oh, this is what the US supports right here, right here, right here, right here, without some representation involved.
I mean, it's just interesting. Like I think that, well, it's because to some degree, I'm not against the concept of a crap. What is it? Would it be a theocracy? I don't know. I don't know.
I hope
Like
not.
a religious?
No, not theocracy.
Or
Oh
the
crap!
religious
What's the
government?
one where you appeal to authority?
Oh, that's an oligarchy
Nah, I'm
or
not-
an autocracy.
No, like appeal to
you're
intelligence.
talking about like a technocracy.
Oh, yeah, okay, I
Yes,
gotcha.
that's one.
Oh.
Yeah, I knew it started with T. Yeah, I don't want the entire government based off of that, but I'm like, I understand the value in like appealing to like sometimes people are going to have expertise in the in the subject, and it's okay to get their perspective on things. Like I think that's like for all the hot button, like controversial it is. I think the main reason why COVID was so successful. Which I consider the way the United States handled
Oh, wait,
COVID
you
was
mean
a success.
the virus was successful, or
No, I'm
The
saying
response was-
no. The response, I think, response was successful because we didn't just say that, like, hey, democracy wins. We decided, like, oh, you know what, this is a big enough issue that we're actually going to appeal to. We're just going to appeal to like expertise and the average United States citizen didn't get to decide who the expert was. We just
Wait, but
decided.
democracy did kind of win.
wait, now I
States decided to
I just want
like
to clarify something. Like, you're saying in the United States, the response to COVID was a success by your metric?
100%.
Okay.
Well, I'm about to say we
it was a success in some states. but, like,
billions. We gave up. We manufactured billions of vaccines. What are you
But
talking
we
about?
had whole states. We had whole states that went into like, oh, our people don't like the idea of masks, so we're not going to have these mandates, or we're not going to have like restrictions on going out to places.
Well, hold on.
Like,
They were federally for a place for weeks. Yeah, they didn't. They weren't federal the entire time. The government was like limited in their control, but there was levels of federal shutdown, the federal mask mandates too. They came
but
out.
even
as
that
well.
could only last so long. There was enough backlash that it seemed like that had to be dropped too.
Sure, but I don't know what other standard you could like say that like, oh, the United States wasn't a
Well,
mask.
I
Like,
would
didn't handle
assume-
it.
I would assume a technocracy would be like, listen, this is the mandatory time we're going to have for like, you're going to have to wear masks. You're going to have to social distance. We're closing down these places because we know these amounts of like diseases
think we-
rise.
I think we did all
And they
that
would
to a
do that,
reasonable
like,
degree.
You
So
say to a
reason-
reasonable
like,
degree.
what-
I,
Yeah,
I-
I'm saying again. Wait a minute. This isn't even my point.
Doing
Let's not turn
testing
this
for,
into a
like going
COVID
on planes,
conversation.
things like that. If everywhere had done that, maybe it would be. Maybe it would
Sure, I
have been
mean,
a
but
little
I don't base success on like did two people die. Like I'm saying that like based on how other countries perform, the United States was like the United States response like literally basically saved the world from like losing like tons more people, in at least in the idea of like Operation Warp Speed. And like the reason that we were able to do so is because we didn't take the time to see how Joe down the street felt about it. We decided like we made opinions on who we decided the experts were in this field, and we took their thoughts into consideration. Now again, they
but,
didn't
like,
make
that
the
wasn't built out of
decision.
nowhere. That was built on like multiple companies, multiple organizations working together that had historically worked on these types of viruses and these types of vaccines. And then like Operation Warp Speed, all it did was put funding towards these groups that already had like some type of solution in place and
sure.
like expedite that.
But the American people didn't decide who they felt deserved funding. We just appealed to who the people. We just asked people who are the companies in place that deserve the funding.
Well, okay.
Like,
So
we appealed to expertise
yeah.
in that regard.
I think there's two levels here. So like there's let's say the institutional governmental response in terms of like money to like funnel to develop the vaccines. Then there's the other response of like to the public and like government instructions to the people, where it's like in terms of funding the research and development, like that was maybe arguably technocratic, but I think it's a little bit different argument in terms of did the United States general population follow a technocratic theme? I think that's pretty questionable or arguable.
I don't
For sure,
think it's supposed to be
you have like one of the
could argue-
highest.
150%. We did exactly. I'm about to say we did exactly. Like we didn't ask Americans. We didn't take a vote on what the COVID recommendations were. The
Wait,
COVID
but you would
recommendation.
argue that
Yeah, but then
whether
those people
they follow
follow
it or not,
They
but
do
they
that for us.
wait
but those
again. That's
systems were
all that
built
matters is the
over a
recommendation was
history
for
of
that.
democracy, right? Those systems didn't come from nowhere. Those systems were built on people who wanted to like improve the American system somehow. And the reality is, if the American population really didn't want those systems in place, they would continue to vote for people that are trying to tear them down, right? Like we do live in some type of a democracy. If enough
I'm
Republicans,
not into democracy.
a good example right now is America. Our like public education system, it seems like pretty important for our people, right? But a lot of Republicans are still out there seeming to like want to dismantle that and like fundamentally change it in a way that wouldn't be like as technocratic or like probably not the best decisions made possible for education.
I don't know how that has implications for what Bam
Yeah,
is trying to say, and Bam, you can correct me if I'm getting your point incorrect. But Bam is saying that he doesn't have a problem with a technocratic government, one that appeals to the experts.
No,
Okay?
No, but I think he's
government
arguing
doesn't
that
have to be
America is
that.
like a technocratic government or works like
No,
one.
I'm just saying that having aspects of that built in, like it doesn't, like the government doesn't have to be that. We can still vote and do things, but like,
I hear you. Right, yeah.
Yeah.
So you think those technocratic aspects can be good and useful, and so he brings in the example of the COVID response, in which there was an emergency and there wasn't a national vote. It was more of an administrative thing where we look out to the experts in the field, being the
Dr.
pharmaceutical
Fauci,
companies.
et cetera, the pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah, right. Technical choice, suspicious choices, but anyway, we look out to these people and we follow their advice, right? We put Fauci in place to like help lead that response, and it was just like a response led by experts. Now, he's not saying that there aren't democratic aspects to the country, that there can't be a democratic response. In fact, there was afterwards. He's not saying that. He's saying that because we allowed, in that moment, we allowed for a technocratic response, that response saved people's lives. Right? And
Yeah, that was the thing, because we didn't lots of Americans, I'm just going to use Fauci as a thing, we don't have to go into it, but I'm saying like a lot of Americans had issues with Dr. Fauci. The United States as a government didn't care that a lot of people had issues with Dr. Fauci. They decided that, like, you know what, we're going to take his opinion on this. Now, but Dr. Fauci also didn't make the final say. He just led a board that gave opinions, like related to these things. Like he's like, you know, I'm an expert in this field. This is what the data is telling us. This is what the science is saying. Like, take with that. The United States is going to do what they will with that. Like he didn't have the final say, but we took his perspective, irregardless of what, you know, how the American people felt on it. And then they you know, the situation ended up being what it is. I'm saying that that's not weird to me. I feel like that was like useful.
Yeah, I don't dispute that claim. I was only like, you only caught my attention when you said the response overall was like successful. Like by your analysis, yes, I can see how you can see that as successful, but there are other factors to take into consideration.
So Gibbs, if you want to respond, and I want to hear from our friend Ali.
Well, I guess two things. One, I mean, we kind of moved on from the first topic, I guess, to this, but yeah, I kind of think that you know, I don't know. You're really just talking about what the executive branch is supposed to do. I mean, we sit here, we elect officials, right? And these officials are supposed to make decisions for us, right? So that the legislative is, you know, the people, right, aspect. And then so once you have established, okay, these are the people, these are laws, we have the executive branch to enforce these ideas, right? So now you have like, okay, so I don't really understand. I guess maybe I don't disagree. I feel like that's just working as intended.
So you know, I don't think we've moved away from the first topic completely, because the whole reason we've gone down this path is to talk about like these government advisory committees and their value, right?
Right.
So we're talking about, you know, the COVID response, but in the end, we're talking. If we go back to the racial thing, does it, like, to respond to what Latchwood was asking us in the beginning, like, does it make sense to have just like a committee of a single board of a single type of individual, a race, right? Like a black committee. Does that make sense? Is that something that we actually want? Well, Bam says, why not, right? Like, who else would be an expert in black issues but black people, if that's the thing that we want? So I want to ask our friend Ali, right? Like, what do you think about that? Like, there are all kinds of constituencies in this in our country that are marginalized, who don't get a say within our government, or very little say. And so, like, would it make sense to have like a Native American board, advisory board that advises Congress on Native stuff?
So the problem with Lactoid said that it would be government funded, and that would be the issue. Because my issue would be like, how do you decide who the people that are going to represent you are, and then like, what happens if there's if the people at the top just end up like not doing what the people below them say, right? That's kind of where like, how do you figure out who's going to lead your people?
I don't know. I don't think it has to be a perfect system. I think that like, and something else I want to add is it like I'm saying this not to say that there's not people who aren't part of that group who aren't gonna have like qualifications. Like for example, with black people, Jane Elliott is I think far more qualified than me on racial issues. I'm just a dude that talks on the internet. Jane Elliott, you've probably seen she's an old lady. She does like the blue eyes, brown eyes experiment.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of videos. Like she's wrote like a number of books on racial issues. Like she's obviously very qualified on this issue. But even she said in perspective, like there's people with experience that like who are equally qualified as her or more so, who also have like buy into the like they also are black or of a different racial background who can add a perspective that she just doesn't have. So it's not just saying that like someone who's not a part of the race can't add value. I wasn't making that argument, but like I don't think that it has to be a perfect system on like representation. Like we vote for enough as is. Like we vote for Congress. We vote for things. Like I think that it's okay to just. I think it's okay to just have like these are the people that seem to have some notoriety in the game, like in notoriety in these communities. Someone in the community is going to disagree with it. Oh well, they'll. I don't know. I just don't think it. I don't think it's as impossible to do as. So
then I wouldn't say that there needs to be like a specific council because I don't know how you're going to get the proper representation. I'd say people should be running for office in like their local communities. So like that would be the proper representation for your people. So like I'm in Dearborn, we have a lot of Lebanese people. We just newly elected a Lebanese mayor. So we're getting the proper representation for our like through the government from like top down, right?
You could take a page out of Canada's playbook, like so Canada, which I believe is
How dare you even mention such things?
I'm already opposed.
So what the hell?
I'm already against this.
Lacto, you're muted, I believe. But so in Canada, there is a Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, which I believe is government appointed, which is responsible for, I think, like administering like the Indian Act and a couple of other things. But like, yeah, I don't see why you can't. Again, I'm not like, I claim like this is the way that it has to be, but like, well, Canada does something somewhat similar. It's not a full council. It appears to be just like one person, a minister. But I don't see why you can't have like a government-appointed council. I mean,
because then you have to have a government-appointed council for like every individual people.
I mean, I think there's another problem you aren't even considering. Let me just look at it from like the negative standpoint as like a group, as the black. Let me play bad guy for a second. If I was the bad guy and I wanted to be an oppressive like person.
Tester. All right, homies. I think we're good now. Please, for fuck's sake, please, can we be good?
Decide to like, oh yeah, they're not a real such and such, and for some reason, like things continue to function as fine. Now, again, I don't think that it's necessarily useful to create all these other groups, just because I do feel like we have the big pieces in place to actually do a lot of the things that we talk about. Like, I think that our like how people talk about wanting like more third parties and fourth parties. Like, I think that our caucus is actually do a decent job already is performing as like smaller parties within the United States system, but and can actually be like more utilized, like if that was what people care about. But I'm just saying, I'm just pushing back against the idea that there isn't any value to it. Like I said, I don't think we need it, but I think they said there can be value in it.
Pep, do you think there would be value, or would you want a woman's council to advise,
or a cat council?
Congress? Or a cat
Absolutely,
council?
we should have a cat council, 100%. I do think my feelings on this are that I feel like it's a little bit too restrictive to have it be like the only people who can have a say in this group, period, have to be like of this particular group to represent it. I do think probably the majority of the group should be people who have some sort of experience with like living through the issues that are present so that they can advocate for those issues more. But I do think like we were talking about before, there are some experts who are not going to be afflicted by whatever disability or part of whatever like minority or subculture or race, whatever, that needs to have a group that can help those people advocate more, who may be more qualified, who may have like more granular knowledge of something that just by existing as a person who has like a particular feature, you might not necessarily get. So I do think that there definitely should be representation from the groups being represented, but I don't think it needs to be 100% across the board.
But like as a function of our democracy, do you think our democracy would work better if women who have been, marginalized economically and socially to a certain extent, that if they had this council that when the ladies' issues popped up, they would, they would talk to them. That in itself is even that formulation is interesting in itself as to like what comes under their purview. But like just start there as a democratic tool. Do you think that'd be useful?
Well, I mean, given the amount of nonsense that's even come around with the birth control rulings that have happened and abortion rulings of you always hear about idiot people being like, oh yeah, if like abortion shouldn't exist because if she didn't want a baby, she could just like self-abort, just like absolutely nonsensical things, which I guess doesn't necessarily need women to dispute that. Maybe that's leaning more into like only experts should be able to make decisions that relate to those things, which is more in line with technocracy kind of stuff. I do think it is valuable to have, I don't know at what level I would want that implemented though. Like that's I think it is valuable, but I don't know how like high up and how like involved I would want that to be in every sort of process, I think that's where I'm a little bit unsure.
Are like movements and leader of the movements not technically like councils, just not part of the government? So like the Me Too movement came, there were representatives of the Me Too movement, they came, they spoke, they represented people, and then so on. It
feels more activism. It feels more like activism than like actually engaging with the like government in our processes though. Yeah, it's kind of like whenever the Supreme Court like when the Supreme Court like comes into a decision, it's interesting. It's always interesting reading the dissenting opinions, and like people can going out and reading like, oh, okay, like this is, or this is a perspective. Like you can like having an on the record perspective of like someone's opinion. Like if you had like a women's council, like a women's council, for example, and they were making a ruling related to birth control or abortion. Like or like if Congress was doing it, not the Supreme Court, but like if you had something like that come down through Congress, the Congress's pipeline, it would be interesting to have like, even though these women don't have any like these women aren't like representative, it would be nice to have like a release statement like, oh, okay, this is how we advised, and this is how people are voting, and I actually think it may make like help people to make politics a little bit more easier to engage with on like, oh, okay, like it seems that these people went directly against what is supposedly to be my interests. Like if I could go,
so I mean, like
that, like an
doesn't,
official.
Doesn't the problem become that like not all people are a monolith, right? So like if it splits up that like if we do pro-abortion, right? If 50% of women are against it and 50% of women are for it, and the council is for it, then that's not representative of the people, right?
Mm.
I also think the sad part is you already like in some ways you kind of do have that, right? There's when I'll go to like town halls, there'll be like legitimate Israeli lobbies in these town halls talking about like issues that are happening in Israel and how it affects America and why the people like within our city and town should care about these issues. For those like women's issues, right? That activism is important to get in front of Congress, but then the other important part that like these activists have to start doing is going to those town halls, making these issues heard. Because at those town halls, if you look in your city, you will have a record. You'll have a record on what they talk about on their days. You'll have a record on how they voted, why they voted those ways. They'll take like call-ins, and you can ask them questions about like why they don't support certain issues and try to change their mind about it. Like, we have all these processes that it seems like people want, but I just don't know if like people are using them properly. And then like they kind of get mad when it's like not their outcomes aren't happening.
And also, I feel like something that has happened already, that people already tend to fall in line with whatever their kind of party views are. If there was like a women's council, it might just be that all women are just like, oh, I don't have to think about these issues on my own. Like the women's council will figure it out, kind of thing. And that might be an issue of some sort.
I also did want to know when does a group deserve like individual government representation? Like how do we start identifying these groups?
I was going to say when it's a group that's been consistently like having more issues than like the general populace.
What? Like how do you even start defining that?
Well, like with women, there's
We're
like
doing a pretty good job already.
That would be like any minority group, though, right?
We don't do gamers.
Yeah,
We're like I don't think there's a big argument that like like why don't we like whenever they do like a study on voter habits, I feel like there's not too many studies that appeal to like gamers as a minority. Like
but there are studies on like bad mental health outcomes for them. Like are they like a group that's being hurt right now in society? Do we have to have like consumer protections come in to like look at how video games are like messing with people? Do we have to have like all these other medical organizations come in to see like are people getting like much more disassociated with society and it's creating unhealthier groups?
Also, what if you're a minority within a minority too? So like Lebanese Muslim, but then there's Lebanese Christians who are right. So like if the Lebanese group isn't representative of like the Christian Lebanese people, then how does that work out?
Again, I feel we're pretending that we don't live in a world that already works. Like there's obviously in the system that we currently exist in, there's things that's like, oh yeah, there's like I can think of this edge case where like the system like is less than ideal, but like on the whole, we can everyone in this room right now, I honestly believe knows exactly how this will work out, and it would make perfect sense. Like what would make near perfect sense? Like
it works out in like the edge cases, right? Like the Black Caucus comes out of like an extreme case of like civil unrest and civil like rights movement that's happening, and you start developing like a caucus out of it. But like, do we just start like? I'm wondering, like, is there really? It's gonna be fucked up to say, with Native Americans and how their issues seem to go. And like, I'm taking this into the American perspective. Like, do we have the government start representing what is supposed to be like a separate entity group?
I don't know if there is there. I'm wondering if there is an Native American caucus. I'm looking it up. My bad. You go.
I feel like there might be.
I was just gonna say there's like enough things that like afflict Native Americans more than the general population that I think it could be valuable to have that.
We do have some sort of a governmental agency like that addresses Native Americans specifically. I don't want to say too much about it because I'm sure I'm going to get something wrong. But I know we do have an agency that does specifically address Native Americans. But I don't even know like what the leadership of that even looks like. Is it mostly Native American individuals or not? Like I don't know. But
yeah, there is a Native American caucus.
Yeah, Lightoy might know this, but isn't there an undersecretary under the Secretary of the Interior for Native American Affairs?
Okay, real quick. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. I got a lot to say, but I'm going to answer that. I know we have the BIA, the Bureau of Indian Affairs. It does not require that members of that organization be Native American themselves. Native American nations are a little bit different because they're essentially legalized ethnostates. They can test blood quantum to determine citizenship, and so of course the citizens.
Really?
By definition, yeah, 3/4. About 70% of Native American tribes directly test.
I think that's what I was thinking about when I said like they're separate entities.
Oh, wait.
Holy
shit!
They directly test your blood quantum to determine if you're genetically enough Native American, and if you're not, you don't get to be a citizen, you don't get to vote for the tribal council, and you don't get to have a say in that governance of the tribe, even if you live on the reservation, and even if you live under the jurisdiction of that government. So they work totally different than the United States government. The United States government does not allow.
That's a question. Yeah. So to clarify, if you know Lactoid, Because genetic testing, fairly recent development. Do you know how they did it before that?
So blood quantum typically goes by lineage, right? So like if you can prove to the tribe that like your great grandmother and your grandmother and your mother or whatever, like pure Native American, pure meaning 100%, and like you can like trace down the family line and be like, hey, look, like basically how they were doing genetic testing in 1940s Germany, right? Like you have like sheets where they fill out sheets where they fill out your ancestral history. If you're enough Native American, every tribe is a little bit different in their like the actual percentage native blood you have to have in order to be considered a citizen. But about 70% use some kind of blood quantum testing currently in the United States. America doesn't have that, right? In order to be, Bureau of Indian Affairs does not require you be Native American, nor does any government agency. And I think that's for good reason, right? Because there's something I think uniquely pernicious about, and for the same reason why some of the people here were like, holy shit, like they actually test your blood quantum. That's crazy. Yeah, it is crazy, but isn't that also what they would have to do in Australia for getting these Aboriginal people on the fucking board? You'd have to blood quantum test them, see if they're Aboriginal enough, or are we just going to eyeball it, right? Do they look Aboriginal enough? Is that going to be like what's going to be the fucking test to determine whether or not these people qualify for the board? And ultimately, what this comes down to is, I think, the ultimate perniciousness, which is the assertion that traits that you have no control over and are purely superficial somehow dictate your qualification, which I think is just absolutely awful, right? Like we talked about women's council when it comes to pro-life, pro-choice. First of all, the opinion split on that is not really all that much different when you look at between pro-choice men and pro-life men compared to pro-choice women and pro-life women. It's roughly about half and half each, a little bit more pro-choice than pro-life, I think by 5% when it comes to women. But I mean, it's not a significant chunk at all. And then also, why does being a woman give you more of a say or more of a better opinion on abortion? It doesn't make any sense.
Not just being a woman. I'm sorry.
I think that saying that just because you're born with a trait and you didn't choose to select it means it's inherently superficial is really, really reductive and ridiculous. It definitely influences how you move through the world and how you're impacted by certain things in the world. Sometimes you're treated differently. Sometimes things have different impacts on you, and that'll give you a different experience and a different insight or a different perspective. That would be helpful in engaging on a lot of these topics. Saying it's just superficial, I completely, that's nonsense.
It can, like, there are experiences you can have that can provide you a certain level of insight. And this is oftentimes the arguments that people use to justify DEI programs or, there's several amicus briefs written by major corporations for the ending of affirmative action case that happened. And when you actually dig into a lot of this data, first of all, there's no objective metrics that we can look at in terms of definitively showing that like diversity or like a different range of experience, having a group of people, it actually empirically has like benefits that we can measure. Now, people use metrics like dynamism, or people, they'll describe, and this is what Harvard was doing, right? Describing Black students as more dynamic and more innovative, and describing Asian students as like boring, flat effect, et cetera, because Asians were doing better on the tests and they didn't like that. So at the end of the day, the question is not necessarily like, we just have people who have certain indicators or certain experience, like things that may cause them to have experiences. The question is, did they have those experiences, A, and B, did they develop those knowledge from those experiences into some kind of like cohesive policy position, some kind of intelligent way of thinking, some kind of actual process in a way that is distinct from somebody who maybe didn't have that experience, but was able to accurately or more effectively measure it from the outside looking in. The best example I can think of is, who would you rather treat you, a cancer patient or a cancer doctor?
That's fair. I do think that that's what I was saying earlier, that I think that there should be people who are representative of the particular group being spoken about there to kind of like advocate for themselves. But I do agree that there can be experts outside of that group who are more knowledgeable about the subject and more well equipped to advocate in a certain particular way, or more of an expert on a certain facet of it. I completely agree with you there. But I do think the idea that like diversity and representation is not known to be like that effective or useful or important is kind of a little bit. Like, we're just finding out now that there are certain pain-killing medications that just straight up don't work on women because they just weren't tested on women in the initial thing. There are also drugs that don't work on African Americans the same way. Like, there diversity in a lot of things. I get that those are both two medical examples, but people are different and people have different experiences, and I think it's very, very valid and important for that to be known and noticed. Otherwise, like Black women and women in why do I have all the medical examples? But women in healthcare end up having much worse outcomes. Specifically, Black women have way worse outcomes in almost all aspects of healthcare. And like, if you only talk to white men, you wouldn't know that. You would be like, oh, all these stats are great. Like, everybody's getting cured, everybody's walking out fine. But if you would talk to more Black women, you would be like, oh shit, a lot of stuff.
They do all the drug testing on that. They do all the drug testing for men too. I think like women end up having women's heart attacks like end up appearing differently for them than they do for men. And they didn't realize that till like I don't know how long ago.
Yeah.
I can see with clinical testing when you have like biological differences, which we do between men and women, and even between racial groups, there's biological differences that nitrate levels in the blood, et cetera, that you can measure. Yeah, obviously,
getting to the IQ soon.
I will not say that word on Twitch. But when you there's different things.
Epigenetics?
There's different. Yeah, that's. I've seen no strong evidence in that field generally, other than it seems like quantum theory, where they're just sort of like, well, technically this could happen, but we don't actually know how it happens and if it happens and to what extent, if it could happen and if it does happen, how it happens, like to what extent it happens.
Pretty compelling studies on.
Are these panels?
I'll take a look at it. Maybe you guys know more than I did. I've taken a lot of look into epigenetic studies, and I mean maybe I'm just missed a couple, and that could very well be true. But when you leave aside like I guess those kind of biological differences. When the Supreme Court recently knocked down affirmative action and said, no, like just simply being a part of a group isn't enough, right? Simply like being Black or being, a woman, just simply like having this characteristic, if we're truly going to be judging you on the content of your character and not the color of your skin, well, let's actually judge you based on the content of your character. Explain to us the actual experience you're referring to, and then explain to us how your experience in this particular thing can actually help your thought process of XYZ particular action. And if you can do that, right, if you can explain how your experiences have molded your opinions, have shaped your way of thinking, have provided you with these skills or other kinds of like recollection that you can use for your job, then that makes you a more powerful candidate. It doesn't make you the best candidate. There could be a different candidate who, despite not having that, excels in a couple of other things too. But you have to show us what you're referring to when you're saying these experiences matter on a person-to-person basis. And when you have a board that says, no, only Aboriginals can apply, you're not doing that. You're not telling the Aboriginals there, prove to us how your Aboriginal experience exactly affects this.
I don't think it has to be only.
Yeah, I don't want
or even any quota, or even any quota. Like if it turns out, let's say we had it, and it turns out like the entire board, like all of it was just white men. And then you're like, this is crazy. Like, we can't have this. But then like you look into each individual white man and they all wrote like, 8 dissertations on specific issues regarding like Aboriginal populations in Australia. I mean, this would be a fine board. This would be a very effective council. Wouldn't you agree?
I feel like there's... Sorry, go ahead. You can go ahead.
Well, I'll just say quick. So yeah, it doesn't seem like you disagree with the creation of, let's say, a council or like a board. It's just like, the makeup. As in principle, it seems like you're okay as long as like anybody can access it. Is that fair?
No, so that's a different question. For the big issue I have is whenever you have quotas for anything, right? That's obviously going to be a big issue. But then the other thing is when it comes to establishing these boards, kind of how I brought up how the NRA board, right? Which, by the way, whether it was made up of gun owners or not, I would still be opposed to it because we should not be having like special interests boards installed into the government. Right? If you got a group that has a special interest, they can form their own lobbying group, they can push for votes, they can do all that. That's fine. We shouldn't have special interest groups forming governmental committees that now have some kind of oversized stay. But
humans are fallible. Wouldn't like the argument to that be that like people might be inherently advocating for their own special interests without realizing it just because they're unaware of the experiences of other people?
I mean, isn't this the entire doctrine of liberalism as a whole? Is that each person is supposed to be like their own self-agent, and then they get together with the community to validate the arguments of that community. Like, I mean, like going to what Bam was talking about, we do have the Black Caucus. We do have a lot of these groups that are, some of them are racially based. Whether you approve of that or not, like it really does seem like the system's working in the regards that people are trying, based upon the communities that they find important, to advocate for what they want. Yeah, sorry.
No,
like the NRA board, or if we had like a
we have the NRA and the and the Guns Association of America as well. The sane people.
What if we had the abortion board? Like, I mean, it just like gets kind of ridiculous, especially when there is a partisan agenda for these special interest groups, and that's fine because they're political groups; they can have partisan agendas. But like the Aboriginal board, made up of Aboriginal people, what are they going to be pushing for? They're going to be pushing for a particular partisan point of view.
Okay, so I wanted to say that, like, going back to your thing previously, you talked about the cancer example, right? I think there's a difference between an advisory board and a body that executes something. So in terms of executing like a surgery to like remove cancer on a person, I want a doctor who specializes in that. That's what I want. But on an advisory board, I think would actually be useful to have cancer patients there. Because you can be a medical expert, you can and truly deeply care about your patients. But if you haven't gone through the process of being a cancer patient, there are things that are just going to be invisible to you. You're just not going to be aware of like medical and administrative hurdles that are in the way.
Let me ask you the doctor.
Well, that's probably because there's a difference.
So I'm almost done. So you're just not going to be aware of those things. So that voice would be useful, and it would be good. Like if we're going to have this board in the first place, which is a separate question itself, but if we're going to have the board, then it would be good to have a quota so that we don't miss out on those voices. And then finally, for the memes, on the abortion board, like I would think we should have some like aborted embryos. I think like they've gone through the process of abortion, and so I think it would be only fair to have them there. All right, everyone else can
God
go.
love you, Brian.
I got
one thing I wanted to say beforehand,
between
guys.
having like a group of people who studied something be like the representatives of that board versus the people who like experience is like there's a difference between a viewed experience and then like a lived experience, right?
Yeah.
I mean, these can be the same group. I'm sorry, you go.
I appreciate it, man. I just wanted to say this earlier. Like, I actually just when it comes to this conversation as a whole, I largely agree with the way the Congress does this. They don't really have a lot of like, hey, this group of people's advisory board. It is by issue. It is the Senate Ethics Committee, the Senate Banking Committee, the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee, Senate Veterans Committee. Like it is. I guess veterans would be the hardest one out of all of these.
They're government employees, like they were former government employees. Like
right,
it's basically
it's a little gray, like because you can consider education in this too, right? It's like a teachers committee as well. Long and the short here, though, at least
they're
is
also
that
government employees.
Right. So like I get that, right? I'm not arguing against it. So it's just one of those things where I think Congress actually sets the tone for this very well. It is by issue because you can have black, white, men, women come together on a lot of these issues, and we don't have to separate whenever the issue is probably the more important thing. Does anyone disagree? Like the issues matter more than our identities here?
Generally speaking,
100%. And this is the perniciousness of this, right? Because it establishes the concept in people's minds that for some reason, like a black person has a more important say or like a more valuable say on something than a white person. That's ridiculous.
Or vice versa.
I don't think that framing is, at least in my estimation, like fully accurate. I think it's more, at least an attempt to give a voice to, historically speaking, the voiceless. And sort in an attempt to not saying actually doing that, but to make it actually more equitable. And so I'm curious, Lactoid, like, are you then? I don't know all that much about the Congressional Black Caucus, but like whatever. Are you in favor of like abolishing that then?
So my understanding is the Congressional Black Caucus is just like a bunch of black congressmen that have decided to call themselves the Congressional Black Caucus.
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, it's not an official, like, I guess it's like an organization because they all agree to it, but it's not like recognized by like government in the sense of like they have their own little like,
Yeah, it's just like a group.
It's not congressional. It's just in name only.
Yeah, which is fine. Again, like free association. If people want to like come together for whatever they think is valuable, they can knock themselves out.
It's a mini Congress,
but the point here is like, no, just because like, do I not have an equal say to a woman on abortion? right? Do I is my even if my logic is better, like if I make a better argument, I don't want
and you're a man, so your logic is definitely better. Yeah,
yeah. I mean, and then like let's say if you had like the cancer treatment board, right? Like you said, it'd be helpful to have some cancer survivors on there. I think if a cancer survivor could make a compelling argument as to why their experience would be helpful for what the board does, and can directly establish like this is what I went under, this is the things that I learned, this is what this board does, this is how what I can do using my experience for this, and actually bring my experience for this particular thing, I'm fine with that, right? But just be like, if they're just a cancer survivor and they can't effectively do that, I would much rather that spot be filled by somebody who is like intelligent when it comes to understanding how cancer affects the body.
I agree. I just don't want to stop having this conversation from the perspective that it has to be that you have to pick in this regard. Like there doesn't exist a doctor who also had cancer. Like we found a doctor who also experienced the cancer, and like he's operating on your surgery. Would that not give you like, oh yeah, I went through this exact same surgery. Like these are some of the issues I had following up going through my treatment. Would you not feel like, oh wow, like that helps? Like sure, it doesn't make it's not perfect. It's not a standalone thing. It's not just that he had cancer, but he also has like if you hear about that, they're like, oh okay, like you would. If someone's asking you how your treatment's going, you wouldn't probably mention that. We'd be like, oh yeah, actually my doctors went through the exact same experience. Like this probably gives them a little more perspective.
It can give them more perspective than they otherwise would have, but it doesn't necessarily give them more perspective than a competing cancer doctor. Or maybe not even a cancer doctor, just some fucking like Reddit hero who has memorized every single thing about cancer and is just like a fucking brilliant, like, savant. I want this guy on the fucking cancer board.
I bet you weren't doing your surgery, the Reddit guy.
Well, maybe he wouldn't be doing surgery, but maybe if he can like fucking like off the top of his head, like here are the side effects for this type, blah 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 blah. Just sure, this guy would be helpful.
But why wouldn't you want to do in your surgery? Like why are you okay with setting some quote on some things that you consider?
I wouldn't want somebody who had cancer surgery done to them doing a cancer surgery on me. Cancer surgery is incredibly specific, requires technical knowledge, requires like muscle memory knowledge, and I want people to have practice doing that specific
thing. What if they had both?
Sure, but I'm saying that
that could be helpful.
But I'm saying that you set some, you're okay with setting some threshold. Also, the Congressional Black Caucus isn't just like an in-name only thing. It's an officially recognized organization. Like the United States government recognizes the Congressional Black Caucus. It was founded by Shirley Chisholm.
It's just but it's just basically a free association thing, though, right? Like,
no, it's not. There's an official board. You can't just decide that like, oh, I'm the representative of the Congressional Black Caucus and go meet the president.
Fair enough. Like you mean like they have to actually let you in? No, I hear you. But like basically, it's just like they don't have like power onto themselves. It's just like we have decided as Black people in Congress to get together and possibly vote together in a block, but oftentimes not even that, right? So like it doesn't have any real power.
But not even necessarily that. Like you can't go meet that. Like they have an official they get meetings with like boards and presidents and things like that.
The Boy Scouts do too, right? No, it doesn't make them a governmental agency.
No, but I'm saying that like a random member can't show up. Like if this is the Congress, like if this is the Congressional Black Caucus meeting, like you can't just say that like, oh, I'm a member of Congress, so I'm representing this meeting.
Because it's a club.
I agree. Yeah, it's a club. Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah, a club that has like you have to actually.
A government recognized
Congress. Like people in Congress are allowed to.
The Boy Scouts are recognized by the government.
I guess Congress is a club.
Congress.
Congress is the arm of the government.
Here's the issue. Congress has been voted on, and they sometimes will create like official organizations, right? That are like branches of them, right? So like we had it during COVID where they'll call in doctors and they'll call in like medical officials to be like, here's XYZ issue, give us some information on it. But like the professional or the Black Caucus is more like all those people in Congress at some point got together and decided like, hey, this is kind of some issues we all like tend to represent together. So we'll like create this group that tries to like look at these issues. They're not appointed this group. They're like just making their own little group. It's the same way that like
it's like the Democratic Party.
Like MAGA. Well, no, it's the same way with like all the MAGA Republicans got elected and they created their own little like
the Freedom Caucus. Right? Yeah, they have their own
Freedom Caucus. And the same way that like the Dems have like their own like progressive caucus, right? It's like these little groups that have kind of decided we mesh together well.
If on this panel, right, Lactoid and Tiberius decide to create the White Caucus, right?
The CC.
they decided just among them they're going to do this. But then Pep is like, well, can I be in? And they're like, no, you can't, right? You're not cool enough. But yeah, because they have their criteria, right? And they can lock people up because that's a club, right? It's called the White Claw because it doesn't mean that all white people are in it. Whatever. That's not important. The standpoint epistemology. That's what we're talking about here. That's like what we've been boiling ourselves down to. So like,
it's as official as the Democratic Party is.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This part's important. But like that's the thing that we're boiling it down to. Like having, and I hope I'm saying this correctly. Someone can fact check me afterwards. But standpoint epistemology is that like, do you have access to some sort of special truth? Right? Is your truth more valid because of your experiences? So if you have, if you are Black, does it make your experiences more useful when talking about Black issues? Does it give you some sort of special insight that maybe our friend Lactoid doesn't have? And
if I'm an expert,
not necessarily.
Yeah, here's the thing. I don't know.
Oh,
right?
Lactoid, come on, man.
Not necessarily.
All right, give the spiel. I know where you're going with this. I'm not going to say your point's not completely invalid, but I'll fucking tear you apart afterward, okay?
Tiberius, okay? Let me ask you this a straight up question. Who do you think has more exposure to the Black experience? A white guy living in downtown Harlem, spent his whole life there, and then like at 20, like moved out and then like ran for some office, or a Black guy living in the in Beverly Hills or something, and has throughout their entire life not come across a single other Black person who realistically has had more exposure to Black culture and Black issues and Black experiences?
I'm obviously gonna say the latter on that one.
The Black guy in Beverly Hills.
Yes.
Oh my!
Because
I'm gonna
be the prick. Why is it that Black issues have to be just poor guys from the hood? Is that just because it's the majority?
To some extent, yes. When you're around like the Black community, which is what people are referring to, it's like areas in which Black people have a community. If you are one person among like when there's no other Black people around you at all in Beverly Hills, do you really think you're getting the Black experience that Black people talk about as being unique to Black Americans?
Well, there might be a difference between like the Black experience in Beverly Hills and the Black experience in like a hood somewhere. Like there's also a difference between like a white experience in San Francisco and a white experience in like fucking Kentucky. Like I feel like there's more distinctions going on here than it's more complex.
I think where Lactoid is differentiating them. I think where this is getting differentiated, right, is there's one thing to have like the general Black experience, which is like a social experience based on like a history of racism that comes together to like develop how people treat one another in society. And it's another thing to have like the Black experience, which is like stuff the government can actually control, like environmental settings, like things that are going on in places where like a majority of Black people probably live.
Yeah, why do I care about like the opinion of their own Black experience of a Black guy living in Beverly Hills as opposed to a guy who like lived in like downtown Harlem or something and has seen like 8 Black guys getting their ass kicked by a cop, right? Like I think this guy maybe.
Well, I get
he's probably the cop.
I did not reply.
Just in a different format.
Yeah, so two sides of this. One, I think this is where like the gatekeeping really needs to stop, and I know this is more of a problem with the left than the right, but like holy shit, guys, like just telling somebody you didn't live the proper experience is kind of fucked, in my opinion. Secondly, and this is where I go against Lactoid, like straight out from the gate. I do believe that being a man or a woman or being white or Black is more of, I don't know what other word to say, but experience, right? It like, even if you are a Black guy who does grow up in Beverly Hills, like they are treated differently. Like it is an experience uncommon to themselves. And what really kind of gets it, at least for me, is that you can be wealthy as fuck and still be treated like dog shit because you are the minority among the wealthy. You have this in the middle class too. Like I don't know how to put this and say like there is a Black experience, but there is a Black experience that is more over than just a general class structure overall. Is that being Black in America, I've talked to enough to say, yeah, it's different no matter what class you're in. It doesn't matter where you are in this country, you are treated as another. And that sucks.
If the Black experience is such an amorphous thing, as you put it, where really regardless of what experience you have, you still had the Black experience, then I don't think this is like valuable enough to have a fucking committee on, right? The
I don't think
question
he was
is,
saying it was amorphous, though. I think he was saying the opposite.
No. He's saying it's amorphous in the sense of, okay, somebody in Beverly Hills is going to be treated. Do you think somebody in the Beverly Hills, living in the Beverly Hills, like on their parents who are multimillionaires, okay, every day of their life, do you think their experience is going to be closer to the other white people in Beverly Hills, or is it going to be closer to a black person living
in terms of like
downtown
overall
Harlem?
daily life? In terms of overall daily life, probably closer to the Beverly Hills people. In terms of experiencing racism, probably still closer to other black people. Like,
how do you quantify?
If anything, it's
how do you quantify that?
More so
Like,
because
you consider black as like class. Using like the black experiences. Like, don't get me wrong, black people have a history in this country connected to class. Being black is like an inherent thing. Like, I'm not gonna like. I hope to be financially, like, very financially successful. I'm not gonna like financially cross the black threshold, and now I'm like something else. Like at any point in my life.
Wait, does black culture? Hold on. Does black culture exist? And if so, what is it?
For sure, yeah. It's not poverty. I wouldn't consider that.
What
to be
is it?
The definition of culture.
Let me invert this.
Your lived experience.
I'm about to say it's like a
how
combination
that
of
relates to
music
like the people around you.
Let me invert this a little bit for
Your
Lactoid,
lived
but like
experience.
there is a like I would say there is some form of white culture out there. However, it is so ubiquitous, it's really hard to kind of nail down, right? Because I'd even say there's two different major ethnicities within what we call white people in the United States. We call them Yankee and Dixie. No one talks about it anymore because it hasn't been a thing since the Civil War. But like, not only are they different ethnic groups, they're different culture groups too. It's a hell of a different experience among white people if you're in the literally north of the Mason-Dixon line versus south of it. Southern hospitality, that's a real thing. It's a fucking smokescreen, and I'm going to call it out for what it is. But you know what? You are going to be treated differently by those folks who are white in the South, which is versus what you are in the North.
The issue is, though, Lactoid's not looking at just how people are like generally treated, right? Because like groups in society, that's why we have like advocacy, right? Advocacy is meant to be like, hey, these are our experiences, this is what's going on, and you advocate for your issues. But then like when you're creating these like government organizations, which is what Lactoid's looking at, and kind of what I'm like seeing too, like where do you start deciding like what are these organizations going to solve at that point? Is it that they're there to point out at like issues that disproportionately affect these communities, and are those issues just going to be like society generally treats these communities bad, or are they going to be like, hey, these communities are affected by like XYZ specific thing, and this is how we can like deal with these issues? And then that the reality of like doing that tends to be that like those communities are general like larger communities that involve more people than just like one group.
Yeah,
for sure. But
can I just give one example? Can I give one example? This is like the best example I can think of, right? If you created a board on police brutality, even though black people are disproportionately abused by police, right? If you had a board on police brutality, I would think it'd be more prudent to have like that board be made up of people who have been abused by the police, or maybe like know stats and like projections and police culture and et cetera, like that would make more sense regardless of their color, rather than like 8 black guys from the Beverly Hills just because they happen to be part of like Black America. They don't have that same experience.
I would rather pick people who are like maybe legal experts.
Yeah, so let me just do this real quick. So
yeah, probably, but like
Let
Gibbs
go.
Yeah, let me just jump in if you don't mind. So I think kind of what Lactoid is trying to say, or how I think he's trying to say it, well, this is kind of my opinion as well, is that if something's such an amorphous concept, right, that it can't be defined and like everybody can experience differently. I'll use my own life, right? So I'm a very white passing Hispanic, right? Do I pass as like, oh, I can go be on the Hispanic board and be like, yeah, let's go and have the same experience as someone from El Salvador, or the same experience as someone from Cuba? So if the experience is, oh, this is all the Hispanic experience, we have an Hispanic experience, and like you want to put this on here and say we're going to define it. How are you going to define it? Because is an African American immigrant's experience as being a black individual going to be the same as the Beverly Hills guy or the white guy that he's trying to use that lives in Harlem or whatever? No, it's going to be a very drastically different experience, to the point that you almost can't define it. And if we can't define it, then what's the point of saying, oh, this is the experience, this is your life experience, actually this is your like clear cultural relevancy that impacted you, that gives you this insight? Because the insight could be total bullshit that could be more relatable to somebody living in a very different culture, and you might be like, oh, I have a more applicable and similar life experience to this guy than I do to the person that may look like me.
Who said culture is indefinable? I was gonna. I had to answer for that. The black culture is going to be related to the same thing every other culture is. It's going to be a combination of music, food, community, the type of people share it. Like these types of things are what make up the culture. But like answering the question,
what is Mexican food? What is like Tex-Mex? What is Hispanic food? Tell me what is Hispanic food.
You're gonna deal with a lot of things related to beans, guacamoles, tortillas, tacos, we know it. We know it we absolutely know Mexican food when we
Baja
see it.
Blast as well. Yeah.
I mean,
Like-
that's all.
No, but like
Tex-Mex.
I
That's
get
not
what
even
Bam means, right?
Like-
No, but
It's all
what Bam means is
Tex-Mex.
like generally Mexican food is probably going to be food that like originates in the area that we consider Mexican nowadays, right? Or like in Hispanic regions of like South America, outside of like going further south.
Like we're not gonna look at French fries and then like
Okay, so that's
I'm just saying we're being way too online. We're being way too online when we get like these French fries were made in Mexico City. What are they? Like
No, I don't. I think that's
like
the problem.
people are aware. No, but people do know. People in real life can answer these questions. Like only in online debate bros spaces are we pretending we don't know the difference between we don't know what Mexican food looks like. Like that was a really online question. That's
No, it's
that's
not.
the
I
only
mean,
thing.
you just said that somebody's got a Hispanic. Oh, I have an overall Hispanic experience. So if
But, like,
I'm
yeah,
Mexican,
what's
sure,
black
that might
food?
fit that. But exactly, that's
I
exactly.
mean, it would
Is
be
that to say?
the United
What is
States
it?
soul
It'd be
food.
So
soul
are we gonna
food.
say? Are we gonna say it's soul food, or are we gonna say it's like West Indies food? Or are we gonna say like what are you gonna
Well,
want
you
to
talk
say?
about Black American.
I
Like I
mean,
said,
well, okay, if they're
We're talking
interviewing
about black,
somebody, they're
Black
living
American.
if they're living in Houston, are they Black Americans? If I go to the indie restaurant, like I mean, what do you mean? Like if I go to the island restaurant, like is that not black food? What if I go to the African restaurant in the African part of town? Is that if I got to go to Ethiopian
well,
place?
black is
Is that not
a
black
particularly
experience?
American word. Black. We're talking about Black American.
So those people don't
I mean,
count as
those are
black.
answers to your questions. They're like,
So they're not black.
Because they're like when we're talking about black, we're talking about like. Well, actually, to be fair,
So
this is a
y'all
point
do
against
know
you,
what
Bam,
they're
right? Because
classified
like
as.
I was gonna say this is a point against your point, Bam, because like the issue comes in where it's like you're talking about like a general black experience. Like then the question would be when it comes to like a black caucus, would you have like a black caucus that only means like you're a West Indie black in America, or like you're a West Indie black, or like a African black
this
that
isn't.
was
I'm
like
not the person.
transported
I'm
here,
not the
or, like,
person that's going to got you. I was about to say this isn't.
Yeah.
I'm not the one that's going to get this got you. I was about to say I think the Black Americans and African immigrants have very different experiences.
Okay.
I would instantly bite that bullet. Like, and that's actually there's a really big thing that is disputed on. Like, we're all black, sure, but like Black Americans have a very different experience in this country and others than others. I would say that.
Then the
immediately.
question would be to Lactoid saying, like, you could be a black American, but like, how different do you think the experience is of like a rich like Beverly Hills black American to like a poor like in the most
night and day.
worst situation possible,
Yeah,
right?
it's gonna be night and day. But Bam, when you
Sure, but
when
neither
you
of
were
these
bringing
people
up
should
like
be on the caucus.
when you
Neither
were
of these people should be on the
bringing up like the elements of culture,
Wait,
I literally have
what did you say, Bam?
I was saying, but like we're dealing with two bad candidates.
Wait, because he said something and I didn't hear it. I'm really sorry.
That's all I was saying. I was just saying, we're dealing with like two bad examples. We're saying, like, would you rather have like a black guy who's never met a white person or Eminem on the board? It's like probably
because
neither.
the question is like when you're setting up these boards, how do you decide like what the black experience is? That's like what's kind of being asked here. I
think it's pretty easy to find people with like really large followings within the community that you just make judgment calls on. Again, like they did a reparations board. Ta-Nehisi Coates was one of the elite members on it. Guess what? We didn't take a vote on it. Ta-Nehisi Coates. Like, there's a lot of black people who don't like Ta-Nehisi Coates, but like anyone who looks into his background sees it really easy to say that, oh, okay, he probably does have a large following in the black community. It's like I understand how they came to a conclusion to mark him as one of the representatives. It is what it is.
Go ahead, Lactoid.
So I have it written down, Bam. The elements of like you. I'm not. It's not an exhaustive list. I'll give you ample chance to add more things, right? But when you were describing what culture is, right? I mean, you referred to things that generally I would agree with you, like music, right? Food, and specifically with the black community, soul food, community, right? There's probably other things you can, social customs, et cetera, et cetera. Other things you can look at. Those are all things. Yes, those are culture, right?
Mm-hmm. And there's other groups of races that participate in cultures that they're not necessarily.
Sure, right. You're correct. Perfect. You're making an argument for me. So you have other races that perhaps maybe are in black culture and know more about black culture and black issues.
They still shouldn't be on the blackboard.
Why?
because there's better candidates. If we were in a world where they were the only candidates possible, but if it's possible to do both, why wouldn't you? It would be one thing if we were like limited.
What if
to,
they
like,
what if they are the best candidate? What if they're like the most well spoken? What if they're like the most like just passionate? They're like on the ground, like they're very interested in these issues. And they're a white guy, and it's a white guy that
the
is a
only
guy.
qualification to bring them onto the panel.
Well, no, I agree,
I think
Pep. This shouldn't be the only qualification, but this is the only qualification that people are advocating for.
Wait.
No,
Isn't this the Rachel Dolezal argument?
The better qualification would be what Bam asked. What if there's like a person who's not a black person who rises to the top in the community because he's like advocating and helping this community and like bettering it in some ways? Should that person be allowed on the board?
Like the girl in the NAACP a few years back. That was
Rachel Dolezal, right? And then that literally happened.
She only got on because she,
No, but I'm saying like genuinely, like what if there's like
part, she was fighting for the people or was invested in the culture, but then she also had to look the part.
What if there was like
but even if she didn't look the part, she still fooled people.
Yeah, no, so the reason why people are so mad is because like the argument was that she never had an actual lived experience because she wasn't a black woman. So like that's why looking the part matters.
Because the whole organization is like steeped in idpol. They're obsessed with genetics, just like the Native American tribes. They have blood quantum on their mind, blood and soil. They're obsessed with this stuff. And this is like,
that's why I want to
it's
hear
like these are like ethno-nationalists, right? This is the problem. So you have someone like Rachel Dolezal who genetically isn't how they want her, even though she was so convincing that apparently she fooled all of them with her knowledge of black culture.
No, she was in like
because her genetics weren't like
her
genetics weren't exactly how they wanted it.
And
So,
she was
so they
fine with
fucking kicked her off. Like if she lived the exact lifestyle from birth to like when she got kicked off the NAACP, if she lived under white parents, if she went to a white school or whatever the fuck, but she happened to be black, the NAACP wouldn't, and said the exact same things, the NAACP wouldn't care. The reason they care is because her genetics.
Pointless.
No, it's not pointless because ultimately this comes back to what I'm talking about, which is that this is motivated by ethno-nationalism.
What you're saying didn't happen. Rachel Dolezal wasn't a member of any official NAACP board. She was a treasurer on one like city organization that was related to the NAACP. Rachel Dolezal wasn't an official member. She wasn't like because the story that came out was like Rachel Dolezal was actually like the national president of the NAACP.
I just Googled it. She was president of the NAACP chapter in Spokane, Washington.
In Spokane, Washington, with like 7 members. This wasn't an official. Like, I don't even think they were.
It's unofficial. It's an official chapter of the NAACP.
What's the population of Spokane, Washington?
It's a fucking city. I don't know. It's
100,000.
It's a chapter of the NAACP. It is an official arm of the NAACP. And the only reason they got mad at her,
it wasn't like national boards came down. Like it was a thing. Like, oh, okay, this thing, she's a liar. This wasn't like you failed the blood quantum test. Like you're like that. This was like.
Can I just clarify something? Like
the whole everything.
Yeah, just to clarify, because like I'm ignorant on this particular subject. But so, was Rachel Dolezal like genetically tested, and that's what actually occurred?
No,
I think stories came out about.
And you're mischaracterizing.
No, I'm not mischaracterizing Corey. I'll explain why I'm not mischaracterizing. They found out who her parents were, and they saw that she was white. And so then they began to
lied about who she was.
Yeah.
To be fair,
well, I self-identified as black, and she like pushed. And by the way, you can say she lied. I would say they dead named her by going after her past when she wasn't actually open about that. Okay, and so she was like living her life the way that she wanted to, like so fucking well that apparently the NAACP chapter in Spokane fully like were on board with her. But then they found out her genetics weren't right. I mean, can you believe it? Apparently the pro-trans people, her genetics weren't right, so we kicked her off.
She didn't even kick it out. She stepped down.
To be pedantic, like it's not the genetics. Like the parents were wrong. You don't know they weren't genetically tested.
The parents were wrong. What? They happened to be white. They shouldn't have fucked.
By that particular framing, yes.
It's bullshit. The fact that we can blame her for like the fact that her parents were white. It's just again, I think reeks of ethno-nationalism.
She voluntarily stepped down from a position because she was taking so much heat.
She was pressured.
Of course she was, because she's a liar. It's getting being pushed by the media.
One Dolezal fan right here, bro.
Okay,
Like,
no, hold
The
on.
OnlyFans stuff is weird, though.
But no,
okay?
but
I'm
you
not-
made
I'm not on board
the
with
thing
that.
out. Wait, but you are going down this diatribe of like the national NAACP came down and they said that Rachel Dolezal, your parents are white, get the F out of here. Versus
Yeah, she received she received
Yeah.
threats in the mail.
not from the
She was
NAACP.
we don't know who they're from. All we know is that there was a lot of pressure on
Yes,
her.
we can tell if the
Let's
NAACP
report
is not an
out.
official organization or not. We can tell. We know that. We know they wasn't from the NAACP. She's
This is the biggest
I can-
cult. She was
I
a
can
chapter
send her
president.
I can send her literally her official statement.
She was a chapter president. She was the president of an official NAACP
The eye
chapter
of
in
this current
Spokane,
form,
Washington.
I
So
see
happy.
the separation of family organization outcomes is best for me and in the interest of myself. My apologies to the NAACP. She literally stepped down herself. Because
Why
of
did
of
she
her
step
family.
down, Bam? Was it maybe the swastika she was receiving in the mail? Was it maybe the threats? Was it maybe the public outcry
I know
and
none of them
pressure from
got
the rest of the
nothing to do with the
NAACP calling
No,
her?
none. Literally none.
None. The
came from
NAACP didn't pressure. Maybe I'm just like either I'm getting gaslit right now, or I've got a
This-
wildly
there was
wrong
like- there was
memory
literally a-
about what
there was
actually
a
happened at that
member-
time.
There was an
How much
individual
did she
girl that said
actually
she stepped
help
down.
the NAACP? Like, how much did she do for them?
This is a chapter that had like 7 members. There was like 7 people meeting in a locker room.
I don't think that matters.
It does.
How could it possibly matter, right? If it was a chapter of 300 people, and
That would matter.
Shouldn't it have made it easier for them to
number
catch her
matters.
if it was only 7 people?
if it was a chapter of 300 people,
Like you should know all 7 people in your chapter at that point, who their parents are, everything.
Hold on. They knew her. They talked to this woman. This woman, she had changed her appearance to darken her skin, and she
Tanned,
talked
some
the
would say.
talk, and
Spray tan,
walked the
baby.
walk, right? And look, this is where. There's so much gray here. I can't find my way out. Because I agree a lot with my man Bam, and then I agree a lot with my man Lactoid. Like, I think that there is something to like having the experience of being black. I think there's something to having the experience of being a woman, right? And whatever category of woman you fall into. That like those are things that that despite me like loving women, right? Like I can't know those experiences. I can't possibly have them. They're going to be blind spots to me, right? In fact, when I talk to women, they tell me about the experiences. I'm like, oh shit, really? Like, because I didn't know, right? Even though I am not anti-woman, like I didn't know about those things. So being black, there's certainly are going to be experiences that I have and things that I go through that others are just not going to get. It simply is the case. But what Lactoid said, of course, is not crazy talking about what is a black experience. That's like that goes to the heart of the question as to like what are we measuring here? What are we measuring for? What is actually valuable, right? Is going through poverty? Is that the black experience, right? As Bam says, that can't be it. And I agree with him. Is it through going through police violence? Is that it? Well, no, I haven't gone through any police violence in my life. Does that mean that I'm not? I can't be on the black panel? So like even measuring what blackness is, right? What whiteness is, whatever any of these things are difficult, right? It'd be easier if a panel or something would be based on a specific action, right? Like, hey, people who have experienced police violence, right? Well, then we could easily figure out those individuals. So there's that. But also when it comes to Rachel Dolezal, and I'm going to say it again, right? It's a controversial take that. Yeah, I think she was fine. I think she was fine as far as the NAACP. I agree with Lactoid that like it didn't matter what her parents were. Like she cared about the black experience apparently quite deeply. And in fact, she was having, at least for a short amount of time, a black experience. If the rest of the world looks at you as black, right? And they're fooled enough to think that you're a black woman, then yeah, you're living the black experience. Not as long as all the others, but you're living it, in my opinion. And so, should she have been pressured off? And I think she was certainly pressured off. There's no way she wasn't. I don't know if specifically the NAACP sent her letters or whatever. I don't know. I have no idea. But she certainly was pressured off. Should that have actually happened? Probably not. I think right. Like she lied, but yeah, lots of people lie on the application. I don't know, whatever.
Sure,
right? But then again, Lacto does have a problem with that. He has a big problem.
Yeah, but this wasn't about a qualification. She didn't lie about a qualification. Being black isn't a qualification.
But guess what? Guess who agrees? I'm about to say the members of the NAACP, a member of her chapter, literally said that, I hope she remains a member of the organization.
Yes, in the face of a petition to remove her and hate mail and threats.
I said, I hope she remains a member of the organization.
In the face, there was one person who did stand up for her. One person in the face of a petition to remove her and threats and hate mail that she was getting in the mail. There was pressure there.
Being a liar, but none of that's from the NAACP. You're just talking about human beings.
I agree. I cannot prove that the NAACP leadership did this. I can say that there was pressure. There was a tremendous amount of pressure. And the rhetoric at the time, I remember this distinctly, was she was faking it. She wasn't actually black. She doesn't actually know what it's like being us. That's what I heard.
Well, yeah, human beings are going to have negative opinions about someone lying about their race to get scholarships and among other opportunities. They're like, welcome to the human world. Pastors get asked to step down when they're found to be infidelity. That has nothing to do with their ability to preach the word. But guess what? People have perspectives on your character when you're holding positions of presidency.
Bro, what do you mean? You can't be a liar. That's why Bam. When you're dealing with people's lives and whatnot, come on, man. That's inherently that's why they get fired, because they're not preaching the word. So it clearly didn't have an inherent quality of preaching the word if they're not going to live by the word they're preaching. Come on, what do you mean?
Yeah. So outside of these people who lied, like Rachel Dolezal, that's why Bam. I asked you earlier, if there is somebody who is just working on the community, they're not lying about a race. They're just like Lactoid is in the middle of the hood, helping shit out, right? He started a food program that's helping a lot of people out in that community. Should he would he be somebody who's acceptable to have a seat on that board to talk about issues within that community if he's been a part of solving the issues?
He's welcome to apply, but I feel like we're gonna find. I feel like out of the 100, in America, 44 million people, 44 million Black Americans, I feel like we'll be able to find some.
44 million.
You're never gonna be able to.
These groups are going to be one big group that's sitting at the top, right? These groups are generally going to be groups in towns, in cities, in small areas that are slowly working with one another to kind of get these issues spread around. Even on a city council, even on in a town, should they have would it be acceptable in your mind to have somebody who's doing this work on that board, sitting there talking about these are my experiences, these are the people I deal with day to day, and this is how I deal with these issues?
See, the short answer is yes. The longer answer, can they sit on the board? The longer answer that people take from that is, see, this is why representation is completely irrelevant, and we can have 100 white, 100 white senators, and all of you should just shut up and be okay with it. That's what people take from the yes. Is there an ideal candidate that's not part of the race? Absolutely, but that doesn't mean but realistically, in the way things play out in day-to-day lives. Having people being represented.
Your opinion would be that it could be equally fine if we just had 50 white male senators, and we'd be equally as good. We could be, depending on who they are.
Absolutely. I think
Clarence Thomas is a great Supreme Court justice, right? I mean, for me,
I don't know about that.
I don't know. He's pretty good. We're talking about birth control earlier, but no, I think that you can absolutely for me, this could sound so fucking cliche, okay? But for me, skin color doesn't matter. It's all content of your character, right? It's not color of your skin, it's content of your character. If you are if you are the most, well, I'm sorry if he didn't, because then that lowers my opinion of him pretty dramatically, okay?
That's okay.
Because at the end of the day, if you can do the job better, right? You should get the job. If you're talking about some national organization, you keep saying, well, there is gonna be qualified Black people, so we don't, you can feel free to apply, but you're not gonna make it, right? But what if a white guy was just turned out, Like he was just like the best applicant, right? He was the most committed. He was like had by far logged the most
And he should get
hours
the job.
of walking
There it
door to
is.
door. Should he get it?
It's the Prince of
Yeah,
Persia argument.
absolutely.
Jake
I-
Gyllenhaal.
I-
Okay. So it's based on merit.
But this is what they guess kids again. They're like black people need to just shut up and get out of Congress.
Yeah.
Like that's what
I'm
that's
not
where it
saying
follows up.
that.
I'm gonna be
Like,
honest,
that's-
Bam. I don't
that's
think
what leads to it.
If the black guy gets elected, then he goes to Congress. That's how that works.
I got a
I
question.
think if anything,
for
Bam,
Prime.
all of the arguments point more directly to like when you focus on these issues, it's probably more worth it to focus on like the issues themselves and how they affect these communities, and then just like work from people dealing with them, than focusing on like who are the people that we need to look at directly to deal with these issues.
I'm so
Let's
glad
put
you
a-
said
Ali-
I
I
wanted to say it.
Ali and Ty.
Oh, Lactoid. So then, if there's a movie, it's a black movie. 2 actors, a black actor and a white actor, go up. The white actor is better than the black actor, but the white actor has to do blackface. That's cool.
Yes, I'm fine with Netflix, okay? Netflix is doing this all the time. They just should be comfortable doing the other way around, too. I want to white
okay.
Martin Luther King. Why not?
Yeah, you want
I mean,
to Jake Gyllenhaal is the Prince of Persia, you know?
Sure.
All right, interesting. I got a question for
Lactoid
Prime.
wants to
Wait,
play
the one exception I have is if the movie is based on like a prior movie or a book and they race swap the character, it breaks the continuity for me. I don't like it. But if it's just like, if it's like a fresh approach, I'm fine with that.
But again, I'm not shouldn't make Lactoid the representative of all conservatives. But I absolutely
No, you
know.
should not.
Yeah, I shouldn't. Like I said, but
no.
it's like
I
this
am
makes-
on the board, so therefore I must be the representative of the conservative
Right.
opinions, right?
But I'm saying that like there's a lot of like conservatives that like
Are your
generally
parents
like
supportive of black
meritocracy,
gonna
and then
campaign
like
to get him
where,
removed.
like I said, a movie or something comes out, and like I said, like as soon as you use a trans woman, and now it's like wait a minute, mother ever, like this is like meritocracy, like maybe she was just a good actor. No, representation matters.
No, look. So the reason why these movies get so much criticism is specifically not because it's based on merit. It's because they are intentionally race swapping people, not
Yeah,
because
it's just
they.
woke people.
It's because they're intending on race swapping people, right? The
No, not even
Oscars.
that.
No. It is that because the Oscars put out like guidelines that in order to qualify for an Oscar, you have to have a certain percentage of your movie be a different race or be specific genders or a certain percentage of your
Pretty sure
production
that doesn't
crew
work.
has to be a particular race. So you have now this weird now fucking rule where it's like, oh shit, like I can't make a movie about medieval Europe anymore. I gotta figure out how to like work in black people. Otherwise, I'm not gonna qualify for these awards. I'm not gonna
That's
qualify
not true.
for these.
1914 was like 100% white people,
Well,
and
give you
I'm
another
pretty sure they won an
example.
award.
You can
I think
think
that was before.
the.
I would think that was before the new rules. I can post them for you.
But yeah, you can send. I know the rules you're
Sometimes
talking about,
them.
and it also doesn't necessarily have to be people in front of the camera, people behind the
production as
camera,
well.
right? Yeah, just like
Yeah. So this is not about merit then. This is about
But
quotas.
like, I want to hear Ty is the one been trying to get in for a while, so let's
Yeah,
get.
I'll probably bully on
Yes.
topic too, but like, I just want to ask this because I think it's relevant, and this really goes to you, Prime. Is just what's your qualifications if you can put it into words for ABE? Like who are you going to invite? Like I'll meme here for a minute and be like, Lactoid and Osiris gave me the black card. Do I qualify yet? Go from there. I want to see you chew on this one a little bit.
I gave you the black card.
No, I said. Did I say Lactoid? I meant
definitely said
Say Lactoid, bro.
I am so sorry. No, Lethe and Osiris.
Just give me his ass.
Yeah, Lactoid gave me the black. No, Lethe and Osiris.
Lactoid because he doesn't believe in like authoritative bodies, right?
Cool,
He's,
I have three now.
He's making fake black cards in the back, right? But yeah. Okay. What are the qualities? Look,
TikTok AI made me black when I used it once.
I think it would. Like for me, it's not as if I had like a bunch of people like breaking down my door, like trying to get in, right? So I have to like choose among a bunch of individuals. I see like a person that looks black, right? And I ask them, "Hey, are you ethnically black?" And they're like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Cool," and also like interesting, right? Like they're an interesting person. Then I let them on. That's it, right? That you can hold up your end of a conversation, and that you're ethnically black. I just ask them straight up, so rather than making assumptions. I did that before, and it's a bad idea. So
Right.
yeah, and then to my friend Lactoid, you said and this is just like part of the problem. You said before that, like, if we had 50 white male senators, right? Like, depending on who they are, right? That we could have, they could do just as good of a job, right? Because they could be more qualified for the job. What does that mean? What are the goals, right? Like, so I can find you 50 competent white men, of course, right? And I can put them in the Senate and they can run the country. Of course I can do that. But like, are they going to ask the same questions that a black woman or a Muslim woman would ask, right? So we've had Rashida Tlaib. I think she's like the first Palestinian American congresswoman, and the things that she has said and the stances she has taken are because she's Palestinian. Others just haven't done those before. But because she has that experience, because those things are important for her, she has done it. So she can do equally as good as a job as a white individual that you put in there, right? But that white individual, competent as they may be, might not bring up like these different perspectives, not because they're evil or racist or anything like that, because it simply does not occur to them. And that's the problem. So when we're saying doing as good of a job, what exactly does that mean? How are they representing like different constituents in the way that they would need to, bring up their issues in the same way?
Yeah. So the question of merit when it comes to politics is difficult because oftentimes it revolves around subjective and like moral issues, often, like with abortion, for example. But I still think you can find some kind of metric in the sense of who is able to most knowledgeably and effectively represent the interests of their constituents. And I think that you could apply this to any job, right? Who is most effective at being able to accomplish the task that they have in the market. And just to prove to you, right, I think this is pretty definitive proof. Maybe you disagree, that this is a principled stance taken by myself and libertarians and conservatives, is affirmative action has been like the biggest thing, the biggest like marker of this that people have been on the right generally have been railing against. And affirmative action, it's not actually, like, the Harvard data came out. It affects white applicants, but not nearly as much as they thought, right? It's actually a pretty insignificant percentage of white people who are rejected because of affirmative action. You know who it affects the most? Asians. Dramatically. Like twice as many Asians would have gotten into Harvard without affirmative action. And only a third of black applicants would have gotten into Harvard if it wasn't for affirmative action, right? Asians were getting eaten alive. And you know who, like, funded who brought the lawsuit, who was funding the lawsuit, and where most of the hoopla was about, these fucking Asians are doing better on like the objective metrics. Why are we discriminating against them? And Asians are not white people, right? And Asians disproportionately are Democratic. So we have like a minority group that's not white, that's like politically more aligned with the Democratic Party, yet is like being eaten alive by discriminatory policy, and conservatives can't stand it, right? I mean, this I think is the ultimate proof of principles, because it's not coming from a place of self-interest. And I think, I think being able to step outside and not come at things from a point of self-interest, I think demonstrates the ultimate principle.
I think there's a cohort of individuals that it's like, yes, it's a principled thing. Like, I don't think you have like racial animus, like, as far as I can tell, like, I've known you a long time. I don't think you have racial animus in your heart. And so like, I believe you when you say that's a principled stand. But to say that, well, it was just because they're Asian, because they're a Democratic constituency, this proves that there's no racial animus, except that the ones who want to take down, who were loudest about taking down affirmative action, were white individuals, were from the South, right? Were individuals who have been trying to limit Black advancement, like for literally centuries, right? There's like a through line within American history we can see of this resistance to Black advancement. So let's not pretend that this is all some sort of principle stance. We know this.
Yeah, the back didn't take the data on this. Like that, because the data is different, varies from school to school. Like even if you ask the experts on like how is affirmative action even written down, like you could make it say like this is what came out, this was the data related to Harvard. I haven't even seen that specifically, but I'm going to take your word for it. But like that varies dramatically from school to school on how they select.
No, it actually doesn't. Like school by
Yes, it
school.
does.
No, Asians are
The
like
data's in public.
no. Asians are the most discriminated against like racial group. At least,
But I'm saying
they're still going to be realistically. Affirmative action,
data.
how it works out though, is for every school, how affirmative action works out is that it has to work out this way because the goal is to increase diversity. And so when you create new spots for like traditionally underperforming racial groups like Black people and Native Americans, those spots have to come from somewhere. And where do they come from? They come from the groups that disproportionately get into the schools, which is Asians, because they overwhelmingly do better. Like on the test scores.
This is just headcanon right now. I'm saying that we literally data.
This is statistical data.
Information. I'm saying
I can send this to you.
Wait.
No, that was part of the lawsuit. They were like that was one of the things that we're pushing back on because the argument was like people thought it was nefarious because schools literally didn't make this. This isn't public information on how schools select for.
You're right. And so then they got sued and they had to present that because of discovery. And then when they bring but
every university in the country is different.
So So Harvard did, and then North Carolina did. Yes. And so both those schools happened to show discrimination against Asians in the exact same like statistical metrics that we happen to see with the other schools too. Wow, acceptance rates for Asians aren't very high. Why is that?
So, Gibbs, you've been trying to say something. We can move on to the other topic.
I like this. Kind of keeps coming back to kind of where I'm at. Y'all talking about Asians being disproportionate. Like, I'll give you an example it's an anecdotal example I experienced. So when I was in high school, right, like I said, I look like I do, and I come from Hispanic background, and I went and applied for a scholarship from LULAC, which is like the Mexican American organization, right? And so we went and I applied, and I got like a $500 little scholarship. Help me buy some books for like Texas A&M. Woo! And then they offered me, hey, come give a speech at this bigger one and see if you can do well. Well, I walked up and I was there and I was like, last of like 10 candidates. I was on the thing, on the whatever. They came up to me and politely told me that I wasn't going to be allowed to do my speech on stage because I didn't fit the criteria for what they were looking for. And they didn't really specify that. I was like, okay, that's fine, whatever. Thanks for the invite. Give me whatever. But so now who's deciding what's Hispanic enough? So I'm too white looking to be Hispanic.
I guess people hosting that scholarship.
But then I'm too Hispanic to be white. So like, how are we defining who's what here? You know what I'm saying? Like, who's deciding this? Who's going to be elected king of the Hispanics to decide? Hey, you're Hispanic. Who's king of the black? Like, right? Yeah, I know Prime's Hispanic.
I'm about to say this is that's how Lactoid would want.
I don't know who's king, but Selena Gomez is the queen. Okay,
they handled that situation exactly how Lactoid would want that situation to be played out. This wasn't a federal organization. He would have said that this is a free organization.
Let's move on to our next topic. Because this was interesting. This was fun. I didn't expect us to go in this direction, but this is why I love free discussion because oftentimes we just organically come up with really well. It's not like going off the weeds. It's just like we come up with something really interesting that I wouldn't have because here's the problem with coming up with topics, right? Is that I can come up with a topic. And I can think it's super interesting. And it could be a topic that I had success with in the past, right? We had really discussion. But the specific mix of people and their specific mood at that specific night might be different. And so that all of a sudden, we don't have a really good conversation, right? So when I leave it up to you guys who are here right now, feeling the way you do, to come up with a topic, you guys come up with something that you're invested in. So it's makes it a lot easier, honestly.
As a fellow panel creator, do you usually do the topic before the guest or the guest before the topic?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, because I tend to do the topic, and then I'm like, all right, who would be good for this? And because I only do 6 people on my panels, and I'll be like, all right, law enforcement, right? So it's going to be Connor, I'll bring Prime in, people who would have some kind of vested interest in that discussion. But I also plan in my head, particularly with my producers, where are those people going to try to take the conversation? Because there's certain people that I won't invite on because it's going to go completely off in the fucking left field. So I'm kind of curious for what your thought process on it.
Yeah, it's always a topic before the participants, unless of course I have someone specifically in mind, like Erudite. I know that she likes certain things, right? And I really want Erudite to come on, and so I'll like make a topic for Erudite that she'll feel comfortable with. But beyond that, it's uh like I also have to face the reality of the situation, and that I will reach out to people who I think will be interesting. Like if there's a foreign policy question, I'll reach out to my friend Ty, my friend Jonathan
Chow.
or Jay Chow. Yeah, I'll hit them up. But like I also, it's whoever says yes. So like that's all that matters. It doesn't matter if you have expertise in this, right? If you're not going to come on, then that whatever, right?
Right.
So topic first, and hope for the best of panelists. It's just the way it always is. Okay, so to that, we're gonna go to that topic in a second. But guys and gals out there and YouTube and Twitch land, if you've been enjoying this, what just happened, right? If you liked all that, you thought that was an interesting conversation, consider supporting this channel. We do need your help. This channel doesn't survive without your assistance. So consider subbing to the channel if you're on Twitch, right? Gifting bits, gifting subs. If you're out there with a Amazon Prime, just Prime Gaming, use that one free sub per month. Here, it's free for you, but does a lot for us. And so consider helping out this channel. It's like you find yourself coming back here often, and experiencing the magic here, right? Like experiencing some sort of emotional response, right? Usually rage brought on by Lactoid. Then, hey, help us out so that we can have more of that. Like Lactoid doesn't come on unless I pay him, right? Like he's a $5 individual.
Pay him in black cards.
Black cards. So yeah, consider helping the channel. And if you're on YouTube land or Twitch land, consider using a super chat or a hype chat. If you're out there and you got something to say at a panel and you're like, you know what, F these guys and gals here. You guys don't know what you're talking about. And you want to interject, right? And you want to insult someone, that's fine too. Use a hype chat or a super chat, and I will read out those comments. That's how we help us out. They can erase for getting 300 bits, despite all the racists piling onto Lactoid, the only thinker here. There you go, Lactoid. You got a fan out there. Just the one. Okay, so let's continue.
I was muted, but I said you do have a big head, Lactoid. You are the thinker.
Look, it's about who you get, not how many, right?
Okay. Thanks. Thanks so much, guys. Let's go on to our next topic. And I hope this is interesting. We'll find out. There is a race among pharma companies to get popular weight loss drugs such as Ozempic covered under private insurance. Commonly in the US, obesity is considered a cosmetic issue rather than a chronic disease. But there's also an understanding that obesity has deadly consequences. Should the general public be forced to pay for expensive obesity drugs through their insurance premiums? Is obesity a chronic disease or a cosmetic issue? Does obesity deserve a societal response or just an individual one? And if you're from a country that gives a damn about its population, has governmental health care, then should it be covered under your governmental regime? So yeah, Ozempic is huge, right? The more I hear about this drug, it's incredible. There are so many people on this drug right now. And my understanding of it, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, if I do apologize, but my understanding is that it's more of a neurological thing, and it keeps you from being hungry, and that's what makes you drop the weight. And so people have to generally stay on it, because if you get off of it, well, and you haven't changed your habits, well, then the weight just comes right back on, because you're just doing all the same things. So you're just making you less hungry, and it's highly effective. And a shit ton of people are on it, but it's not covered. It's not covered by insurance in the States, and so it's very inexpensive. So to expand their market dramatically, now these pharmaceutical companies that are producing Ozempic and others like it want to find things that are covered, right? Uses for it that are covered. So if it helps with heart disease, because you are less fat and you are less likely to have heart disease. Is that good enough to get us covered? Okay, great. If it's covered under insurance, they're going to make a ton of money. In any case, how should society deal with this? Should we be looking at obesity as something that deserves a collective response, or is this just like up to you? So let's start for friend Lactoid.
Yeah, so these drugs are pretty fucking cool. They're peptide agonists. So essentially, how they work is your body has neurotransmitters that tell you, hey, I'm hungry. They'll tell the stomach to do certain things, digest food, and this essentially blocks those and says, hey, stop doing that. And so you feel full and you feel less hungry, even though maybe you didn't eat as much as you normally would do. And so it is, and that's how it functions. That's how it doesn't actually itself burn through fat. It just makes you want to stop eating. So it essentially is, if we're being honest, a chemical replacement for self-control, right? This is what this is. We have people who have maybe an impulsive eating habits or drinking habits, and they just don't really have the willpower to stop. And they can take a drug, kind of similar to like nicotine patches, that will quite literally, make it easier for people with lower self-control to not engage in the habits they were engaging with, and then thus they lose a whole bunch of weight. I think this does two things. First of all, I think it kind of blows a hole in a lot of people's conception with how consistently this helps people lose weight. I think it blows a hole in a lot of people's conceptions when they say things like, well, I'm just naturally this big. This is not true, right? Human beings are not meant to be obese. We're not, go back 50, 60 years, you're not going to find nearly as many obese people. And you go back 100 years, you're barely going to find any. That, as we probably would expect, that turned out to be just a cope by addicts, and addicts will say anything to justify their current addictive behavior. Now that we have this mind-changing chemical, should we mandate, I suppose, insurance companies pay for it? As an answer that might come to a surprise to nobody, we should not be making insurance companies pay for anything. They should be able to contract with people to pay for weight loss drugs. And I think that to me, the answer seems pretty obvious as you see the health effects. If they're positive enough from this drug, then insurance companies are going to want to provide them in order to keep their other costs low, such as emergency room costs, et cetera. The question is, right now the pricing is pretty high. It's essentially kind of gouging. I think it's like $1,300 per month, $1,500 per month, something around there. So, they're going to have to negotiate that price down if it's going to become a thing that people, get prescribed consistently. But no, we shouldn't force insurance companies to do it. But I think it's a good development, and the U.S. develops more drugs than anywhere else on the planet, so we should keep doing it.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Corey. Oh, and thank you, Anonymous Skeptic, for gifting that sub previously. Go ahead.
Well, first I have to correct some of the information that maybe Lactoid inadvertently said incorrectly. So
he did it on purpose. Don't.
I watched a video from a doctor, so I know I'm right.
Which doctor? Doctor of
the YouTube said licensed doctor in the bottom comment section.
And they mentioned neurotransmitters.
It was I think so. Peptides, right?
Oh, peptides are not neurotransmitters.
Ooh.
Yeah.
School them.
Buddy, here we go.
Search the transcript. I dare you. I beg of you. If it says neurotransmitters anywhere in the YouTube video.
Okay, I'll look for it. If I said neurotransmitter, I meant peptide. I apologize.
It is a peptide agonist, and it binds to a receptor. But as far as I know, based off of the research and based on what I know of the mechanism of action, it is not affecting the neurotransmitters in your brain. Okay, it is affecting your hunger levels, your experience of hunger, but that is largely regulated by hormones, such as leptin or ghrelin. And hormones are not peptides. Hormones are not neurotransmitters. But all that to say, also in the topic. So
obviously,
yes. So I would follow, let's say, the American Medical Association, where I think almost 10 years ago, they classified obesity as a disease for, I think, good justifiable reasons. But there's also a tricky side to it in terms if you actually treat it like a disease, you're going to start diagnosing people, presumably. and how we actually classify obesity. Some people might have to take issue with in terms of like going by BMI, et cetera, et cetera. But all that to say, should there be a collective response? Well, as a Canadian like Lactoid, I would say yes, totally, and that there should be a societal response. And as to Lactoid's point, I think the research is going to come out, if not, it's already coming out, that like on the whole, it's just going to be an overall a cost-saving measure. In terms of like generally speaking, it is better to prevent heart disease, type 2 diabetes, and a whole host of other disease and conditions associated with obesity than it is to treat it after the fact. But I'll leave it there for now.
Lactoid, you're gonna respond?
Oh, we're currently Google heroing. Many peptides known to be hormones also act as neurotransmitters. First sentence.
No.
Are we in open already? I thought this was intros.
Yeah, we're still
no.
doing
No, it's intros. Don't let Corey respond. Go ahead, Ben.
Let's
I kind of want to hear Lactoid tear Corey.
Build it up, Corey. You finna cook them.
I'll gladly respond. Yeah. So, okay. Peptides can be neurotransmitters, but not all neurotransmitters are peptides. That is the distinction. And again, go to the YouTube video. Did it mention anything? I love it how when Lactoid referenced YouTube video, I call out the YouTube video. It said, didn't mention neurotransmitters. Lactoid goes to some Googling to try and justify his position. If you want to get into the nitty-gritty details of peptides, let's go for it. I asked the specific question in the YouTube video, did it mention neurotransmitters?
Hold on. So before I find this out, do you know for a fact whether or not Ozempic actually affects the peptides that are also neurotransmitters? If it does, you're going to eat shit. If it doesn't, I'm going to eat shit.
Yeah, sure. Based off what I know of the mechanism of action, although I don't think it's fully fleshed out, but it largely will affect insulin levels, as it will increase insulin levels. Insulin is a hormone that affects blood sugar levels. Insulin is not responsible. It is not a neurotransmitter. It is explicitly not a neurotransmitter.
That's what I heard.
So,
Lactoid, did it feel good getting fucked like that?
Hold on. I'm not done yet. Okay, I'm coming back.
We're gonna go.
I want that YouTube video. Go that YouTube video.
We're gonna go on, but that was like probably the most wholesome fight we've ever had here. Right? Just putting it out there. Let's go to man, Bam.
Corey, I stand on business. But I would say that. Yeah, I think that insurance companies should have obligation to pick this up, just because it's in the best interest of everyone involved. I think that if you could create one ideal miracle drug, what's going to lead to the best overall health outcomes. I think at least for the modern world we live in today, I think it would be like some magic pill or shot that prevented obesity. So I say as a person who's constantly on his own weight loss and obesity journey, thankfully I'm young enough that I don't have health issues related to it, but being overweight is a huge predictor of so many other health outcomes. I'm not into the camp that buys into the you're naturally overweight. It is a metric of calories in versus calories out. But the issue is we live in a world where it can be hard to be mobile enough to we just live in a much more sedentary lifestyle, from work from home, from the types of preservatives and things we put in food. It's not that obese people are lazy. I think that it's just really easy in the world we live in to be obese because of the types of things we have access to and the type of worlds we're being shaped around. So I mean, I haven't read much about this drug. I've heard about it. I've heard some about it. I've basically just read abstracts because I don't want to pretend to be a scientist when I'm not. But
like Lactoid.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, again, no YouTube video. No YouTube.
Okay, I'm gonna let you go, Bam. And then
just finishing up. Like I said, yeah, it seems that if there should be an obligation, just because, like I said, of all of the massive potential health outcomes, the quality of life it will improve for millions and millions of Americans, probably hundreds of millions of Americans and people around the globe. Yeah.
Okay, let's go to our friend Gibbs, please.
All right, so I'm not going to pretend that I have the science background that Corey's got up here. I'll just take a whooping. I'm not even going to try. And then if Lactoid wants to sit and argue word choice, that could be his thing. But let me tell you why none of that matters. Because Well, if we're going to sit here, I'm going to look at it from an economic standpoint, and as a conservative, I'm going to sit here, and the idea of the government coming in and telling a private company what they have to do is outrageous to me. And secondly, if it's going to be covered by government funding, I don't want my tax dollars going to this. Whenever these people should get off their asses and get in the gym. I'm a fat dude myself. I could sit here and go and say, hey, I wish I could take a wonder drug, or I could get off my ass and get in the gym and get in shape. Maybe there's some outlier exceptions for these people that have like thyroid issues or other things, but I'm sure they're treatable different ways. But if we're just talking about just straight up obesity because we're eating bad things, then no, absolutely not. And it really doesn't matter because the government should be involved in private business anyway. And it doesn't matter what the overall effect is across the board, even if it's good, because once again, the government shouldn't be involved in private business.
Thanks so much. Let's go to Pep.
So I think it only benefits everyone if less people are obese. Like it costs the country, like I think I was reading something up to like $1 trillion, possibly, definitely in the billions, in terms of dealing with like the health side effects and the costs that like the whole society as a whole kind of incurs from people being obese. And also, I think it would just be, even if you're just being solely pragmatic and selfish about this, like, it still helps people, even if you don't care about other people being healthier, it makes it more convenient for you on like planes if less people are obese, or like on public transit. There's like lots of circumstances where people like to bitch and complain about obese people, and like those would be possibly solved. There's like lots of just society-wide kind of implications that where things would be a little bit less of a hassle for everybody, obese people included, but also non-obese people could benefit from this as well. But largely, it would remove a lot of potential health issues and make people's lives a lot better. So I do think that it would be very, very valuable to have this covered. I think the laziness angle is kind of just, I don't know. I think it's very, very silly because just pragmatically speaking, like even if people are being lazy, if those lazy people could take a pill and it would make us have to spend less on taxes to like cover like hospitals for people who don't have insurance but still have to go in because of like diabetes related issues, like having like foot amputations, or like if they don't have insurance and then their foot gets gangrenous and then it like things get complicated the less care people have. So if you could head that off of the curve, like it would save a ton of money. So even if like you're like lazy people shouldn't like take the lazy way out, it just would make more sense to do that just financially, pragmatically, just selfishly, honestly. But also not selfishly, it would just be helpful to those people too.
Thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Tiberius. You're muted, friend.
Yeah, sorry, I actually hit the button and it wasn't working. It still told me it was off. So damn you, Stream Deck. Anyway, all right. So I'm gonna hit this from a completely different angle. I think this medication is actually disgusting, but not because of the fact that it's there and it's trying to solve a problem. Like I respect that. It's because it's a downstream solution, and I think most of you are familiar with the fact that I've ranted about this quite a lot. We have a health failure in this country. Straight up, our general health and well-being is disastrous. And look, I can totally get into like exercise kind of sucks. And whenever I'm going around working as much as I do every single day, and I'm sure most of you have the same problem, why do I need more exercise? Like I get my fucking steps in, guys. I do my lifting. So what really comes down to for me is our diet, and it is an absolute abomination. Sugar is as addictive as cocaine, and it's easier for me to get like a 24 pack of Dr. Pepper than it is like a fucking pound of steak. That's ridiculous. Like you have literally one of the most addictive substances on earth, and you can get it by the barrel for pennies on the dollar. And then when you get into other things like high fructose corn syrup, which makes my Dr. Pepper so addicting, I admit it, is that, it's literally banned in like half of the EU. And don't get me wrong, I don't like following the lead of the Europeans. They're a bunch of cucks. But in this case, they're probably right. Some of this shit is a health disaster on parity with drugs. And if we don't handle it appropriately, we're screwed. And considering how much money and political power, I can rant about this all day, but I'll finish with this. As much money and political power that is literally within food and health within the United States government, that is like the untold story of the last 10 years, is how the FDA has been hijacked by some of the most crazy people who demand that you should get 10% of your calories from fucking sugar. No, that's bullshit. I'm going to table it there, and then I'll rant it at you all later.
Thank you so much for not talking anymore. Let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah, so I mean, fat people don't want to be fat, but it's also kind of hard not to be fat in this country. Food kind of is super expensive. You want to get good food, kind of to what Tiberius was saying. FDA is kind of all fucked up. So, but also I do believe in universal healthcare, so I do think the insurances should cover it. But and I'm also pro enhancement drugs. So if someone wants to go and talk to their doctor, they put on Ozempic, TRT, and then also Adderall. I'm completely okay with that if their doctor approves it.
Okay.
I don't see the negative benefit. I mean, if you can have people be slimmer, stronger, and smarter, I don't see why you wouldn't just do that.
Stronger and smarter.
Slimmer, smarter, stronger, baby.
Okay. All right. All right. Let's go to FK then.
Yeah. I actually stand more with Tiberius on this. I think the reality is, I mean, to be fair, the reality on the ground is probably going to be Ozempic's really going to have to be used for childhood obesity. There's a lot of kids right now that are really fat, and I don't think we're just going to be able to teach them the skills to make them skinnier. But I think what we can do is we are the majority of our efforts should be pushed into creating a society that's more fit, to have people actually traveling around on foot, be more outside, be more physically active. We should be working at getting dietary education put into more places. We should be working at having that education constantly evolve and be not just the type of education where it's here's the food pyramid, or we don't do food pyramid anymore, but it's my plate, but more this is actually stuff you can do in your day to day. We should probably be trying to invest in having actual healthier foods be cheaper and more accessible in different environments. And we also have to work on getting people a better understanding of their health and what they have to do. It's funny because just yesterday in the politics server, we did an AMA with a guy who has been a coach for 15 years, and he's a nutritionist. He's coached actual bodybuilding competitors, and one of the big things that he talked about, right, as a personal coach, was what it comes down to isn't this idea of learn all these things all at once. It's building these individual steps to be better disciplined, be better determined. And I don't know. I'm speaking about this from the perspective of I was 420, and now I'm in the 260 range, and I'm still dropping from here. So it's these are this just taking Ozempic isn't going to fix our problem. It's a lot deeper than that.
That's dope. That's crazy.
Okay, stop. Pause. I need to address something with Lactoid.
You mean you need to apologize?
No.
You mean you need to apologize to
I absolutely
Lactoid?
do not. No.
Fucking hate both of you.
I will absolutely.
Oh no! You don't.
I will absolutely deal. So I've pointed out to you before in private, okay, that you don't know how to do research on one of your own research streams. Is this true, Lactoid? Have I pointed out your faulty research methods in some of your research streams? Is that a true statement?
You have criticized in the same way I've criticized some research methods by you.
No. Did I point
out libertarian. One of your classic. You did. But one of your classic examples was you said, well, men are less empathetic, and you linked me a study, or you said libertarians are less empathetic, and you linked me a study showing that men are less empathetic.
Yeah, and
clearly that's a bad correlation. It's a bad correlation.
No, I can. I'll pull that up later in terms of specifically libertarian. But did I point out in an inaccuracy in a research stream that you did?
You pointed out, yes, you pointed out an inaccuracy, which I corrected.
Which I'm glad to hear. So now I'm going to point out. So how, if you want to go into my domain, I'm more than happy to do it. So can you tell me the difference between GLP-1 and a GLP-1 receptor agonist? What is the difference here? If you want to make the claim that GLP-1 is a neurotransmitter, what is the difference between GLP-1 and a GLP-1 receptor agonist?
An agonist would simply be something that stops GLP-1 from being uptaken into the brain.
Nope, that is absolutely not what it does. An agonist pretty much mimics the effects of the native endogenous molecule and activates it. As in, a GLP-1 receptor agonist is pretty much a mimic of GLP-1. Okay, so you're going to say that GLP-1 receptor agonist is now stimulating more GLP-1 production.
No, it prevents the GLP-1 from being uptaken into the brain, is what I said, right? So by mimicking it, does it do that?
No, it doesn't. As far as I know, based on the mechanism of action.
Well, then what about the study saying it's a transmitter?
GLP-1. So that's why I asked you to tell me the difference. What is the difference between GLP-1 and a GLP-1 receptor agonist?
This is how you all feel whenever you're in a politics panel with me, or a geopolitics panel with me. And
what is Ozempic? What is Ozempic? Walk me through.
Yeah. So Ozempic. Yeah. So my understanding here's my understanding here, and
again,
maybe this is hold on. You asked me a question. Did you not ask me a question, Corey?
I did. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So it's an agonist, right? And my understanding, maybe it's like slightly flawed as to the methodology, but the agonist would prevent the brain from uptaking GLP-1. Now, when I look at this right here, glucagon-related peptide 1, GLP-1, which is what the weight loss drug applies to, it is a hormone and neurotransmitter. When you said before, like hormones can also be neurotransmitters, but not this one. This one, GLP-1, which Ozempic works against, is indeed both a hormone and a neurotransmitter, is it not?
No, I said it's not affecting neurotransmitters. As in, you made the claim in your opening statement that...
Well, if it affects GLP-1, then it's affecting a neurotransmitter.
No, not necessarily.
An agonist? Hold on, you're saying the GLP-1 agonist is not affecting the GLP at all?
You need to... Again, I will ask the question, what is Ozempic? What is it doing? Walk me through.
You ain't gonna answer.
And again, in your opening statement, you cited a YouTube video, okay? And you cited a YouTube video bringing up neurotransmitters. Did the YouTube video bring up neurotransmitters?
Okay, if it's he doesn't want to answer. I am a doctor technically. GLP-1 receptor agonist. Okay, so if it's a receptor agonist, if it's a GLP-1 receptor agonist, are you telling me this is not related to GLP-1?
It's related to GLP-1 in terms of it is mimicking the effects of GLP-1.
Okay, so does it affect the neurotransmitter, which is GLP-1?
That is unlikely.
Yeah, not to my understanding.
What do you mean it's unlikely? It's a GLP-1 receptor agonist, and so and then there's GLP-1, which is a hormone and neurotransmitter, and you're saying it's mimicking the neurotransmitter, but it's got nothing to do with it?
No, it is mimicking the effects of That's why it's called an agonist. Okay, it's pretty much you are providing
mimicking the effects of a neurotransmitter.
Just tell us exactly, Corey, what it's doing. Just tell us.
Okay, so as far as I know, but okay,
and explain it like I'm 5.
I will ask the question again. You said you watched a YouTube video.
Don't ask the question. Just answer it. What is it?
For the rest of the class.
Okay, so as far as I know, okay, based off of Ozempic and specifically semaglutide. That is a GLP-1 receptor agonist. What that means, this is contrasting between agonist and antagonist, okay? Mm-hmm. The best example that I can use is opioids. People know that opioids do something to your brain, to your opioid receptors. It binds to your opioid receptors, and it does a whole bunch of things. Now, what is an antagonist? An antagonist is something like naloxone. As in it blocks the effects on the opioid receptors, as in the opioids can't bind to the opioid receptor. So what is GLP-1 receptor agonist? GLP-1.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Lactoid.
So you're saying it's blocking the receptor, so the neurotransmitter can't get in.
Corey, can I try?
That is antagonist. I'm talking about an antagonist in contrast to an agonist. An antagonist blocks. An agonist stimulates. It activates. Okay, it actually does.
Corey, can I try?
Yes, you can absolutely try.
Okay, Lactoid. It's like, imagine you have a cup of water, and what an antagonist does is you put your hand over the cup and it's blocking the water from coming in. What an agonist does is there's already a stream of water, which is the GLP-1. Or what is it, GLP? Am I saying it right?
GLP-1,
yeah. And then the agonist is just you're adding an extra like synthetic version of that water that's like making it more full than it originally would be.
Sure. Okay.
And in being more full, you're going to be less hungry.
Okay. Sure. Okay. So it is mimicking a neurotransmitter, and basically like making more of it is what you're saying.
No, it's not. So it's binding to a receptor. So you want to get. So what does a receptor
It's just
do?
mimic. It's not making more. It's just
It's a
mimicking the
receptor
thing that does
agonist.
the job.
Tell me what a
which is a
receptor does.
which is a neurotransmitter.
Tell us, Lactoid, what the receptor does. That's all we want to hear.
It receives, motherfucker. The
Well,
receptor receives. Well, what it receives is what it's built to receive. If it receives neurotransmitters.
He don't know what he's talking about.
Does the wait? Does here? I want specific answers.
Lactoid. Let's say your body has 100 receptors. Originally, your body would be producing like 2 GLP-1s, right? And then what happens is you add the agonist, and it's like it's mimicking the GLP-1s. So like instead of just 2 of your receptors being hit, it would be like 98 of your receptors being hit, and you'd be less full. And from what I'm understanding, that's what this comes down to.
So it makes them hit more by the neurotransmitter.
It hits different.
It hits different.
Okay.
It is
Can
binding
we
to
get-
the receptor, and it is likely altering gene expression, resulting in increased insulin production. Okay.
How does it? Does the GLP have anything to do with it?
Too far. We've
Because
gone
when
too
the
far.
receptors hit, you
We had-
increase
okay,
insulin
okay.
production, and it's just
Okay.
one of them being
Jesus
hit.
Christ.
Okay. So I let this go on because like I like Lactoid getting ducked on. Okay.
I think this is pedantic.
It's my.
It
it's my
totally
took an L
matters.
here,
So we are going to move past
GLP-1 is a transmitter. No, Prime, please, Prime. Can we just? Can I just say one last thing? One last thing, and then I won't say anything else. Okay, well, on this specific thing. Okay, I want to be very clear. Okay, I posted multiple things. GLP-1, okay, is a hormone and neurotransmitter. Okay, it is both. Okay, and so when you have a GLP-1 agonist, right, it having anything to do with affecting the neurotransmitter, does it have anything to do? Anything at all?
If y'all had better diets, we wouldn't have to go through this right now.
It is not affecting.
Let me
native
just jump in.
GLP-1.
Okay, go ahead.
Self-control would fix this.
Gibbs, but I don't want to.
Yeah. So what if I told you it didn't matter if this was like the limitless drug that had no bad side effects and it was the best thing in the world? It still doesn't matter what it does, because guess what? This really comes down to a private business issue, right? When can the government overstep and force insurance companies to start doing something for the good of the American people? And that's the real issue, not whether or not we should give it to people because it does good or bad.
Wait.
Like that's the real issue that we're debating here.
I think we do have
Wait, hold on. As a fellow righty, can I split hairs with you on this one, Gibbs?
I mean, we do what you want.
I get where you're with on this one, but like I'm not completely anti like government intervention. Like, would you agree with me that it's better to hit like the positive side of this problem in the regards that we know that like we have a problem with the food? Like, can we actually target like industry and say, hey, look, man, we're going to tax sugar. We're going to do something along the lines to discourage poor diets.
I will give you a couple outs, actually. I'll say, like, one, if you could like demonstrate somehow that this like wonder drug was going to like increase economic productivity so much that it was going to offset any potential like negative things, but that's never going to happen in any kind of world, right? So that's not really a realistic.
You probably would.
Wait, no.
Hold on. Let me
This
just
would
finish.
offset a
Let me
lot
just.
of costs.
I don't think we can prove that it's worth the offset of like the like slippery slope of telling private businesses they have to do something.
I think it could be demonstrated. You can't just
Well, no, we could
have
we could calculate how much
Let
it
him
would
finish,
cost
please.
to have these businesses use the drugs, and then we could calculate what are our costs of obesity, which is like it involves a lot of different things, but we could put that down.
Let's
some,
write
like,
notes
format.
and let him finish, please.
So as for what you said, and I'll come back to that. As for what you said, like basically, yeah, if the government wanted to tackle it through a different, like, I don't know, food program or FDA reform or something, maybe that's a better answer. But I mean, I'm always going to come down on the side of like, less government intervention is better, right? And so in this case, I think that y'all could argue and say, oh, the benefits from a healthy society sounds well and good, and we can measure that it's going to save costs on planes, or it's going to save the like costs on like healthcare, or we can save costs on like trips. But I'm going to say it doesn't matter, because once you set the precedent that we can have the government come in and tell business they have to do it in this field, they're going to take that precedent, use it across other fields that we don't want them applying to, which is a bigger concern to me than whether or not this wonder drug can do a few good things.
Wait, but if we had fields this big, would it be that bad? Like if we had like if we just had a drug that cured heart disease, like, would it be bad if the government said, "Hey, we're going to enforce that. Like, you have to start allowing people to like use this"?
I mean, if it's going to force an insurance company to pay for it, then yeah, I would say yeah, that's bad.
Damn.
I don't understand like the value of the principle. Like it seems like the conservative talking point is usually like, okay, this serves some. Oh, did I die?
You're still here, but barely.
Okay.
Your camera disappeared.
Okay. All of y'all disappeared. That's weird. But anyways, to me, there should be some principle involved to it. Like the idea that, like, oh, okay, like the reason we don't want to infringe on businesses is because like you can demonstrate the greater good that's being served here, but just like it seems like it's something that you're dying on, like in and of itself. Like even if you could prove, like you could demonstrate like the 100 ways why it makes for a better society, you're like, yeah, but think about the businesses. Like they're just really strange.
It's a purity of argument based upon like the self-determination of a business entity or a corporation, right? Like I even as a righty, I struggle with this and like maintaining the idea that like an entity, a public entity, is valuable as an individual, because it has a role, but like the level that we openly allow that to usurp people fucking does bother me. The problem is that like we have to either acknowledge that we're going to kind of come into you on the micro scale and like dictate your personal life, which really sucks, or we're going to have to at least try to move some levers when it comes to industry and business on that level, which is where I throw a fit with these fuckers, to be completely honest, because there's a lot of small government folks out there, and I'm fine with that, but they want to wait until the problem is just not manageable at all, and then the left comes in and just sweeps in with like these massive regulations when it's like, hey, look, you can have the biggest social welfare system in the world and in all of human history called Social Security, or you could just mandate that all employers have to pay at least 3% of your wages out as a 401k or an IRA, and we would completely dismantle this within 30 years. We would never even have to worry about Social Security because everyone would have it from a private sector. Sorry for the rant, but yeah, like this is where these Diamond Day conservatives piss me off to no end, because there is small government solutions, but they don't want to even implement that because it's too coercive.
Okay. Interesting.
I mean,
go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree with you on that one, man. I feel like there is a reason for this, and like once you start getting overreach, like people talk about the slippery slope being like, oh, the slippery slope, whatever. But it's a real thing. It's a real thing. It's the death by 1,000 cuts, right? So like, if Lactoli could probably vouch for this. If you look at things like even this is the reason why they even examine dissenting opinions in the Supreme Court, right? So they will look at for some legal basis to do something. So when you look at even like pre-cases, or we look at like, oh, the government's done this, eventually somebody is probably going to sue over it, and there's going to be a decision made, right? And then the Supreme Court's going to have a final say, possibly, unless they legislate it in. And I'm against the whole concept of somebody coming in here and telling private people what they can and can't do. Like once you start down this slope, what's to stop them from doing anything? They could come in here and tell you, hey, tomorrow we're going to kill all your dogs because we think it's better for the environment because the methane from their farts is bad. Like, I mean, this is a real thing. So they're going to come in tomorrow and say you have to eat lab-grown meat now because, like, you're sitting saying these are outrageous things, but there is a push.
No,
right now
hold on. Like, don't put that on me. Like, no. Like, okay, like let me separate this out real quick. There is levels to where I think that slippery slope is 100% real. I think Reagan was 100% correct in being like, hey, the social security state that was built out under FDR, yeah, it's now taking up a third of your income. It's a third of all of our economic spending at that point. It was fucking ridiculous. And I totally get behind, small government conservatives like, hey, it was a good idea to try to push against that. The problem is the right has not been providing like these more like, I don't know how you put it. It's low interference but high impact policies that we've been able to do forever.
Can I the thought exercise just real quick? I want to see what you think real quick. I'm sorry.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
All right. So let's just say instead of this drug, the government came in and said, hey, and we knew for sure this would do the same thing. Just pure thought exercise, right? The government came in and said to the ranchers, tomorrow you can't grow no more cows because that's bad. It's going to lead to all these bad things, and we're going to replace it with lab-grown meat from beef, and it's going to be the same thing, and we're going to do it. Do you think they should have the right to come in there and tell everybody their livelihood's done tomorrow? And if so or no, how is that different from this?
At some point, they could be demonstrated.
That's kind of the kicker. The answer for me, actually, on a level, is yes. Like it has to be okay to actually. Okay, sure. Like it has to be okay for the government to do something, right? I can't get behind lactoid on taxation as theft to 100% because taxation is necessary to maintain the functionality of state. On top of that, like the state can do a lot of good for people because it does allow us to build out institutions which fights the coercion that naturally happens within systems. Like I'm pro-capitalism, but let's be real here. Capitalism without any kind of like restraints runs amok and becomes a literally a parody of itself. Like we don't want that.
Is it a bad thing to say?
Is Ozempic the like good we should be reaching for as like the top, right? Like the way I view it, right, is Ozempic is going to be really great. Again, if you're that kid who like you gained a lot of weight and you really didn't have much control over your diet, and it's like you didn't have much control over what you're really doing in your day to day, and this is like helpful to get you like starting your steps forward, right? It's going to make it easier for you to build those healthy habits. But the reality is, you can't just like. What I'm worried is this is just going to become a world where like we have kids going to the doctors, getting their checkup annually or whatever, and then like. At the end of that checkup, the doctor goes, "Hey, you're a little fat ass. Here's your Ozempic." And like the kid has a reduced appetite, spends his life with that reduced appetite. At some point, he gets off it, and he just becomes fat again because he's never actually dealt with like the processes he's needed to build. Right?
I think they can be associated.
There's two ways. The adults that have those habits now take the Ozempic and get it, whatever, and then it's still a training method for the younger generation. But to sit here and like completely neglect the generation of people that are alive now that are dealing with those habits, to say that just focus on the future, but that's utopic speak though, right? We're not going to tell people to not eat McDonald's. They're not going to be able to afford it.
It's not just don't eat McDonald's. It's like one of the biggest things I think we could do is start integrating our in what is it, like community gyms into our schools, right? It should be the case that you have your rec center that like is connected to your schools, and every once in a while you go to the rec center with your school and you learn through those like coaches there, and those coaches should be better funded so they're actually like educated in their field to help you set up like a balanced nutritional diet and help you set up like a balanced method of like working out.
Well,
but PE
so
isn't
like the problem isn't that gyms aren't available in communities. The problem is that parents aren't like.
But PE isn't what it should be.
If you have a fat kid, it's the parent's fault. If the parent is feeding the kid McDonald's and the kid gets used to the McDonald's,
the parents are also products of their environment too. These parents you have to give them some blame. It should be the case that we teach these parents, and if they're like being given the proper being given the proper access to like the required fucking resources, right, to deal with these issues, then okay. But like a lot of these parents don't have these resources right now, and they don't have access to them, and we need to get this increased.
That was why I was saying utopic. So the parents don't have the information to give to the kids. The kids aren't going to learn. So until we teach an entire generation of people to train their kids to be able to train their kids better, that's not going to work out.
No, but you need to do it.
We can work on both at the same time. Yeah, exactly. Alongside the Ozempic, yeah. Two things. No drug is ever like a miracle drug where you just. I mean, okay, maybe some are. Most drugs, when you take them, it's also like, hey, you have to like do lifestyle changes, like ADD meds. They're like, don't expect this to be a magic bullet. You have to form habits around it. Same with like people have heart attacks. They have to take like heart meds and stuff, but they have to change their lifestyle a lot too. Most of the time, when you take a med, there are very, very few magic bullet medications. You have to like do the work and put in lifestyle changes around it. And some people don't, and then they fail, and things they're like consequences down the road from that. But for the most part, that can be probably fixed with more education around it or more support for things like that. But there's no reason not to do the support alongside the drug that's like proven to be super effective. Same with like making more walkable cities. I think it's insane that we really need to have more walkable cities. And I like the like community gym stuff too. I think it's all awesome. It would be great for it to happen alongside this stuff that's like effective right this second.
Yeah, but the whole point of insurance is so they can sit here and look at it and go, hey, we're going to figure out what the most easy way is to keep this person alive so they don't have to pay out, right? So obviously, if this is the most economical way, the insurance companies are going to go ahead and step forward. But that's a lot different than the government coming in and saying, hey, you got to do this. So if it is working and it is economically viable to keep these people alive and better, they're going to go ahead and do that. But, they don't need the government to come in here and tell them, well, it's still a half-cooked idea.
No, but Gibbs, there's also kids that are severely...
They don't want to pay out.
It's not about the insurance companies. It's about these. It's about like, in the cases of these kids, there's kids that are severely overweight. Like, if the insurance company goes, oh, it's not beneficial for us right now because it costs a lot of money to give them Ozempic, I think that is a point where the government should step in and be like, no, it is beneficial for us. It should be on you to provide these people with like adequate healthcare to be able to like balance their diet, get their nutrition in order, and get those skills developed. That should be part of our healthcare system, and that should be mandated out of any healthcare provider, especially if they're sitting there wanting to have healthier patients.
No, I heavily disagree with that concept in general. I don't think it's the government's the role to come here and step and play nanny and daddy and hold our hands. Sometimes we got to take the role on ourselves. I personally think smaller government's better, and once they start overreaching, you're just one step away from totalitarianism.
They are mommy and daddy for everything else, though. It just stops at healthcare.
Yeah, they can finance the foods we have.
I don't know. I just feel like that is like, well, that's just a disagreement in the role of government. Like, I feel like the government does serve to like better people's support people's lives to some degree. I just wanted to say, like, in regards to the idea of like this not being enough, like, yeah, I don't necessarily agree that it's enough on its own, but it's also when you pay attention to how these drugs work, like there's a chemical element to it, and then there's like a social and psychological element to it. Like when you go through years of like if you have a different level of hunger, it's gonna shape how you think of portion sizes typically. Like whenever you're going to eat, and then even if like for some reason you hit a point where you do have to come off the drug, like, yeah, there may be some weird adjustment initially, but if you've been eating like smaller portions for like a decade period, like you eventually did like build on a habit. You're gonna like feel uncomfortable like socially about eating more. You're gonna be like, oh, this is actually like what I'm used to eating. Like that.
So what's next? The government going to issue us rations, and we're going to have to eat only a certain amount of rations of the government? I mean, like that sounds.
This wasn't a government thing. I was literally talking about hunger. I was literally talking about the human physical hunger.
Wait, I think it could be the case you choose not to take advantage of these like resources. That's fine. If you don't want to like if you're fat and you don't want to take the Ozempic and you don't want to go to the gym and you don't want to do anything for your health, no one's going to stop you from doing that, right? But that doesn't mean we shouldn't have it provided for people who need it, because like we understand it's a benefit to our society and a benefit to each one of us to like have people be healthier.
Oh, and Tiberius, I actually don't think people get. You were saying earlier, someone wanted to respond to you, like you were talking about, like, oh, I work enough, like I get my steps in. Like you may very well
some people don't,
but yeah, I don't think that's the average. I think like between 25 and 29, I think the average American walks somewhere in like the neighborhood of like 3,000 steps a day, which is around a little bit over a mile. They say 2,000 steps is a mile, so it's like a mile and a half of the day, which is like really really low on like a international level. For what's expected for the human being.
Right. So okay, so there's levels to me where that's like, all right, first world problems, but there's also levels to me where like it's absolutely wonderful to live in a world where I don't have to like walk miles at a day just to get to work or like, to get my food.
But the human being, we probably should. Like, I think our bodies, we probably should be walking somewhere around. As crazy as it sounds, like probably like 3 to 4 miles a day. Like,
right. Let me split hairs. Because on one level, like I think there's reasons that we should be more physically active. And like if you're a desk person, right? If you go and you sit at the same place for 8 hours a day, I totally can see where this is a problem. And I'm not talking about you when I say like, hey, I get my steps on. Most of my jobs have been very laborious and physical, and most of them require me doing a couple miles a day. It's not literally just, walking around. It's just, back and forth kind of shit, right? What I'm trying to get at is there are levels to where I definitely think there is a bit of an individual responsibility here, but this is where I want to fight with Gibbs a little bit, and it's just because I love you, buddy. I totally get where someone's like, I do not want government getting in the way of business if they can help it. Cool, great. What I do have a problem with is that if we are going to treat drugs with the validity that they are treated in regards of like, hey, this shit is like hyper addictive, it's responsible for a shitload of like social mores, and just general economic like degradation. I think we can treat food in somewhat of the same way. Like, not only do we have the FDA, which I hope you don't disapprove of, but I think it needs to have some teeth. It needs to be able to go after a lot of these products that are incredibly toxic to like the human existence. Forget exercising. Like, that's second on my list. We can do that later. Getting people off of this shit that's literally like eating them from the insides is like priority number one.
So if the government came in tomorrow and outlawed restaurants because they said, oh, their portion sizes are too big, and we're like, all right, we're going to be like in 40K, and every person has to eat corpse starch, I mean, it's going to hit all your needs, and you get a certain amount every day, you're totally okay with that if you think that it's going to prove a great.
No, but is it
wait,
bad
hold
that the
up, hold up,
government
hold up,
added
hold up, hold up,
calorie-
hold
Is
up,
it
hold
I mean,
bad
up.
that's
that
what
the
we're
government
arguing
added
about right
calorie
here.
mandates?
No,
Is it bad
is
that the
it-
government added calorie mandates, like for especially big restaurants like McDonald's or Burger King or any of these like fast food restaurants? Is that a
Letting
bad thing
people
that
know
it's like,
what they're eating.
hey, this is how many calories are in our food?
Look, like my problem with this conversation is that if I'm always going to get stuck in like the craziest version of the slippery soap argument, like
Not the crazy slippery slope argument. They already
wait.
do this though on other issues. Like, I mean, it's already a big issue in the ranching. That's why I brought this up. Is they're already trying to push out certain kinds of cows. They're trying to push you're sitting here, you're ruining people's livelihoods. And I know nobody wants to look at insurance as poor me, woe is me. They're the small guy. They're not. But luckily, they're on the front lines of an issue that's going to affect a lot of the small middle class America. Once this issue gets going, is kind of the issue that I'm coming to.
Like,
Yeah, but,
there's definitely a runaway train that scares me in this. I'm not gonna act like it doesn't, but like the problem with where you're coming from is my folks are in ag, and like I've not been told, hey, you can't have these cows yet. No one, like, there would be a bitch fit from hell, and if there is any sector in the world, or sorry, in all of the American political space that is hyper overpowered compared to like its size, it's American ag. Like, good God, like, have you seen the money we dole out for these folks?
I don't know, man. We've taken some losses in American ag. I'll tell you that recently. So,
like, in what regards? Like, don't get me wrong. There's some parts that suck, but I don't think that's a political problem. I think that's an economic problem.
I mean, I don't know. All right.
That's small business before a big business, but like I want to be able to have others be a part of this conversation.
I understand. I'm just jealous because Lactoid and Corey had to go through their shit earlier. Now I can't have mine.
I'm comfortable. Admiral Gibbs, would you feel comfortable with with a rollback on like if we said like 6-year-olds can have cigarettes because freedoms? Like, does that make that a better world for you? Is that better government?
I mean, obviously, I don't want them the cigarettes.
Right, but personal choice. Like if the 6-year-old decides it.
I guess if the parents said it was fine, I guess I don't really think the government should be having.
Well, if the parents aren't there, I'm saying, like, can the parents purchase it, or like if the kid just went in the store, like pack of cigarettes?
I would think that my argument would be that they're under their parents' like guidance, right? So the parents have to stay until they're 18, which I kind of feel like is the 18 law with cigarettes, right? So I feel like that's fine. I don't feel like unless you're a legal adult, you probably shouldn't be doing vice things like versus
21 now, right? So even if you're 18,
yeah. So yeah. Well, then, like I said, I've argued on other panels. I know most people here pigeonhole conservatives saying they want to lower the age of consent. I think we should raise it to 21. Then, if everything's 21, everything's 21 across the board. Then, in that case, so I don't know.
So government mandates are okay?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
So government mandates are okay to overtake people's freedoms?
All right, no. But I'm saying that your parents are deciding, and so once you're a legal adult, then you don't really have any legal freedoms because you're not a full citizen with the full rights, until you're a legal adult.
Aren't the rights that are decided, like, isn't the only reason you have your rights through your parents because of the government's mandate? Like, the government kind of decides you have that right.
So I would argue that the Constitution is a contract between the people and the government, right? And they want the government to hold this contract, correct? Right? And so when you're, in the womb and you're born, your parents have made this decision by staying as citizens, right? That you have to be adherent to this contract, right? And so whatever the majority here in America, we got a democracy. So whatever people decide, and right now there are some mandates and stuff, you have to follow those laws. Sure. So yeah, I'm not going to sit here and say break the law, but I am going to say, yeah, sure, you are beholden to the contract that your parents basically signed for you, right? So yeah, I don't know how you're trying to get me here on that one, but no, I don't think in general, I'm going to say mandates are bad overall. The less government, the better.
Okay.
Except for the things that you want applied to. That's what I'm saying. It's just like, it seems like, except for the things that you agree with, government bad.
What do you mean? Like what? Like what are you saying here? Give me an example.
So I mean, if the government the age of consent is 21 and adults are 21, but we've used to them being 18, and now what's the
right? And they grandfathered those people in usually.
I mean, so the mandate is okay still. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm wondering. It's okay. What do you agree with it?
No, I mean, I personally think that we probably shouldn't have any of the regulations, but we need them for some things, I guess. Is that what y'all are saying? I don't know.
I mean, that's
we're just trying to find where regulations
for things because you have to hold people have to be held accountable for certain shit.
I'm not saying that, we don't live in a perfect world, so people do have to be held accountable for some things. Sure, if that's what you want me to say, sure, I'll say there are some things, but I don't think this is the line. I think
Well, and we look to the government to make mandates for those. That's kind of what I'm saying. Is like we rely on government mandates for like a lot of things.
Right, and that's a problem. We need less of them.
So okay, I want to
explain how you can have less of them.
So hold on. I let's assume, for instance, just for a moment, that we live in a world with government mandates, right? Like, let's just live in that fantasy world for a moment, all right? I want to explore with the time that we have remaining. Like, should this be a something that's included? So Lactoid out there, he's a bit busy with other things, but I'm calling him back, Lactoid, Lactoid friend. Do you think that this obesity is an individual responsibility? Because in this world with the government mandate, right, it's going to spread the cost of this to everyone. So whether you are obese, right, let's say you are a fit individual on washboard abs, women everywhere are attracted to you. Me, right? So if you're a person like me, and now your insurance premiums are going to go up because there's this expensive drug that's being added to the regime, right? To the prescription regime. And it's going to come up for me, right? Like, I feel like this is something that you would dislike.
It's been 5 years, your premium's probably going down, but yeah.
So it's difficult because there's like the perfect world and then there's the realistic world. The perfect world is we don't pay for any of this bullshit and you let people pay for their own decisions. That's like the rational world. But the realistic world is heart disease is the number 1 killer in America. And cancer is number 2. Cancer is affected by obesity. And we pay this, right? Whether we like it or not, because Medicare is very popular. Social Security pays for this as well, indirectly. Medicare just pays for it directly, even for rich old people. Medicaid pays for it, and then whatever insurance plan we're on is legally mandated to pay for a lot of that care. So, if this is like where it becomes difficult for me, if there's no political will to remove the other things that we're paying for, which I don't know if there is, or I don't know if there will be. But there is political will to pay for these drugs. And the drugs do work at reducing the overall cost. Then the companies should be paying for it because it's a cost-saving mechanism, right? If paying for people's nicotine patches cut their smoking, and we have like evidence this effectively does so, and we save money by blocking, can somebody make the argument for me? Like, if we run an analysis and we save money by preventing smokers from smoking by giving them free nicotine patches, and there's no political will to stop paying for their cancer treatment, but there is political will to pay for their nicotine patches, and we're going to save money and we're going to steal less money from the taxpayers if we pay for their nicotine patches. What's the argument against paying for their nicotine patches?
That would have to be from Gibbs. You're the only one standing there.
What's the harm?
What's the downside of paying for the nicotine patches?
I mean, if you can prove everything's like better and they make it all better. I mean, the downside is this, and like I said, it comes down to this. I don't actually per se have the problem with this one issue. If you can sit and argue, my problem that I'm having with this is that we're coming in, we're telling like private insurance companies, right? Now, say I as a citizen go and I find an insurance company that does cover this, right? Nobody's like currently telling them that they can or can't, right? But insurance companies have collectively decided, I guess, so far that they don't want to cover this for whatever reason, right? So if all these things are well and good, as you're suggesting, then I'm not sure why an insurance company whose whole goal is to not pay out on other health-related issues, right? As opposed to somebody like, oh, they know obesity is going to cause one of these issues, and they're going to pay for more of these things. I don't know why an insurance company wouldn't go ahead and pay that. But the idea that the government needs to come in here and make that decision for them, that lies the issue.
So 100% agree with that. 100% agree with that. My only question for you is, Gibbs, let's say that the insurance companies begin to, like, they negotiate a good price for this medicine and they begin to offer it because it does save them costs, okay? Let's say this happens. then would you agree that Medicare should probably also offer these drugs?
Well, I would say first that, well, yeah, sure. If the government comes in, sure.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
and this
I'm
is
not a
very
real
reasonable.
big fan of Medicare either, but so yeah, sure.
Well, neither am I. Neither am
paying
I.
for
And I would like to get rid of it.
If it's already existing, then
But-
sure, the government negotiates it down, and it's
So
reasonable, I guess. Whatever.
I'll make the argument. I'll make the argument as to why we shouldn't pay for the nicotine patches or Ozempic, because what we're paying for is a bandage for a vice, right? So like we're not actually solving the actual problem. In terms of smoking, right? Like, well, it should be up to you to not smoke. Now we can put in programs in place to assist you with that, right? Because sometimes it's like a mental thing. We can put out PSAs for you to understand the problems of smoking. But like us paying for your nicotine patches kind of just encourages you to just because like without the nicotine patches that they don't work like that, right? People still smoke with nicotine patches. We're not actually addressing the problem. With Ozempic, we aren't addressing the problem of people overeating or eating the wrong things. And so at best, we're adding to our costs. It'll lower their costs in some ways, but in other ways, like there could be other health outcomes because you're giving a whole list of people these drugs now with unforeseen consequences. And we haven't. It would be better. Like the cheapest outcome would be simply to encourage folks to change their habits, eat different foods, provide them with those options, of course.
That word simply is doing a lot of carrying in that.
Yeah.
You're doing a lot.
You already have those options.
Obviously, the answer is get people to have better life choices, but that's not a. You can't just fix that issue, right? That's a lot of training, generations upon generations. Like we've gotten to this point because of all the habits we've incurred.
Yeah, and also like I don't like we use this word like typically we use like, oh, we're not getting to the root of the issue, we're not getting to the foundation. But I think you still have to make the argument for why you have to do that. For example, I've heard someone say they would say like if we created a machine tomorrow that could pull like 100% of the carbon out of the air, like 100% of the carbon out of the air and like solve climate change, like. But some people were making an argument like, oh, but we're not getting to the root of the issue. We should actually just be safer in the environment. But it's like, but if you're doing like we create a machine that gets you that outcome, like Band-Aid or not, like it seems like you're solving the issue. Like if we created a drug that prevented obesity, like then like, oh, but we're not making people eat better. Like the reason we want people to eat better is because we want to prevent obesity. Like at the end of the day, you just
bionic arm.
Yeah.
Look, I've been hanging out for a second. I'll put it in this regard. The biggest reason why like I advocate 90% of the shit I do is that it's not about like, oh, government good or bad. It's about, all right, if the government's going to do a damn thing, like mandate X or eliminate X, like is that the better option than what we were trying to solve the problem that we were going after, right? So for me, in your carbon capture machine, if the carbon capture machine is like incredibly effective and inexpensive, right? You can put 1,000 of them up and they're like cheap as fucking bricks. And then, like literally all it costs to run them is like plugging them in like it's a 100-watt light bulb.
Yeah, but we don't give a fuck about the environment on the ground. Like, yeah, we just
that's just a massive ease win, right? But if this thing is literally, hey, we have to build each one for $1 trillion and we need at least 10 of them to like counteract what we're doing. Like, no, I'm going to be looking for other solutions. I'm going to be like, all right, carbon tax, let's slow this down, something else, because as invasive as that tax would be, and I would agree it's fucking invasive as shit, I'd rather spend the money on that than having a giant fuck-off machine that costs $1 trillion a pop.
Here's the other issue, Bam. Ozempic's not making you eat better. It's just making you eat less, right? Like, you still need these people to develop those other skills. That's why, like I said, the worry for me is you just go into like, oh, you just have your wonder drug, but it's not what that is. It's
it's not about the drugs.
Part of
wait, Yeah, it's not about this. Like I'm not. It's not about this drug. Like if we're about to go back into the science of this specific drug, that's not what it's about. I speak more to the idea of like if we did have the wonder drug, like would we care about people's habits if we could like solve for all of the negative externalities that come with it? Like some people are like foundationally against the concept of like I think Ali was talking about like genetic enhancements. So he's like, oh, it needs to be natural, and I'm saying I don't know if some people are making that argument like, oh, we're not doing it the natural, clean way, so it feels like cheating or BS. Like I'm saying that's not important to me. Yeah, if this drug isn't like actually correcting for the all the negative externalities, then of course, yeah, it's not a single issue thing. Sorry, Corey.
Oh, no, that's okay. I just wanted to add on to like FK's point. At least is from the data that I've seen and the trials that I've seen, like it's very often not just the drug alone. It's usually the drug in combination with exercise and diet coaching, et cetera, et cetera. And even then, as far as I can tell, again, based on the data that I've seen, it's not like miraculous, like extreme weight loss and rapid amount. Like the average from what I've seen, it's like about a pound per week, which is like healthy weight loss, but it's not like some super dramatic. It's like 0.5 to 1 pound per week.
But that's what you would want. That's what you want ideally, wasn't it? Like 1 to 2.
Yeah, that is, like I said, that is totally healthy weight loss. But like, let's say if you push your limits, if you're like really extreme, you can like push that to like 2 to 3 pounds per week.
So this is something I don't know. Are we mandating insurance companies right now to provide people with like nutritionists and like physical experts and just people to help them on these types of diet journeys and like losing weight?
Not usually. It's not usually mandated. In fact, there's a specific Medicare rule that states that Medicare won't pay for things like weight loss drugs, for example.
See, that's kind of my issue here. It's we can fight all day about giving people Ozempic, but then what? We're just gonna have insurance companies that are like, hey, yeah, we provide you your pill. Good luck on everything else.
Wait, is it a guarantee that they have to provide the pill, or is it a guarantee that they actually have to have a policy that's in place? Because there's a lot of policies I've been offered where, like, I can get my medications at a discount, but I'm paying out my fucking nose to do it.
Well, I think that. Well, that's a good question, I guess. Well, for the Obamacare, I think that actually addressed exactly that. You couldn't have plans like the one you're describing. But I don't know. I feel like I'm going to speak out my ass here, so I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, so I hear you, Bam. You're talking about like, well, what difference if we're addressing the root cause if we're actually solving the issue? Or yeah. If the main problem is taken care of, well, then maybe we can take care of everything afterwards. I guess it would see, and this is not like a strong stance for me. I want to make this clear, right? I'm just trying to explore this with you guys. It would just seem that when we're relying on things like pill culture, those have problems. I see Ali. I'll go to you next. Saying that take this pill to solve this problem, when it actually doesn't, when it simply masks the issue. It seems like we're actually just pushing the problem down the road, because our people are going to be on this pill for the rest of their lives, right? What happens when they break the habit for whatever reason, right? Because even if they have insurance, doesn't mean they can afford the insurance. I guess what Tiberius, what he was trying to say just now, that doesn't mean that they can afford it forever. And there's interruptions. I think we're just like masking the problem and pushing the problem off. So it might be better instead to do things that cost very little money, and that would be encouraging a society where these habits were well known and then easy to execute, because some places are food deserts.
Just one response, because you like said something, and then
yep.
Just one response. I think that we already do this with like ADHD medicine. Like, we don't give people ADHD medicine with the expectation like you have to eventually wane off of this. Like if you hit a point where you're like, oh, okay, I found a balance, been able to function, then it's like the expectation is like, okay, you continue to take this for the rest of your life. And like, you know, like I don't think that's wrong. I don't think anything should be judged by that. I think the argument you're making would probably be more closely disseminated. Like it resembles the sort of the purity Christian model on sexuality. They say that like, oh, like, you know, we want to you know, talk about protection, and we want to, you know, we have like pills and stuff to prevent pregnancies, but it's like it's bigger than that. Like, you know, we just want people to not have sex. Like that would actually just be a better thing. And it's like, yeah, I mean, I guess you could do that, or we could just address the negative externalities, which is like teenage pregnancy and STDs. But like that's not what they want to do.
What I feel like,
let's go to Ali, Pep, and Ty.
Yeah, so I feel like with the Ozempic push, you are seeing like people tackling the root cause of the problem, right? So before this drug, right now, everyone who's overweight and feels like they can't do anything about it, like personally, internally, they'll take this drug, they'll lose the weight, which is then pushing a narrative, like we're pushing away from the body positivity narrative, which is what we did when we didn't have like the choice of the drug, right? So like left to the individual freedoms, people started defending and pushing for body positivity rather than health. So if the people are taking the drug now, they're losing this weight. It could push like social expectations for like not non-body positivity, which will cause people to just work out intrinsically before gaining the weight.
Pat?
Yeah, I was just gonna say similar to what Bam was saying, that it's like it's easy for it to be a cascading failure. Obesity, where it gets harder to get out of it the deeper you get into it. And so giving people that leg up to make it easier to like sustain and get out of it, it's similar to like antidepressants. Most people aren't on antidepressants forever. A lot of people go on them for situational issues, and then once they can like dig themselves out of a pit and like things stabilize, then they're good and they don't have to take them. And I think that obesity related issues like exercise, somebody in chat, NoCal Mike said, yeah, it's much easier to lose weight and work out when you're only 10 to 20 pounds overweight than it is when you're like 100 plus pounds overweight.
I'm up next.
Yeah.
Cool. Going to what Bam was getting into, I want to take the ADD meds conversation a little bit, because I don't feel like where you went with that was like the apt analogy. Where you have ADD, where like right now the only solution is you take these pills and they will help you, but you have to take them for basically ever. I get that. I'm part of the crew. But like the problem is that the analogy for at least this particular medication versus the the other side, which is what I've been arguing for, is that what if you have something that's either like a one-stop treatment or like a couple of stops treatment, that is the alternative, where you can kind of stop it at its head, where you, I don't know, like you have gene therapy that you got to get a couple goes around at it, but after that, you don't have to ever worry about taking that medication again because that chemical balance is fixed. That might be more expensive up front, but if you do the long math where you're not paying for it for 50 years, which side's, better to do? I'm probably going to get the one-shot therapy, right?
There's gastric bypass, though, already. So that kind of fits what you're talking about.
It is. What's the success rate of that? Just out of curiosity, because I think that's like, 80?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good, but yeah.
If the failure rate got anywhere above like 40%, I would be like very suspicious. But like gastric bypass, like I'm not gonna say we have to pay for that immediately. I want to cover cancer first, if y'all don't mind.
It's very effective, by the way, that gastric bypass.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Like do we want to have a conversation about paying for that instead of this medication? Yeah, probably. I think that's actually a more apt conversation than.
Just for people in chat, it says that weight loss surgery, you got like gastric bypass, is considered successful if you lose 50% of your excess weight and keep it off. By this standard, the success rate is 90%. And by keep it off, it means a 10-year period.
But like also, I don't know if I necessarily push, hey, let's have, instead of taking a pill, like do this invasive surgery.
Yeah, the risks of major massive surgery. Yeah, and also a lot of you have to completely change your nutrition habits. Apparently, like that.
I'm going to be honest.
Sorry,
if we were given the option, are you really choosing the surgery?
I'm generally for like whatever's going to be the least amount of pain and effort. And as much as surgery sucks, I'd rather take one surgery than taking pills for 40 fucking years. Like
But I
that's
mean,
me.
you have
I
changed a lot of your
Huh?
eating habits for those 40 fucking years still too.
No, I think he's just looking
like-
at it as like you do one or the other.
or,
As
yeah,
in, like, you
I'm
live
looking
the
at this.
same life.
I'm looking at this as a very binary thing, and I do want to make this very clear. I am not qualified to talk a lot about health. Like I talk about nutrition and whatnot because my folks are in ag. But like there's a level too where if we're talking about like physical body health, I don't know how your fucking spleen works. I don't know what it does. So there's like levels to where if I'm talking out of my ass or y'all think I'm going like too far into the weeds on some of this, feel free to like, put me in check. What I'm more advocating is that like most of the time, at least even with your own body, you have things that you can do to maintain, but you're doing that as a constant maintain versus something that is like an actual like rehabilitative treatment. And if it works, which sometimes it has its own maintenance cost, most of the time those things are just better. So like at least in my head, just putting it in a box, having gastric bypass and like maintaining your diet from there is probably way easier and more cost effective on both a personal and a professional level versus maintaining the regimen of a medication for, let's just say 40 years. How far you want to take it? Like, it probably breaks even at 20 years, I would assume, right?
So, no worries. Corey has been around to regulate fools. Lactose experience his wrath. And
we're going to talk about that after panel. Don't worry.
Oh yeah.
But in any case, that time is now. So we've used up our time on this discussion. I thought it was a really good discussion. It was pretty wide ranging, even on the Ozempic topic, and everyone jumped in. That was except for Corey. Corey was too busy, right? Again, regulating. But this was super interesting, guys. Thanks so much. Okay, guys, being you, the audience, you guys, and assuming women, there's probably a woman there somewhere. Hi, if you like this, consider supporting the channel. Consider subbing to the channel, gifting bits, gifting subs, or throwing a hype chat or super chat my way, because it's really helpful to this community. I'm gonna give an outro to all these individuals, and yeah, we'll go from there. So we'll start with our friend Lactoid. You were fantastic, Lactoid. Give this man crap every day, but he comes back every week. This man shows up, despite knowing like what he's in for. I like it when you get like super worked up. This is one of the few times you do. Usually like calm as a cucumber, right? But every so often, like something gets to you and you go at it. And apparently Corey was the one today.
And Rachel Dolezal as well.
And Rachel Dolezal too.
You're welcome for that one.
Very
I've seen her
impactful.
butthole, so I'm,
What?
Okay, fair enough. So we know lactose pain points. Those will be useful in the future. But thank you, Lactoid, for being here.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for having me, Prime. Prime, the reason I'd love to keep coming back is because I think you host incredibly good panels with incredibly good topics and just great opportunities for me to lose my temper, which I very rarely do, right? So I need to get that outlet somewhere, and what better way than on a Prime Kai's panel? I thought the topics were great. The first one, obviously, I was much more invested in. I think generally speaking, good on Australia. So that's kind of what I have to say about that one. If you like what I had to say generally during this panel, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And thank all of you lovely people for talking to me.
Thank you. All right, next is our friend Corey. Corey, oftentimes the peacemaker, the calm, rational one, right? Lactoid made the critical error of stepping on his territory, and he quickly corrected him there. So I love to see it, Corey. Want more of that fire in the future. Thanks so much for being here.
I will absolutely do my best to bring that fire in the future, although no guarantees or promises, but I'll do my best. Yeah, I echo many of the same sentiments that Lactoid just went through in terms of, yeah, I love being here. I love being invited on because, yeah, you definitely come up with the best topics, in my opinion, like the best discussion. And so, like, yeah, I'm super grateful to be included in that. And, as usual, as testament to that, this topic with the Ozempic, like right up my alley. Although it was mostly start from the beginning in the background, doing some fact checking. But that's good enough for me. And yeah, so it's great being here. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. It's Corey Campbell. And Bam, FK, and nice to meet you, Ali, and Admiral Gibbs, Tiberius, Pep, and Lactoid. Always a pleasure, and love you, Brian.
Yep. Same here, friend. And thanks so much for being here, Pep. Pep, person I like a lot. So I'm happy when she spends time with us. Yeah, hopefully I'll be back again.
Yeah, I'm going to echo some of the same things Corey and Lactoid said. It's always fun to be here. I like hanging out with y'all. It's fun seeing familiar faces and getting to talk to a few new ones sometimes. And yeah, I'm Art by Pep on Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. I'm really bad at updating some of those, but yeah, I'm around. I stream Thursdays, and yeah, I do art and I paint sexy ladies. So come check me out.
Yeah. And you commissions are open, right?
Yes. If you want to commission sexy ladies, DM me because I'm updating my website, so I don't have any information up on there. I need to fix that.
Okay. All right. Well, she's working on it. But
do you draw them holding Wonder Bread?
I could for the right price.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a good question. Okay, interesting.
Is this a meme that I'm unaware of?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's an old meme. It's a really old meme.
Okay.
It was some guy who paid thousands of dollars for fan art of women holding Wonder Bread.
Is he still looking for art? How do I get a hold of this dude?
He might be.
There it is.
Excellent. Wonderful.
Glorious capitalism.
There's a capitalist in there. You beat me to it. But our friend Ty, thank you for coming here. I thought you did fantastic today. So thanks so much, friend.
Hey, I appreciate that. Sometimes I feel like I'm on my stride, and sometimes I feel like I'm not. And today's just been one of those days where I'm not really sure. It's a pleasure to be here, especially without Scott ruining fucking everything. Like, stop inventing that ANCAP trash. I'm tired of it. But outside of that, it's been an absolute pleasure to actually hang out with you all tonight. I don't get to actually have a lot of these like newer honest political chats with a lot of folks because I'm in Trump country and it's either, the Trump train or not, and I can't fucking stand it. So it's nice to actually be able to talk to people across the aisle, and we definitely had some of that today. Lactoid, stop making my blood boil. I love you, and yet you make me hate you so often. Corey, always great to see you. Pep, still new, but great to see you again as well. Gibbs is always, that good right-wing friend that we always like to have. Ali, pleasure to meet you as well. FK, I think we've seen each other before, but I can't remember.
I think like a few times, maybe.
I gotcha. And then, Bam, where have you been, dude? Like, why can we never meet up? This is terrible.
It's because Prime only invites me to the black shows. He's racially... He's racially put me in the corner. I just
back of the bus, huh? Okay, well,
Prime, they call that segregation. Okay.
Oh my! I sent him a bunch of advice of every. You're like, oh no, no time. I was surprised you said yes today. I was like, sure you went.
I don't make stuff up. Like I literally like, oh okay. Like if I don't have time Mondays, I don't have time. But like you haven't asked me to Reverend in like 6 months.
Because you kept like it was a whole string. No, here's the thing: when people just like keep telling me, at some point I'm like, oh, okay, well then I won't ask anymore. That's just how it is. And so it was a whole string.
I'm pretty sure I said like twice. No.
Okay, I'm sure we go back in our DMs and count that. All right, but anyway, thank you, Admiral Gibbs. And Gibbs, like I'll repeat what Ty says. It's good to have like a conservative friend come on and give that perspective and give it forcefully, right? Not back down in the face of progressive tyranny, right here on the panel. So thanks so much, friend.
Yeah, I really enjoy it. I mean, I especially don't mind it, when we got turncoats like Tiberius here, throwing us conservatives on the bus. Nah, I'm just kidding. He's pretty consistent. But I mean, yeah, it's always fun to be the dissenting voice against, I feel like I'm always in enemy country when I come on these shows, but that's okay. Everybody's really respectful and fun. And I feel like that's kind of why you have them. And you do a really good job moderating and getting people with varying opinions. I think that's really great for discussion and going forward, across the United States in general. Also, you can find me on everything. I'm Admiral Gibbs, same spelling, on X, on here, on Kick, on Rumble, everywhere. Admiral Gibbs. Come find me.
Thank you. Next, Ali. Ali, thank you for jumping in. You did a fantastic job, especially later on. You found your stride, and I love your interjections there. So thank you so much. More of that. Hopefully, we can see you again.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I walked into this. I thought we were strictly talking about the Ozempic, and I did not know what we were walking into. So that's why I was kind of slow rolling in the beginning. But I really appreciate being here. The panels are amazing. Lactoid, Corey, Pep, Ty. I'm just gonna do all of you. Nice meeting all of you guys. It was a pleasure. I'm always down for discussions with people who don't agree with me. It's so much more fun.
Yeah, agreed. Right, we'll love to see it. Right, but more to the point, I love dominating those people who are wrong.
Exactly.
Let's go to our friend FK, who I don't get to see very often because apparently he's got lots of stuff going on. I don't know what his personal stuff is, but he's always telling me he's got personal stuff happening in the background, driving back and forth between cities, like massive gas bill, I'm sure. But he made room in his busy schedule today for us, so shout out to him. Great, beautiful. Like, wow, that was such a beautiful response.
Closing statement being muted.
My bad. Listen, my bad. Thanks, Prime. But yeah, it's always fun to be here. I'm just a dude who started off like doing politics on Discord in 2016. And I'm just like, bro, I'm an immigrant, so I personally can't vote. I just think it's fun to go to town halls and argue with people. I live around a lot of Republicans. I argue with them. I grew up arguing with my dad, who is like a conservative. I argue with my mom, who doesn't even care about politics, but she has like some very, very bigoted views on her own. Shit's fun. I think the reality is we're all going to die. None of this really matters that much. Make the changes where you can. Have fun where you can. And like, just try to make people agree with what you agree with. You can catch me on the politics.gg server, anywhere at Just Average FK. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Thanks for.
Are you on the path to becoming a citizen?
No, I'm under DACA. I'm just, we chilling.
Oh, all right. I'm sorry.
It is what, bro. It is what it is. Like, what am I gonna do about it? I can't make shit happen magically.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. Well, I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad that you don't have immigration hanging over your head, friend. So shout out to you. And finally, Bam.
So I checked the DMs. I said no to. Yeah, I said no to. I did say no to 3. I said no to 3, but in my defense, that's not that many. Because if you go back 4, I said yes, and I came, and it was a great time. Never mind, that's the whole thing. Anyways, I'm here. I had a great time, and what's gonna suck is he's gonna ask me next week, and I'm gonna be busy with something random, and I'm gonna say no, and then he's gonna be like, "Oh, I proved this point." Anyways, I'm glad to be here, y'all. I know y'all don't usually see me, but I came here. I dominated. I met Gibbs, met you for the first time. FK's cool dude. Ali, met you for the first time. You seem really dope. Pep, I don't know if I've been on a panel with Pep. This might be the first or second time. I have no idea. But you have really good opinions, at least so far, based off of this. So yeah,
you didn't disagree with him apparently, but yeah, go ahead.
That's literally the metric.
So true.
That's the only metric. And then Lactoid, for some reason, like I have like a hate relationship with Lactoid. Like there's not even love, but I just enjoy seeing this man here because I'm like, oh yeah, it's about to be. We about to get after it. And then Corey brought some smoke for the first time, like some Canadian bacon poutine filled smoke with him. Like he wasted on another Canadian. Like you just brought that to it. And then Tiberius is a cool dude. Like Tiberius is like the person that's like, okay, Tiberius only speaks on what he knows, when he knows what he's talking about. And like I have such a high level of respect for that if Tiberius says something, like I kind of don't argue with it because I'm like, he probably like he would admit if he didn't know, like he would just say it if he didn't know. So I'm like, I'm not gonna say anything because I don't feel like looking stupid. But so I feel like you know your stuff. So yeah.
Hey man, I appreciate that. I really do. That means a lot. No, you're cool as hell too. I love it.
For sure. But I was still the best. Thank you. Y'all welcome.
Hey, I'm not gonna argue with it.
Ty and his apparent ability to project confidence has never stopped me from fighting him up and down a debate. So I just putting it out there. And oftentimes I'm right in which way, so it doesn't matter. So anyway, thank you all for this. This has been great. I had a really good time, and I hope you did too. So consider supporting the channel. If you have. But anyway, I am going to end things here. I'm going to raid someone. Why don't I raid? Well, no, actually, you're not streaming. Let's raid Factoid, who has suffered an incredible amount of abuse.
So he wants to
He's like the Rachel Dolezal of this. He's like the Rachel Dolezal of this panel.
Oh my god! And then he unmutes. He unmutes on StreamYards. Oh my god! It's just amateur hour
The
here.
voice of God.
The voice of God. Okay, so yeah, let's raid our friend Lactoid and stick around with him. Like I say that it's worthwhile to listen to people with different opinions. He hates socialism. Right?
Based. Let's go.
Based.
But he loves corpses. Ask him about that.
Oh my god, he loves corpses.
I'm just an ally.
Dogs as well. Loves dogs.
I'm just an ally, okay? I'm not a partaker.
So off to our friend Lactoid. Much love to him and to everyone else. I'm just waiting for this timer to go down. Then I can move on with my life. Slowly. This 10 seconds takes forever and it's super awkward. Okay, bye.
Always a pleasure.
Have a good night, Prime.
Have a good one.
Good night, Prime. We got to get back together for D&D at some point, though. Not D&D. I'm an idiot. Fucking One Piece. One Piece.
Yeah, I was like, what y'all got going on?
I'm sorry. Listen, it's been a long day. I'm functioning on fumes.
Tuesday should be, if you can go with me good. It's his own thing. We'll figure it out.
I could not take care. I could not get into One Piece. I really tried. I could not.
You didn't try hard enough. You like history.
You didn't try hard enough.
One Piece doesn't get good till like Thriller Bark. There's too many flashbacks. They extend.
Why would you say Thriller Bark? Thriller Bark is like, I like Thriller Bark, but Thriller Bark in the fan base is one of the most like skippable arcs before the end. Like that's a weird.
It's really good, but like if you watched it once and you watch it again, you're kind of fast forwarding through some parts.
Well, sure. It's just like you watch anything. You go like further down, like the level of threat rises. You're like, this part's boring. I don't know.
No, but it's like listen, as a One Piece fan, there's One Piece arcs that you'll watch through again and again, and they'll be great. Thriller Bark's not one of those.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a various. There's no way you try hard enough because, like I said, you're kind of into like history, geopolitics. Like it hits all of those like hard.
Like okay, so I'm not gonna say the world building is bad. Like it's not the world building. It like most of the I don't know. I have tried to think about it and like what is it about this show that just the content that I'm like, what do I not like about it? And I'll give you a couple. And like this is the best arguments I have because it's just I honestly don't understand it that well myself. I think Luffy is boring shit. I don't really care for Nami either. Zoro is kind of an interesting character. You have the Sanji is pretty flat faced to me. It's just like, I'm the ladies' man, but then I lose my shit around women. Like these characters are supposed to be like really in depth, and I don't see it even. And I'll put it this way: whatever the Mr. Sunday arc is, wherever you have these characters, I can't remember exactly what these are exactly, but it was like Miss Wednesday and Mr. Sunday or some shit like that. If that rings any bells. Okay, I got to that point and I just said, "Fuck it, I can't do this anymore." So if I just didn't go far enough, y'all need to let me know. But I'm just like. Most of the characters are not interesting. Most of the characters that are interesting are the ones that are on screen for about 15 seconds. Like, did you
enjoy Arlong part? Because I won't tell you if you didn't enjoy it at all. Like there was nothing there for you. Then like I'll accept it.
Like, to a large degree, I didn't enjoy it, and it's like. I tried to watch why. Like Arlong is supposed to be like one of the better villains of One Piece in
just the early part,
from what I understand. Yeah, and I'm like, all right. So like, what about this? What about this villain is supposed to be likable or something that I'm supposed to enjoy? Like he's just a dick. Anyone just tell me that I'm wrong here? But like,
I think here's what kind of sucks.
uh-huh.
Where you left off in One Piece is kind of like a shift into getting into like the building of the actual world. One Piece really sucks because the anime has been going on for so long that you're spending a lot of time literally just getting introduced to who these characters are a little bit. And then like once you get to like the second half of One Piece, that's where you're like building into like those characters that you saw in the past. This is like why they developed the way they did. This is like a little bit more backstory into like where they got, how they got to the places they got to, so on and so forth, right? You get like a little bit of backstory, but that like expands so much further and makes it like a lot better in my opinion.
That's probably has
showing
to
the
be
same
it.
thing like every third episode. They just keep showing the same flashback. Like how many
That's
times?
why
do
the
we
anime
keep
kind of
like,
sucks. And that's why so many people will read like the actual manga, just because it makes it like you can get through it so much quicker and get to like the actual hard hitting parts like easier.
But yeah, I won't take like, because some people say like endlessly just keep going. But like I will say that like if there's got to be some, if you haven't found any bones, if you found anything to latch onto through Arlong Park, I'll just let you call it. Like if you're like, nah, there was nothing here for me.
I'll put it this way: out of all that I watched, Arlong Park was probably the best. I like it had good pacing. Like Arlong wasn't. I wouldn't say he was one-dimensional, but he was only two. But like he was a superior villain to anyone who had come before.
You should love Nami's motivations at least. Like you were like, oh, okay, like she's not just this girl that steals. Like she has some depth.
Right. Like there's certain parts of it. I'm like, all right, these characters have depth, at least to some degree. They're not cookie cutter characters. I admit that from the get go. Like there's just levels to where they don't come off as interesting. Like what I need to know about Nami at that point in the show that I don't feel like I got an answer to. Where does she want to go? Is that answered? Do you guys think that's answered in like this first part of the show? Or is
Arlong Park kind of answers that, where it's like she had the original dream of drawing a map of the world. Nami, to be fair, I'm going to be honest, Nami's dream isn't like the best one of the crew, and it's not like the most interesting. Her story seems to more evolve around like building out why the world is what it is, right? Like Arlong as a character is deeper because of like the history behind the Fishman in the One Piece world, and like some of the hard-hitting later characters that are like large parts of why the world behaves the way it does now.
No, but I think you can justify it in and of itself. I don't think you have to go deeper.
Is this just an anime panel?
This is exactly what it is. Yeah,
that's what we're doing.
We can move to Star Wars.
I'm waiting for an opportunity.
So, all right, I got one for you. Revan is the most overrated character in Star Wars.
You can fuck right the
and I'm gonna
fuck
say right
off.
now, and he loses every single
Lacto
battle
and
that
Corey want to kill each other right now.
I'm gonna say
Look, y'all can take that into a different room. I'm not fucking hearing that shit again. Like,
yeah, I'm about to say the data on like which proteins and which.
All right, Revan, the guy who wins the Mandalorian Wars, is literally.
He doesn't win the Mandalorian. He plays in the Valkorian's trap, causes the Sith Triumvirate by activating the grav generator to end the Mandalorian Wars. So he falls. He loses that battle. It's a Pyrrhic victory at best, and it's a loss overall because this leads to the first Sith War, which when he goes to fight Valkorion, loses, gets sent back brainwashed, loses again to the Jedi, and his apprentice gets brainwashed, comes back. Finally, he wins this thing against what's his name? His apprentice. I can't think of his name off the top of my head because we're hitting a lot of high points. Yeah, and then he goes off. Right. Then that leads to the second Sith Wars with the Triumvirate, and they pretty much wipe out the Jedi Order as a functioning entity. Then when he gets over to fight Valkyrie, he gets whooped again in his novel, and then he gets trapped for 300 years, and everybody's like, oh, he was influencing the Emperor. Well, that's not true. The Emperor was building the Eternal Fleet the whole time, comes back again after that, gets worked again, and then he dies.
2 points. I get where you're going. Okay, so 2 points here that I want to make very clear. Number one, regarding half of this, Vitiate is completely busted as a character, and it's very annoying. Like literally Nihilus busted, and it's just
agonist.
I'm not familiar with that.
I'm reading Chad. Somebody.
Darth Revan is more like it should be renamed Darth Chokes a lot. That's really what.
Well, like okay. So let me split hairs. Revan during the Mandalorian Wars is one of the sickest fucking characters there. Him during I'm actually cool, like that Vitiate actually flips him. I'm totally cool with that, even though Vitiate's completely busted. And him doing the dark, or was it I can't remember. Is it the Dark Jedi Wars or something along that line, or the New Sith Wars? I can't remember. Whichever you want to put it in, him doing that is actually really cool. I think you see Revan at his best. You see Revan take on the Jedi Order and just whip their fucking ass, right? And you like, at least from the little bit of stories that we get out of it, they need, like, Drew Karpyshyn really needs to do a book during this era, because he hasn't done one yet, and I don't think anyone has.
They have comics for that era, though.
Yeah, the problem, like, the comics are cool, don't get me wrong, but like the real issue is the best parts of Revan and his character are all largely done in short stories. And it sucks because it fills a lot of headcanon, and so if you want to go down that road, okay, fine. Revan is overhyped, but that's what happens when you do headcanon. When it comes down to it, Vitiate's like too hard to take seriously because he's completely overpowered, so like I'll table that half out of the gate. And then I will openly admit that the storylines with him being a Jedi for the second time is a little weak, and thank Christ for Drew Karpyshyn to be able to write worth a damn, or that Revan novel would have been trash.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just I feel like people give him the overhype, and then you see you see the writing, right? The writing with Revan's really sloppy. You kind of said the short sellers are good. You see him get in there, and you want to say, oh, we want to pass up the Vitiate stuff, but he loses to a lot of like mid-tier characters later on. Like, you're like, oh, the Outlander is supposed to be this like high and mighty character, but you can play as a bounty hunter with no force abilities and take out Revan and be canon. So like Revan, even like that, you don't even need a coalition.
Wait,
so you were sitting there
hold
talking
up.
about this thing. I don't know.
Just be real. Anything within the Old Republic has the game like storylines, but then it has like an official canonical storyline. The hero of Typhon is fucking overpowered as shit, and that's the person who takes down Revan, right? So again, separate this out. Revan's a fucking sauce boss. Absolutely kicks the shit out of 9/10 of all of the characters within continuity. He'd whip Vader's ass. He'd whip out,
Give me a break, Papa.
I'm dead serious. He'd whip out most of the entire like character swap within fucking mid difficulty, right? What the problem with his character is that you're right. His story writing outside of like very limited things is unfortunately not very good. So you don't understand any implications of why he would have turned to the dark side outside of he fought in a war, right?
We could discuss this more in depth. I think we're losing people, but yeah, we can discuss this on a different time. But we'll have a Star Wars stream.
How dare you?
I'm sorry, I just was reading the chat, but yeah, I mean it's like it's a very complicated issue, like with the Revan thing, but not really because Revan.
Luffy would dog walk both of these people.
Luffy probably would dog walk Revan. Revan's highly overrated.
I don't understand the power scaling in One Piece either, so I get it. So,
human god. Corey, I listen. I know they don't want to. I do want to hear the Neural Wars. I want to hear y'all beat the shit out of each other.
Hey, I mean, if you're gonna donate to it, then sure.
I'm not gonna beat the shit out of anybody, unless provoked, or someone first becomes the aggressor.
Who was right though?
I mean, I'm right.
Well,
for sure.
If Lactoid has the courage to play the clip of him speaking in his opening statement, I'll gladly correct. And if he backs that up and he's saying I stand by this, then by all means, I will concede everything.
When did Rich get in here?
What did I say that was wrong, Corey?
At the end.
Okay, so
are you a mod here?
No. Prime just put me in.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
We didn't
he does if I ask him. Yeah.
I gotcha. Anyway, so if they're gonna do that conversation, I love you. I'm gonna take off.
Bye, Tiberius.
Catch you next time.
That's
guys.
we need to get a Star Wars lore debate stream one day.
You goddamn right we need to, especially when you open that can of worms.
Yeah,
fucking.
I was right about Abeloth, by the way. I was right about Abeloth, by the way. I just want to say that.
I think you absolutely are, and it looks like most of the community is in agreement with you. Like we're going to get an Abeloth storyline. So
I'm a little irritant in that. I think the Fast and the Furious universe is the greatest cinematic universe made.
That is.
I can never take you seriously. Have a nice day.
Okay, so Lactoid, you want to know what you said wrong? So,
I'm ready.
I will quote it. I'll try to quote it word for word. Your body has neurotransmitters that tell your body food. So you're saying this essentially blocks neurotransmitters.
Cap.
Is that true?
Obviously not. No.
Okay, so you misspoke in your opening statement. Is that correct?
Yeah, agonists are not antagonists. I mistook agonists for antagonists.
Okay, right. So it's not blocking neurotransmitters, right?
Correct. Yeah, correct.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you have so respect and integrity. I totally recognize that, and I appreciate that. Okay, that is what I was trying to correct. Okay, and I'm pretty sure I was not incorrect in my assessment of it's not doing that. Okay.
It's
Now,
not
if you want
doing that.
Okay. So then now what is your claim?
So GLP-1 acts as a neurotransmitter, correct?
It can act so native human endogenous GLP-1 does appear like it has multiple uses, okay? Just as many things in the body, there's multiple purposes. It can act as a neurotransmitter. Yes.
So it's both a hormone and a neurotransmitter.
Native endogenous human GLP-1, yes, absolutely.
Okay. And the drug mimics GLP-1, correct?
It is a receptor agonist, and in that aspect, it can mimic some of the functions of endogenous GLP-1. Yes.
Specifically, semaglutide, which is the chemical underlying the name brand of the drugs, that acts as a neurotransmitter.
So when you say neurotransmitter, where in the body are you talking about? Talking about the gut? Talking about your foot? Talking about your nose?
I'm talking about your brain.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you're saying it reaches the brain somehow, as in when I believe this is an injected drug, I remember correctly, because since it's a modified peptide, if you eat it, your body's just going to digest it likely.
This is my exact claim. When semaglutide hits GLP-1 receptors in the brain, it mimics the effects of eating so you have less appetite and feel full sooner. The drug also stimulates insulin production and slows down stomach emptying, keeping you full for longer.
Okay, where's that statement read from?
That's directly off the Today article.
So you're citing a news article today, NBC. Okay.
Yep, I'm citing a news article, and then my second site here, which is from the National Institute of Health. Semaglutide stimulates neuronal activity in the brain areas involved in appetite regulation.
So can you link that particular study? That is a study?
Yeah.
I believe you're linking the rodent one, right?
Yes, it stimulates neural activity in the brain areas involved with appetite regulation, and they have brain scans of that in rodents, showing that when you introduce semaglutide, it affects the brain.
Okay, so is this a tacit admission that you are a rodent?
So I'm not a rodent. Okay.
You got stumped like a rat, though.
Do you have a blood-brain barrier?
I do.
Okay, now the evidence is mixed from what I can tell. There is a potential possibility that semaglutide. So if you want to make the claim, okay, that semaglutide, the GLP-1 receptor agonist, okay, acts as a neurotransmitter, I think it's a fair statement to say that you have to show that it gets to the brain.
Right.
Okay?
So, for example, I'm going to read this off. This is another study that I sent you directly. GLP-1 is expressed in different parts of the brain and affects the satiety center, water intake stress reaction, neurogenesis, neurodegeneration, thermogenesis, and energy homeostasis.
Yes.
Therefore, GLP-1 receptor agonists have been found to improve cognitive impairment and neurological deficit associated with diabetes or obesity. It suggests the potential of GLP-1 receptor agonists, which can be deployed for the treatment.
Stop. You said a very key word there. It starts with letter P, second letter O, second letter T. What's that word? Second letter E.
Okay.
Because so it is citing, yes, it is citing, and it didn't say it binds in the brain and acts as a neurotransmitter. It has neuroprotective effects. You can have neuroprotective effects through various ways, as in exercise has neuroprotective effects. But is exercise acting as a neurotransmitter? Arguably not. I think it's pretty clear. Is it affecting neurotransmitters? Yeah, maybe. So for semaglutide, okay.
It's affecting neurotransmitters? Did you just say?
Exercise may be affecting neurotransmitters.
No, semaglutide specifically.
As far as I know, in humans, okay, there is no evidence to show that it's affecting levels of neurotransmitters, or even that it's getting to the brain, or the evidence that it's getting to the brain and it has the ability to cross the blood-brain barrier in humans is mixed, and there's no good evidence or even clear evidence that could actually get to the brain. And the mechanism of action proposed, in terms of it's shown to demonstrate weight loss in humans, it is primarily through binding on, as I linked in the chat, through pretty much affecting insulin levels. As in, you correctly said that GLP-1 receptors, they are expressed in the brain, but GLP-1 receptors are also expressed in other parts of the body, such as the pancreas, okay? And that the primary mechanism of action, when injected, okay, semaglutide is an injection, so it's reaching circulation, okay? And therefore, it is likely binding to the pancreas where insulin is produced and secreted. And that's why you see this sharp increase in insulin in circulation when semaglutide is injected. Now, if you want to make the claim that it's also affecting pretty much your brain and acting as a neurotransmitter, you need to show me that it's getting to the brain, that is crossing the blood-brain barrier, okay? And there's no evidence that it does that. If you want to cite rat studies and neuronal activity and neuroprotective effects, that is, let's say, very shoddy citations.
Sure. So would you just at the end of the day, so you would not call this a neurotransmitter. So when I made a general statement of, I guess blocking was the wrong word, but if I said, increases the amount of neurotransmitter GLP-1 or mimics the neurotransmitter GLP-1, would you have objected to that?
Probably. I might have So I might not have disputed the claim, as in that might be factually correct. I might have disputed the claim that is what is driving the positive or weight loss effects. Because in your opening statement, you said, okay, that this is a receptor agonist. I'm summarizing, I'm not quoting word for word. And you said, you have neurotransmitters in your brain that, affect, hunger and appetite or something to that effect. And that this actually blocks that and blocks those neurotransmitters. It explicitly does not do that. And if you want to talk about regulating appetite, okay, yes, there are neurotransmitters that regulate appetite, but they are largely regulated by hormones, as in leptin and ghrelin. Those are hormones, and hormones can be sort of neurotransmitters, but those are like a separate class. But specifically, with semaglutide, the GLP-1 receptor agonist, there is no evidence to suggest, even strongly or weakly, that its effect on weight loss is being derived from any changes in neurotransmission, either coming from GLP-1 receptor agonist directly or indirectly.
Well, if it's coming from it directly, then it's mimicking the neurotransmitter GLP-1.
But that is that's essentially an open question. There's no evidence to show that it's getting to the brain.
Okay, so would it still be a neurotransmitter if it was affecting neurons in the pancreas?
You do realize the inherent problem with that statement, right?
No, it's a question. It wasn't a statement.
Well, where are neurons, like what is by definition a neuron?
A nerve cell?
Where are those located?
I mean, if you had a big one in your brain, but I'm guessing you have other ones in the rest of your body?
No.
No? Okay.
You will have you might have projections, okay? But there's no neurons in the pancreas. That is not a factually true statement.
You have a neural network. So if you ever looked up the image, it's like that image where it's all the little yellow lines in the human body and it's split off on your fingers and you can kind of see them branch off into smaller bits. But I don't think your organs generally have any neurons in them. At least your digestive organs, body, pancreas.
Yeah, your pancreas is connected to your brain. Everything is connected to your brain. But to say that you have nerve cells in your pancreas is that's a little bit conflationary.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not making a strong claim with that one. I'm just asking a question. I mean, look, if there's no neurons in the pancreas and there's no evidence to suggest that GLP-1 receptor agonists, even though they mimic a neurotransmitter, But the mimicking of the neurotransmitter is not actually the primary way, or we don't know if it's the primary way it's functioning. It's merely it's interacting with the pancreas, but it's not interacting with the pancreas in a neurotransmitter kind of way. It's reacting with the pancreas in a hormone specifically kind of way, and that's the only thing that we know. Then it would not be acting as a neurotransmitter. Is everything that I just said, is everything I said correct?
Yeah, as far as I can tell, in terms of like, yeah, you may very well be correct in terms of like there might be some indirect effects or direct effects happening in the brain that is driving the weight loss. But as far as we know, the primary mechanism of action that's driving the weight loss is mostly like through insulin levels, through interaction with the pancreas. You are all correct in saying that there are GLP-1 receptors in the brain, okay, and that endogenous human-made GLP-1, has activity in the brain. But there's, as of right now, no reason to believe that injected semaglutide, a GLP-1 receptor agonist, is like having any sort of primary mechanism or action in the brain.
Even though it does in rats, we just don't know if it does in humans.
Correct. Well, even then, like, I'll take your word for it from that study. But like, yeah, that's why I explicitly said like in humans, like we have a blood-brain barrier, and if you want to make the claim, okay, that the effects that we're seeing in humans is like effects in the brain, then you need a human brain to show that.
Wait, people in chat are saying there are neurons in the pancreas.
Good night, y'all.
It's connected to your brain, okay? Like you have a central nervous system.
No.
Okay?
No. Parasympathetic postganglionic neurons in the pancreatic ganglia. And in fact, this works by activating those. This is one thing I'm saying, but I'm trying to get a source for that.
I will look more closely. My neuroscience could totally be rusty. I'm not going to rely on that.
So who won?
I definitely misspoke when it came to agonist versus antagonist.
And I respect you correcting that. Okay.
But if it does affect neurons in the pancreas, it's a neurotransmitter.
I'm not going to pretend like I know a strict definition of neurotransmitter. I think you'd have some neuroscientists disputing that.
Okay. I guess that's it. I guess I have to do more research on this. If it turns out that semaglutide affects the neuron ganglia of the pancreas, then I think it's pretty clear that it's acting as a neurotransmitter. If the definition of neurotransmitter is something that interacts with a neuron in that way, I guess the chemical reaction in between neurons, specifically by hitting those receptors.
I will even then. It is specifically binding on GLP-1 receptors in the pancreas. I mean that it is like right there.
Sure. But are those on neurons in the pancreas?
I will check, but it seems exceptionally unlikely. because I don't think they will be connected to circulation.
All right, I'm gonna get out of here.
Catch you later,
Take care,
homie.
Ollie.
Let me know who wins, okay?
There's no winners.
Hold on. I will take a partial win if I'm right on this one. Or I guess if my chat is right on this one.
But not a partial loss.
No, I definitely took a partial loss. It's an agonist, not an antagonist. I was confusing the two. Antagonist block, agonist mimic.
Did you know that
never forget
beforehand?
that. No, I knew there was a difference. I don't know. I'm never gonna forget it now.
So that means you lost because you learn more from your losses than you do.
No,
your
yeah,
wins.
that's what I said. That's what I said.
Okay,
Look, Gibbs. I will take the L there. Okay,
because it's a moral
obviously no. It's an L. I'm one step closer to lactoid hell. Right at the end.
But coming from a doctor, that shocks me.
No, at the end of the day, look. At the end of the day, so I have a unique religion.
It's the equivalent of a doctor.
I have a unique religion where, like, you know how, like,
Can we just call you Dr. Electroid?
I think it was Osiris that, like, weighs your soul, like, when you're going to go into the afterlife or whatever. I believe in, like, some kind of character like that who weighs my L's compared to my W's. And if the L's outweigh the W's, then I go to hell. So I'm actually engaged in a religious practice every single time you see me on a panel. I will agree. Like, I am one step closer to lactoid hell by not being correct on my use of agonist versus antagonist. Rookie mistake. Not very good.
And again,
but this is a fucking neurotransmitter. I'm gonna die on this hill.
human endogenous GLP-1. Yes, never disputed the fact that it's a neurotransmitter. But you're making the claim that the injected semaglutide is like acting as a neurotransmitter.
I like the chat idea from the old that your chat just said.
And also, again, I need to ask the question. Like, you said you watched a YouTube video. Did that YouTube video actually mention neurotransmitters? Like, why?
That's what I remember. I think so. I'll have to go back. I'll have to go back and watch it. But by the way, the pancreas does have neurons. So you guys were all shitting on me for that question. I'm looking that up. I'm right on that.
It's innervated, as in, like, you have a central nervous system. But I don't think, like, the nucleus. I could be wrong. But even that should not likely be connected, like, to the pancreas. Like, yeah, in order to coordinate, like, all the responses in the body, like, yeah, your pancreas needs to be networked.
The pancreas has its own intrinsic neurons gathered in the intrapancreatic ganglia scattered throughout the pancreas.
But even then, that is different than the pancreas.
Okay, but the pancreas has neurons, doesn't it?
It is innervated.
I'm taking them where I can get them, Corey. Does the pancreas have neurons?
Yes. Okay.
Aha! No, we're good. That's all I need.
The pancreas is connected to neurons.
No.
Yeah.
Not that it's connected to neurons. The pancreas has its own neural ganglia. It is the ball sack.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. Yeah. It has its own neural ganglia. Sure.
Okay. But then and so if this fucking agonist works on that ganglia, then it would be a neurotransmitter. It'd be acting as a neurotransmitter.
I can concede that. Yeah. If you could show that. Okay. If you could show that semaglutide.
Wait, but still acting is different from being, right?
As an agonist, even then, like, we're going to get into the nitty-gritty details of, like, what is a neurotransmitter.
Yeah.
But the pancreas is different than a neural ganglia.
It was a fun battle.
I know so much I know so much more about this shit.
Which is good. Knowledge is power.
I mean, a lot of it.
Well, hold on. Okay, so I just looked it up too because you got me curious, and I don't know shit about any of this, but it says that it's in the nodose ganglion, which is it's connected. It's connected to the pancreas, but the ganglion is like beneath the the brain, like it's in your skull. Or the nodosa ganglion is, at least.
No, the intrapancreatic ganglia, it says specifically here, scattered throughout the pancreas.
Okay, well that's different than the nodosa ganglia, I guess.
Must be different than the
Oh,
nodosa
shit.
ganglia.
So there's neurons inside. So that means like if it multiplied enough, like your pancreas could think.
No, so no, it's going to get it's going to get really messy because do you know how it's innervated, okay? But I do not believe you have nerve cells in your pancreas, okay? You have innervated projections, okay? Just as same thing with everything else in your body.
Hey guys, I hate to interrupt y'all. So I just had a big raid. Can y'all tell my chat what's happening right now, so I can give you the background here and give them an overview? Because I'm not going to pretend to understand.
We're getting into the weeds of how some of these weight loss drugs work and their biochemical effects and their physiological effects.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you.
I just posted where I'm getting the science here of the nerves that are the neurons throughout the pancreas. Right here.
Yeah,
Interestingly, the
there's a
pancreas has its own intrinsic neurons gathered in the intrapancreatic ganglia scattered throughout the pancreas. That's the sentence I'm reading.
All right, boys, this has been fun, but I think I'm out as well. Y'all keep up the good work, keep up the good fight. Pep, good seeing you. Aiko, I think you're in here too. Good seeing you as well. I know you didn't talk much.
Talking Gibbs.
Yeah.
Always be good.
Yeah, intrapancreatic. Here's where. Do you know how big a nerve cell can get? So look.
How the fuck am I supposed to know how big a nerve cell can get, Corey?
Okay, so look,
why does that matter?
You're a doctor, of course you know.
You know how big a nerve cell? I know. Does that change anything?
Yeah. So look at the figures. Your own paper itself has figures, as in originating the brain, and then you have projections, as in it's innervated, and it reaches the pancreas.
I don't care. The sentence I read, is that correct?
Read it again. The intra.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry. I got you. Hold on. Interestingly, the pancreas has its own intrinsic neurons gathered in the intrapancreatic ganglia scattered throughout the pancreas.
Yeah. So.
Okay. So these are neurons that are in the pancreas.
Sure.
Come on. I admitted I was wrong. Come on. You got to give me a little bit. If a pancreas could think, what do you think it would think about?
Sugar, obviously.
Oh, then I definitely have neurons in my pancreas. That's persuaded me because I got a sweet tooth.
That's just a given.
All right. Let's see here.
I think I'm gonna head out as well, y'all. It was super fun getting to hang out with y'all again.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah,
Good
definitely.
chat. Good chat.
Good luck to both of you in this ongoing battle. And I'll watch the conclusion later. Bye.
So, Corey, what you're saying is that there's a neuron that's in the brain, but it's so long that it reaches the pancreas? Is that what you're saying? Is that your way of both of you being able to be right?
No. This one I'm right on.
I mean, yeah, like I'm not going to pretend like I'm a neuroscientist of like, is it accurate to say that there are neurons in the pancreas as opposed to are there neuronal connections to the pancreas? I don't know which one is more accurate.
I mean, the study
Right, but
that
you
I linked
said-
would seem to indicate that one of them is a little more accurate, right?
I mean, if you're quoting an article that's an actual science, it's
Yeah,
not
I
the
sent it to
Today.
you. I sent it
It's
to
not
you.
from the Today. Yeah, that's why like I'll put the figure in the chat because like that's more or less I think sums it up nicely of like where a nerve cell begins and ends.
Okay, and to be clear, because I really don't know anything about anything here, but um, all neurons are nerves, but not all nerves are neurons, right?
All neurons are nerves. I believe that is correct, but I would say I'm only like 70% confident.
Okay.
Wait, maybe I think I'm like overthinking this. If it's a, hold on.
Like
if it's a GLP-1 receptor, if it's receiving the chemical signal, how is it not acting as a transmitter, a neurotransmitter?
Well, first of all, neurotransmitters from like one neuron to another, right? At least that's more or less my understanding of a neurotransmitter. I don't necessarily want to. I mean, you can look up the definition of a neurotransmitter, but in the paper that you just posted, like there's a figure there.
Yeah.
I think it's like whatever figure 1.
Okay.
It's mostly showing. Yeah, it's not showing nerve cells. I mean, well, depending on how you argue it. Like,
Doesn't the
showing...
sentence the same one says there are independent nerve there are neurons in the pancreas. That's all it's saying, right?
Through like
that's not
projection.
what it says. That's not. It actually specifically says the opposite. It says intrinsic neurons gathered in the interpancreatic ganglia scattered throughout the pancreas. It says intrinsic.
Okay, I looked up definitions and I'm even more confused. So, is there a difference between a neuron and a neuron cell?
No, that there's definitely no difference. There should not almost certainly be no difference between a neuron and a neuron cell. Like that's one and the same. As
Okay,
right. Neurons are neuronal cells.
Because according to this, a nerve is a collection of neurons.
Yes, that makes more sense.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, intrapancreatic ganglia are composed of pancreatic neurons, glial cells, and extrinsic and intrinsic nerve fibers. Right? That's the sentence?
No, that wasn't the sentence I was reading. I mean, that might be another sentence.
Okay, yeah.
Shows that I'm right.
I'm trying to.
I'll stand by that I'll stand by that statement too.
Yeah, but what is the statement? Well, what's the statement you truly want to stand by? The original.
Oh, it was like right in the first like in the first of the introduction, the first paragraph. Interestingly, the pancreas has its own intrinsic neurons gathered in the intrapancreatic ganglia scattered throughout the pancreas. That's all I'm standing by. Now I just
that's in the frontiers in
yes, the first paragraph of of right underneath the introduction section, right there.
And the title of the article is Intrapancreatic Ganglia and Neuroregulation of Pancreatic Endocrine Secretion.
No, pancreatic brain crosstalk.
Okay. Well, yeah. So, oh, there's two that you linked. I think
that could explain why you're having difficulty. Yeah, if you're looking at the wrong one. This is wild. This is.
So, Corey, when you finally get your PhD, there's going to be a panel that that examines you, right? Like, asks you questions and stuff or whatever.
You mean you mean a Twitch panel or like an academic?
No, like defending your dissertation.
Yeah.
So, can Lactoid be on that panel?
I mean, maybe technically, as in, it's technically open to.
I mean, he is a doctor.
I am a doctor.
Technically, he might be able to zoom in if I actually set it up that way.
Oh, okay.
It is technically open to the public, as in, if he was in my city and he wanted to attend my defense, he would technically.
Can he attack you in your defense? Can you defend yourself against him?
He should be able to ask questions, as in there is sort of a question period open.
When will that be?
TBA.
Okay.
As in or to be determined.
TBD. Okay. I know these things are up in the air usually till the end.
Yeah, it's pretty much like. It's literally just as the defense is up to committee. Like me being ready to defend is also up to committee. I have to whatever convince them.
Okay.
Can you explain why?
Yeah. Well, again, so
why everyone has to when they write these fucking papers, they have to intentionally make it so difficult to find the single sentence that I'm looking for.
There should be a search function.
I know there is, but I don't know this. I don't really know how the sentence I'm looking for is worded.
Oh, I see.
Are you trying to find the exact sentence that's
Why else would I be reading a fucking paper on GLP receptors in fucking I don't. This has no effect on my
He's
life.
looking for the sentence, Lactoid was right.
Yeah.
That's literally what I'm not concerned about anything else at this point. Okay.
No, I know he's looking for the exact thing that will show that, semaglutide binds to these neurons or nerve cells.
So in response to glucose and lipid, GLP-1 is secreted by the intestine into the mesenteric capillaries and released into the hepatoportal vein.
Hepatoportal vein, yeah.
Yeah. This activates termination ends from the vagus nerve to generate to generate. I like vagus more. To generate a neural signal towards the brainstem.
That's endogenous GLP-1. I agree with you there.
Does the non-endogenous GLP-1 mimicker, the drug, does that activate the vagus nerve?
I would not.
To generate a neural signal towards the brainstem.
I would lean towards no, but I'm not going to. I'm 55% sure.
I heard eating the vagus nerve is submissive.
I know why Lactoid prefers pronouncing it that way.
Look, brother, if it works in rats, it works in people. I don't understand what this is. It just feels like if I had a drug that melted the brain of a rat, would you take it?
What?
Let's say I had a drug.
What? What?
Let's say I had a drug that melted the brain of a rat. Would you take it?
Yeah, the
No.
FDA would approve that for sure.
I don't think
No.
the FDA would approve that.
I agree with you. They wouldn't.
We're all mammals, man. I don't know why you're not accepting this study here that shows that.
So
directly
you were
Oh,
asking,
well, wait,
you at one point you were asking a question about the blood-brain barrier. Are you saying that the blood-brain barrier works differently with rats than it does with humans?
I believe it does, but I'm not 100% certain.
Okay.
But even that, the claim still holds true. Like if you want to show neuronal activity in humans, you need a human brain or you need a human body to show that. Just as like, so I'd ask you a question, Lactoid, as a follow-up. Let's say you had a partner and whatever, they're carrying your child, and they say, hey, this drug's been tested in humans, but never tested in pregnant women. Would you give it to your pregnant partner?
I wouldn't give drugs to my pregnant partner generally.
No, but let's just say, it was for fever. Okay, they had a fever, and they're interested in lowering their fever.
I mean, I guess it depends how much the fever is. I would probably give them some FDA, I don't know, approved drug for pregnant people to lower their fever.
Right. So you would then presumably agree that, let's say, to vaccinate pregnant people, we don't need to include pregnant people in our clinical trials.
I'm confused. I'm sorry. I'm confused as to the question. Part of the reason is because I'm just looking at it right here. GLP-1, like when they that rat study, it didn't not cross the blood-brain barrier in rats either. It binded to blood-brain barrier-free circumventricular organs, such as the subfornical organ close to the hypothalamus, and then that went through to the brain.
So yeah, it may be getting to the brain through some other ways. Yes, possible in a rat.
So if it's getting through the brain and like without going through the blood barrier, doesn't it stand to reason if it has the exact same effects in people, then a similar process might be occurring?
It suggests a similar process might be occurring. Yeah, potentially. That's why when I highlighted the word potentially before, when you were reading the description.
Okay. And so if it's potentially correct, I don't know. I think it's like I could probably come up with some kind of theistic argument as to why it should be correct, right? Like, basically like what is it? Iko, what's the famous like pro-religion argument? The one where it's like cause and effect. We've always perceived cause and effect. Therefore, like we can inductively reason that that cause and effect is like true, and therefore, like if the universe happened, so it must be caused. What's that?
Talking about the begging the question?
No, that's not begging the question. It's the fucking argument, man. The fucking.
I don't know. Sorry, I thought you were asking for a specific style of.
No. You know the question. Or the.
Say it again. Sorry, I was listening to something else.
As in like first causes, and everything has like a first cause.
Yeah. What's like Kalam, the Kalam cosmological argument? Okay.
Oh, okay. I couldn't have told you that.
Yeah. So we can inductively reason certain things, right? And if we see a rat having like appetite suppressant brain activity, and then we also see the same effect in humans from something that mimics a neurotransmitter, it just seems too much of a just seems too close to be just a happenstance, Corey.
I would agree. It is potentially possible. Absolutely. As in, like, yes, very often what we find in mice can happen in humans because there's obviously an evolutionary history there. But also there's the opposite case as well of like totally things seem promising in mice. And if anything, that is actually the course through most pharmaceutical interventions in the pipeline of like.
Yeah. Would you say more than 50% of all drugs that affect mice also affect people in kind of the same mechanistic way?
Depends on what you mean. Of like, if you're saying all approved drugs for humans currently have been found similar effects in mice, that is probably a more than true statement.
Okay, so would you agree that it is more likely than not that I'm correct in asserting that it's a neurotransmitter?
Well, no, because the effect that we're talking about here in terms of therapeutic effect of like as of so far, the therapeutic effect is like weight loss derived from what we currently understand of like increased insulin levels, okay, and maybe regulating appetite through binding on pancreatic beta cells. Then like that is found concretely in mice. That's why it's still an open question of like is this neurotransmitter effect actually occurring in humans?
So is this just a question of like the scientific method being like incredibly like careful?
Well, prudent, yeah, absolutely. Of like going
Like, I mean, if 99% of the time something's true, science won't say it until they can get that extra 1%.
Yeah, at least that's in my experience the general operating procedure. Just the same reason why we generally don't operate under the assumption. Like we saw this. This is like part of the vaccine, like pushback of like, oh yeah, it's found effective in humans, but that doesn't mean it's good for children. That doesn't mean it's good for pregnant women. This is why we have Children's Hospital as well. Of like there are unique differences, even amongst humans.
So what was the original reason you made this claim, Lactoid?
Well,
like what was the warrant?
I want to read off right here, right? So this is Worldwide Plonker. All right, everyone. As a PhD
Worldwide
in
what?
Worldwide Plonker is this guy's name. All right, everyone. As a PhD in medical doctor, I can say Lactoid is right. Corey is making stuff up mostly. Okay, so that's 1 point for me.
I'll concede that. I cannot argue with Worldwide Plonker. I don't want to mispronounce. But yeah, all credit to Worldwide Plonker.
I think I have a reasonable hypothesis that GLP-1 receptor agonists function as a neurotransmitter.
Oh, so I 100% approve that. That is my seal. You have a reasonable hypothesis. Absolutely, I would not dispute that.
Great,
1,000%.
Yeah, so I think I got a reasonable hypothesis on that, and the only reason why I've been, the main reason I guess I've been pretty adamant about this is it just. Now, I was wrong about it blocking neurotransmitters. Obviously, it doesn't do that, right? But I feel as though, like, it's like a little bit. I mean, would you concede it's like a little bit pedantic?
I'd say moderately.
Moderately pedantic. Okay, all right.
But yeah, I mean, if I ever spoke like that in like my defense, I would fail on the spot. If I ever conflate agonist with antagonist, like they would...
no, sure. Like as a researcher, yeah, that'd be a horrible mistake. Absolutely.
Yeah, well, that's where I'm coming from. I'm coming from like a literal biochemist perspective.
No doubt.
Of like you start off by saying, yeah, this agonist, it goes there and blocks. That is explicitly false. Right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, yes. So
but I also feel a little bit like it could have just been like Lactoid. An antagonist blocks, an agonist create like mimics.
And you would have taken no issue with that whatsoever.
No issue with that whatsoever. No.
I'll take your word for it. I don't think you would. But even then, like I said, you cited a YouTube video. And
I'll send you the one I was watching. I was watching a couple.
Yeah, I'm very curious if actually any of those YouTube videos, because even if I grant you 1,000% that okay, sure, these are acting as neurotransmitters. That's not what you said in your opening statement, anyways.
It obviously. I think it mimics neurotransmitters. It obviously doesn't block them. It's not an antagonist.
So you would agree
it is an agonist. I will never fucking forget that ever again in my entire life. It is an agonist, not an antagonist.
Okay. So you would agree that you're modifying your original claim.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I am modifying it. I reject my antagonist.
I was only disputing your original claim That's it.
Okay, here's the video I watched. It's from Dr. Mike.
He's arguably he's not an MD. He's a doctor of like osteopathy or something like that. Like Dr. Mike is like
what
ridiculous.
he on YouTube says he's a credible source.
He says he's a credible source.
No. Like when you click on it, like
You should have
literally
new guidelines. They will say like this is a certified medical doctor under the new YouTube guidelines. Well, yeah, he's just like, well, yeah, that's like too big to fail. Of like if you get
from
big
a
enough,
doctor licensed in the U.S. That's what it says right there.
yeah.
How am I not supposed to just believe whatever this guy says without question?
That's one of the problems with social media. Of like technically true, he's a doctor. Just as aren't you a doctor licensed in the U.S.? Isn't that like a true claim?
Yeah, and I can't make wrong claims about the law.
Well, exactly. That's where it's
And he can't make wrong claims about osteopathy.
Yeah, exactly. That's why a chiropractor can. They're also.
Oh, he's a DO. Yeah, he's actually a chiropractor.
He's a doctor of osteopathy, which is like it's technically true. I told you, okay? I know this stuff off the top of my head. He's not an MD. He is not a medical doctor. Okay, just as that's why he calls like he has some accurate information, but he is not a medical doctor. He is not an MD.
Shit.
And that is the problem with some of these things.
He's a Russian-American internet personality, family physician, philanthropist, and amateur boxer.
Yeah.
He's been named as the sexiest doctor alive in 2015.
Oh, well, then I can't dispute that. Everything he says is 1,000% correct, and if he's the sexiest.
No, he literally got his degree in osteopathic medicine.
I told you, yeah. I know Dr. Mike. I know most of the large content, medical, in quotes, content creators on, like, they're garbage, okay? And if he mentioned, like, if you were paraphrasing what he said, like, he's an idiot, okay? Well, I already knew he's an idiot. And I would argue nobody should be following him.
He interviewed Dr. Fauci. Have you interviewed Dr. Fauci?
I have not interviewed Dr. But Dr. Fauci is a medical doctor. He's an MD.
What does he have to say about the whole whether or not it's a neurotransmitter or not?
If you have a quote from Dr. Fauci saying GLP-1 receptor agonists are a neurotransmitter, I will concede 1,000%, and I'll pay you like 20 Canadian dollars.
What is that, like 10 cents here? I don't fucking know how your currency works.
But it's 11 cents, but you're close.
It's 11 cents. Yeah, you guys got to pay extra for all your books, right?
Yeah. So that's where I absolutely do not blame you for succumbing to inaccurate information from doctors on YouTube. People playing,
especially when they're so sexy.
Yeah,
I saw him and I was like, I gotta believe this dude. Holy shit. No, but look, I think we talked about this, Corey. Part of the other reason why I'm so interested in like knowing this shit is, I think we've talked about this. Like, I practiced medical malpractice for multiple years, and not only that, but like you have to have like a working knowledge of medicine when you're litigating, specifically the medicine of the case when you're litigating a medical malpractice case, but also like the law, understanding injuries, understanding how injuries are treated, understanding how doctors treat injuries, and how they often fuck up on doing so, and what's reasonable and what's not. So, I don't want to be litigating a fucking case involving like when it turns out these weight loss drugs like give you like super cancer or something, right? Like, I want to be able to know that they were agonists and not antagonists. So, yeah, no, this is good. This is important shit.
Yeah, it is. And again, it's super tricky. And like, yeah, it is technically true that, Dr. Mike is a licensed doctor in the United States, but like, so are like chiropractors, and chiropractors like a total sham. It's like, that's where it gets super tricky. And yeah, just, beware. Just because they market themselves as a doctor. And I'm not even a doctor. But
What are your thoughts on the chiropractor that like does the ring dinger that pulls your head up out of your shoulders?
I would never let a chiropractor touch any part of me whatsoever.
Because it looks really satisfying. I don't know if you've seen the clips, but like they put like a towel around your head and then they like lay you down on a table and they literally like kind of strap you in sort of, but like they use pegs and like peg you in, and then they like put a towel around your head and like what do they call it? It's like a vertical like a vertical motion alignment, and they pull your head up out of your body, and then your whole spine cracks. And it's very mentally satisfying to watch, like very deeply.
Oh, I'm sure it is, and that's where, again, there's this subjective experience of like people go to chiropractors. Lots of people go to chiropractors, unfortunately, even though nobody should, and it shouldn't exist. But then there are legitimate institutions in America that like provide these degrees and accreditation, but they shouldn't. But there's the subjective of like, yeah, people will go to chiropractors and they will report like feeling better. Because like, yeah, with enough with appropriate manipulation, like you can get a patient to feel better. Same thing with acupuncture, or for a lot of acupuncture, like you can relieve pain and you can temporarily, get people to feel better. But over the long term, like you're not really doing anything, and if anything, you are just like increasing your chances of injury. Like you're better off going to just get a massage than have a chiropractor touch you. Of like, you're going to get all the benefits of just like feeling better and more relaxed, and have no risk of like your neck being cracked or your spine.
Would Dr. Mike agree with you, Corey?
No, but that's because he has a vested interest in like furthering his doctor of osteo. He wants sham medical doctors to be taken seriously.
Corey, I don't know. I've been reading a lot into it. So, subluxations, I understand, are responsible for most like illness, right? And like, wouldn't you agree that removing those subluxations should be kind of the focal goal of any medical doctor?
No, I would absolutely, strongly, vehemently disagree. And I think anybody that testifies to that should have any sort of ability to make money revoked from them. And all personal property stripped.
Even like a Uber driver or something? I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. If I would actually prefer an Uber driver like manipulating your spine than a chiropractor. An Uber driver, given the fact that they don't know anything, are probably gonna be prudent. Like, I don't want to hurt you. As opposed to a chiropractor, they have all the inflated confidence of like, oh yeah, I'm an actual doctor, so I can just do what I want and break your neck. And there are actual documented cases, pretty sad cases of people like seeking these chiropractors out and having like actual fatal consequences.
So I hear that. So here are some actual critiques I have with that position. Medical malpractice kills, I think it's like what, the 6th leading cause of death? I could be wrong. It's in the top 10 for sure. And it kills substantially more people than chiropractic. And then you also have a lot of people who genuinely like feel better after chiropractic work. I am very skeptical about the science behind it, okay? Subluxations doesn't really quite seem to be a thing. I have to admit, I asked that question a little bit just to gauge your reaction. But I mean, we can all empathize with the sort of like, oh, I got a crick in my back, and then you pop it, and then you just feel so much better, right? And then you can walk fine, you can move okay. Like, why doesn't this concept work if it's another person, like Dr. Mike, manipulating your spine?
Well, that's where it's like you should just get a massage then. Like, you're just like, I have no doubt that like people, I don't crack my knuckles, but I know people that do. And like, yeah, the little test of like whatever makes their whatever hands or fingers feel better, and like stretching their back or having someone like getting a friend to walk on your back. Some people report like that'll make their back feel good. Like there's something going on there in terms of their subjective experience. Is it actually like manipulating something objectively? Like, I think that's pretty much like an open question. But if anything, like, yeah, the whole concept of subluxation, total sham, and no one should be like, as far as I could tell, no one should be going out of their way to like crack your spine or like crack your neck or like significantly manipulate your neck. It should be focused like on the muscle. Like if you want to massage your muscles, and deep tissue massage, like I think you have much better chances of feeling better from that. But like people will seek these treatments out because I understand that a lot of these people, they have nowhere else to turn to, or like the medical profession very often doesn't have good answers. The actual medical profession doesn't have good answers for people with, let's say, chronic low back pain or other types of pain or other types of muscular pain. And so they'll seek out a chiropractor because a bad answer sometimes is better than no answer. Same thing with any type of sham treatment. Naturopathic doctors are a thing. People go get tarot readings and a whole bunch of other stuff, and try to heal themselves through crystals. They'll do that just because they're desperate for answers. So I understand where it's coming from, but at the end of the day, nobody should be going to these things. But I understand it.
I'm considering it personally, but
a chiropractor?
Yeah, but I'm skeptical. I'm a little bit skeptical.
You should be highly. Hey, take whatever, do your own research, or if anything, if you want to do your own research, and if you want to send anything my way or talk about anything, I'm open. I'm not gonna, I don't want to make any claims or give any. I'm not in any position to give any medical advice whatsoever. I would encourage you to be highly skeptical. And I personally would never let a chiropractor touch me for any amount of money.
Well, in what way?
No, if they want to fondle me with permission, I'll do that for $1 billion. Okay. No problem.
Gotcha.
But manipulating my spine or my neck, that is a no-go.
I'd do it for half that.
I would do it for significantly less than half. Are you kidding me? $500 million? Jesus Christ. What if she's a high? There's women chiropractors, right?
Yeah, sure. Well, I don't know how that makes it more permissible, but sure.
What was it? What was that neurovaga thing that you were talking about earlier?
The vagus nerve.
The vaginous nerve that exists.
No, there's no inus in there. It's VAGUS.
Vaginous. Right, okay.
There's a little bit of
it's more valuable than I thought it was.
But so I totally understand. If you have back pain or whatever type of pain, and the conventional medical establishment doesn't have answers for you. I understand where you're coming from. But I would say, assuming it's back issues, there are probably other things to try. And at the very least, I would put it as the most last resort of you've exhausted prayer, and then you'll go to a chiropractor.
Hey, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, one of the difficulties.
I was going to change the subject.
Oh, well, I guess the last thing I'll say on this. One of the difficulties that I guess I haven't really run into it because I haven't actually seriously pursued this. But one of the difficulties that I know exists is that chiropractic people have a lot of lobbying power in ways that massage therapists simply don't. And if you want your insurance to cover your chiropractor, at least in my state, they legally have to.
Yeah, they do it. Yeah,
because the state makes them. And the state does not make them cover massage therapists. So,
yeah, and that's what gives credibility to these practices. Same thing. I have no doubt that probably osteopathy is also probably covered in a lot of states in places, and that's what gives the false illusion of legitimacy and credibility. Same thing with getting that stamp of approval from YouTube, saying, "Hey, this is a licensed medical doctor in the United States." Technically true, but it doesn't really say doctor of osteopathy, and most people probably won't even recognize the difference between a DO versus an MD. But there is a difference, even though they both technically went to medical school and all that stuff. But then if they're the same, then why is there a difference?
No. I was cooking a pizza while I was listening to Dr. Mike. If I had seen that DO on his shirt, I would have found a different doctor to listen to.
But there are plenty of people, to be fair, there are plenty of people with MDs who are also quacks.
Oh yeah,
Like,
1,000%. I mean,
There's that lady who, believed in sleep demons or whatever.
Yeah.
She used an MD.
that's where I also recognize that credentials really don't mean all that much. Like,
I mean, I think they mean a lot, but it's not without exception. Like, there's plenty of exceptions to the rule for sure. But you can be a great doctor at one point in your life, and then decades later, go crazy.
I mean, yeah, and there are many such cases.
Look at Ben Carson.
Yeah, absolutely. There are Nobel, laureates that they obviously won the Nobel Prize and then went way off over the deep end.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
And so I have really complicated thoughts on credentials.
Right.
Where I wish we lived in a world that didn't have to rely on credentials, because I recognize that even with people that I interface that are highly credentialed.
This is what I like about in terms of academic fields. This is why I respect mathematicians so much, because you could have no credentials at all, not even graduated high school. But if you have a mathematical proof that does something, unique or that hasn't been done before, you'll get published in a mathematics journal.
Yeah.
Even with no credentials at all, because the quality of your work stands up for itself. You can't do that in a lot of fields.
Yeah. Where it's with the, I'm not a mathematician, but the mathematical proof stands on its own of
right.
You can't dispute it. You can't dispute it. Right.
Right.
Or I guess arguably the most objective or whatever field, which is not the case probably for I guess every other field, even my own field.
I was going to change the subject real quick just because I just saw the results of the Polish election. Have you guys seen about this yet?
I have not seen.
The nationalists are no longer in power.
Ooh.
Civic Rights Coalition. A coalition. I don't know. The voter bloc that made it happen were women and young voters. But it was let's see, I forgot I don't know the names of the parties there. I just know that the Law and Order Party, or whatever it was called, no longer has a ruling coalition. So I think it's basically the center left that won. I was mainly concerned because of Ukraine, but I don't think they're going to be an anti-Ukraine coalition or anything. But yeah, it's the nationalists are no longer in power. The record high turnout since the fall of communism, 72.9%. Saw a historic swell of female voters, 73.2% compared to 61.5% in 2019. So that's a 12-point rise in the number of women who voted.
Isn't that a huge voter turnout in comparison to, let's say, I think even Canada, United States, where I think we hover around 40% or 50%?
Yeah. Well, it's way high compared to the United States for sure.
Yeah, I think the United States is anywhere between 30 and 50% or something.
Right. It's also a pro-European party, because apparently people were a little bit nervous about Poland staying in the EU if it had gone the other way.
Is the EU falling apart?
No, it hasn't really been since the invasion of Russia kind of took the wind out of all those sails. But because they are a nationalist party, I think they were a Eurosceptic party. They're just a pro-NATO party, which is kind of, those two things are a little bit in tension, because typically if you're for the EU, you're also for NATO and vice versa. But
that makes sense.
Law and Justice is the party that was in power. But they just got kicked out, basically. I mean, there's still a divided country, but Poland moved to the left unexpectedly. Poland didn't predict this.
I'll have to read this BBC article.
Yeah.
Politico
Ironically,
says that
I'm reading the CBC article.
Hey, Canadian News.
Yeah.
Canadian Broadcasting Corporation.
Yeah.
quality stuff.
And you guys both know about that, right?
Exactly. State-funded news.
Mm-hmm.
But Lactite obviously only share what you're comfortable in sharing. But like, are you specifically having like back problems?
It's nothing like super serious. I just tall, so I sit a lot, so stiffness.
But so again, obviously, there's none of my business to say so. But like, do you work from home?
Yeah.
Maybe invest in a standing desk.
I have one. I just don't use it.
Sorry, not to make light of it, but like you, was this like one of the fancier ones? Like, I don't know, $400, $500 ones?
I don't know how much it costs.
Oh, okay.
I didn't pay for it, so.
Get rid of that waterbed you've been using.
I don't use a waterbed.
As in you have like no interest in using it, or like it sounds like maybe
I do. It's just I don't know. Like, oftentimes I'm working, and it's very easy for me to like lose track of other things that are happening. If I'm like presently invested in a very specific thing, and then like the world just kind of disappears for a second.
Yeah,
and
you
then,
get tunnel vision.
Yeah, for sure. And then I just like won't think. I won't remember to be like, hey, I got to stand up this amount of the day, or I got to sit down this amount of the day, and then I'll just usually wind up sitting the whole day. Now, I'm not like a necessarily like not active person. Like I go out in the woods and scouting and hunting and that stuff. So I do a lot of walking, but it's just when I'm not, I'm just sitting, which is not good because I know sitting is bad.
Yeah, well, for prolonged periods of time, coupled with like, yeah, a largely sedentary lifestyle. But if it seems like you're overall leading a more balanced of like, yeah, you're sitting maybe for 8 hours, maybe 10 hours a day, but like you're also doing activities.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Doesn't seem like the end. As in, like, is this mostly out of a preventative aspect, or like you're experiencing something like now?
Just more of like just some stiffness, right? I'm thinking like, because I see, I'm going to be totally frank with you. I see these fucking YouTube videos where, click, clack, 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 and you hear like the, like right up from the bottom of the spine to the top. And like the feeling of relief on their face. And it's just like, right. And I've had it where it's like, I got something in my back and then I'll be like, just move. And then it'll be like a clink noise. And then it's, yeah.
I have heard
that,
and
I want it to happen to me. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, you're looking for relief, a deep sense of relief. It sounds, but again, I think you're just getting lured into sort of a false sense of security of like, yeah, just because they're getting that temporary relief doesn't mean it leads to any sort of good long-term outcomes. Of like, yeah, you might be trading temporary relief for like, somewhere down the road, extreme pain or inability to like be upright, or even greater mobility issues like 10 years down the line.
That sounds pretty bad.
That's where I would encourage you to look into other methods of improving your whatever back pain or back discomfort, maybe through strength training is an option. There's also a bunch of mobility and flexibility exercises that can help you in the long term, legitimately help you in the long term.
Don't listen to Corey. He's just telling you the best treatment is assisted suicide. He's promoting MAID again.
If your back pain ever gets to a 10, give me a call. We'll set up MAID.
Jesus.
Right? Canada guys, holy shit, you guys are really stepping that up.
Never pass up an opportunity, man.
Is that still going? Is that still as controversial as it has been?
Yeah, they're going through with the mental health qualification, which to me that's just crazy. I mean, Corey and I almost never disagree on stuff, but on this one, I think there's a little bit of daylight between us because, man, I don't know about that.
Well, I've clashed with Eucharist about it pretty strongly.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Since he's obviously a pretty religious person.
Right.
So any
Man, I hate the fact that I'm also Catholic because I promise you I would feel this way if I wasn't, like if I was an atheist still. Like it's just, to me, it's even more so if you're an atheist, right? Because this is the only life you'll ever have. So what you're giving up is even more precious if you think that this is it.
Well, isn't that almost a testament to how bad their circumstances are if they're willing to give up?
Oh yeah, no, I agree. I'm not against assisted suicide. So I guess I'm to the left of Eucharist on this one. I'm just against promoting it the way Canada has and making it like, persuading people to get it like when they might otherwise not.
Yeah, like there appear to be legitimate cases
Right.
of, let's say, arguably coercion for some people getting made. Totally.
Right. Yeah.
But the vast majority of data that I've seen of like the people getting it, not to dismiss these edge cases, but like the average age still seems to be like 75, 78 years old of people getting it.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I mean, even then, I think every day is precious or whatever. I guess that is kind of the Catholic in me at that point. It's just that I think people should have the option. Like people should have the freedom to choose like what happens to them. So I get it, but it's not about freedom if your doctor is like recommending it.
Yeah, well, yeah, well, I guess we'll at some point get into the weeds of like, is a doctor actually recommending it? Of like, hey, I think it's time to off yourself. This is my doctor.
Right.
I'm gonna write it down on my prescription pad. You gotta die.
Right. Yeah. Have you tried killing yourself?
Yeah.
Is that?
If we got to the point, I would absolutely have issues. With that, but yeah, some people make the argument of like, just a doctor making you aware of it, saying, hey, that this exists is now legal in Canada. Is that recommending it? Some people would say yes, some people would say no.
I mean, listen, there's a Soylent Green shortage, so
true.
This might be the solution.
And an overpopulation problem, maybe.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's just that's one of the few times I think you've ever like held a position that I had some kind of an issue with.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm reading your study about how libertarian personality types, and
so did you?
So far, it's saying libertarians are just pretty based.
Yeah, but I'm not using like I agree with you that this study will back up multiple claims. I don't dispute the fact that libertarians are hyper rational, but then I also put forth like the lack of empathy, and that is backed up by that study.
So right here, among the findings right here, they exhibit a high degree of individual. They actually just says they exhibit a high degree individualism, a low degree collectivism, and generally report feeling less bonded with others, less loving for others, and less feelings of sense of common identity with others. Libertarians have a lower degree on the broad social connection that typifies liberals, as well as lower degree of the tight social connections that typify conservatives. Sounds about right.
And they specifically mention empathy. I think there's a specific.
We also I haven't seen it yet. I'll keep looking for it. We also found that libertarians showed a strong preference for an enjoyment of reasoning, higher in utilitarianism, need for cognition, systemizing, and a greater likelihood of answering correctly on the cognitive reflection task.
Yeah, like I said, I fully recognize.
Here's what maybe we're referring to here. We think it is worth repeating that libertarians were the only one of our three groups for which systemizing scores were higher in absolute terms than their empathizing scores.
But there's, I think, a total. I'm going to go through it because I've highlighted before. Well, figure 3, right there, empathic concern. And then, there's the interpersonal reactivity index in the results. And then the empathizer, sympathizer, systematizer scale. Yeah.
Yeah. So libertarians tend to be more cerebral and systemizing than.
Yeah.
And less emotional as well. I'm noticing that.
Yeah. I know you recognize those as good things.
I do.
Yeah. Yeah. But it backs up my claim. I only use that to back up my claim of a lack of empathy. and that also backs, and that's why I bring forth like, what is the overall demographics among libertarians, at least when it comes to men and women?
I mean, libertarians are going to be mostly men, but I don't know if just finding that libertarians. I mean, I'm sure we could probably find some other study showing that men are less likely to be empathetic as well. It wouldn't surprise me.
There's a number of studies.
Yeah. I'll just take your word.
On average, I'm not saying men or libertarians lack it. Like, I'm saying on a spectrum, they score the lowest. And sure, if you want to.
But libertarians are disproportionately male, right?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
for
It's
sure.
like, depending on, where you go, it's like at least 60%, if not higher to like 70, 80%.
Yeah, look, I've been involved in libertarian organizations. Like, I can tell you right now, it's
The sausage
it's
fest.
primarily men. Yeah, it just is. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, and like I said, I will never dispute the hyper rationalism that comes. If you want to put that as a win, that's fine. I'll concede that. I don't put that as a win. Just like I'll put forth also the study of like, people that lack empathy. They don't tend to be the best actors.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that claim specifically. Like if you have like a very systematized like moral code based on like non-interference, I don't really think you have to like have all that strong as the feeling of empathy, as long as you like follow your moral code, which libertarians appear to do pretty consistently. I mean, seems like you'd probably be less likely to like murder somebody, right? And if I would argue, and I'm pulling this completely out of my ass. I bet you that people who believe in the NAP probably murder less often.
Yeah, but I would say the NAP is not exclusive to libertarians.
It's kind of a libertarian concept. Like, libertarians stand by that concept the most. I can't think of anybody who's ever used that term who wasn't a libertarian, unless they were arguing against libertarians. I've never heard a Democrat say, well, that violates the NAP. We can't do that. Never heard them say that.
I would agree with you of like they would not use I would agree with you that it would be primarily, if not exclusively, libertarians that use the language of like, yeah, this would be a violation of the non-aggression principle. I would just put forth that sort of as a subroutine of most people, they operate under a non-aggression principle. That's all. Whether they consciously know it, they won't cite a non-aggression principle.
Even though in practice it's easy to just look at some prior action by whoever it is you want to attack and then say, oh, they were the aggressors, and then just do what you want.
Yeah.
But that happens all the time.
Same thing with like the golden rule of like, yeah, whatever. That's
like ask Israel and Palestine who started it.
But
they'll both appeal to something like the non-aggression principle, even though neither one of them would necessarily use the term.
Yeah.
They'll say, this was our land first, and then the other guys came and took it, or whatever.
And it correlates, I think, very nicely with, again, the studies that I put forth in terms of like empathy, extending rights to animals of like, I've even sent you that study of like those who score higher on empathy. They tend to be either a vegetarian or vegan, and that you can almost map the political spectrum based on.
Well, that's also true with neuroticism too, right?
Yeah, totally. From what I can tell,
right.
We don't extend the non-aggression principle to them either, right? Unless we only eat animals that attack us first. I only eat predators.
And I think I sent you this study of like, who is most likely to be basically, sort of a sympathizer to child sexual abuse. Seems to be men with low empathy.
Listen, I don't appreciate you playing into that stereotype, okay? We reject all pedos here on the Lactoid Show. Okay.
I know
even though we're libertarians.
I'm less concerned with you.
Even though
but the evidence in terms of like, yeah.
There's an implicit admission right there just by the fact that you said even though.
Even though we're libertarian. Look, I understand the bad rap the libertarians get. I do think it's interesting, Corey, and I got a couple studies I can send you on this. Like the further left you are, like you become substantially more likely to be engaged in criminal activity. Like it is a massive change. Like even when you control for other factors.
Sure.
I mean, it's like if you were far left, like let me just send you the fucking study. I mean, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, you cited this before, but that's why like I would
Yeah,
I would ask the question of like what criminal activity? Like if you're going to talk about again drug use,
Yeah, but
or
the,
like
the study didn't. No, the study didn't control. Like it wasn't about drug use. It was like shoplifting, vandalism, destruction of property, et cetera, like that kind of stuff, like property crimes. Like you are far, far more likely to commit property crimes if you are like left wing. It's odd to me how like the people who self-report the most empathy appear to disproportionately disrespect other people in terms of like property crimes. But then also, I mean, we just look at the voting records of felons, before and after. I mean, they're overwhelmingly left wing as well. Like violent criminals and non-violent criminals tend to be left wing.
yeah, I would totally concede that people on the left can be hypocritical, for sure, 1,000%. Just as religious people can be hypocritical. Christians are so unlike their Christ, right? And Christians can be violent, for sure, and be aggressive, and be greedy, and whatever, commit all of the 7 deadly sins. Where, yeah, even though I, let's say, speak highly, and let's say encourage empathy, I also recognize that it can misfire, or people can channel it in inappropriate ways, for sure. So I won't dispute that. It doesn't necessarily surprise me that those who might be more politically left-leaning may engage in more property crime and theft. I'm willing to bite those bullets. As long as you're willing to bite those bullets, that men with low empathy don't seem to be good actors.
I would agree that like men or people generally with low empathy probably are like not, I guess, good actors. But the fact that they commit crime less it's just interesting, right? I think what it shows is that for a lot of people who maybe are a little bit lower in empathy, as long as they have like a kind of a systematized way of viewing the world, and especially if that system is based on non-interference, that sort of is a more like effective empathy, right? It's based on like a logical process as opposed to a feeling. And feelings are so much easier to change, right? I mean, that can, I had to do it. I was in, I was in XYZ situation, or I was tempted, or I was impulsive. One of the findings here I think is particularly interesting.
Oh, wait, Corey, before you go on,
Sure.
When you read some of the description from the study that sent you, understanding libertarian morality, like, yeah, you started reading out, like, they report feeling less, I think, less connected to, like, their friends and family, less collectivism. Like, so that might be just, like, the fundamental divide. Like, I don't see that as a positive. Like, how does that resonate with you? Like, oh, yeah, this, like, I love this. I don't like...
It depends how they handle it, right? So, like, if you... I would agree that, like, for most people, not feeling that kind of connection would be bad. But what I'm saying is, like, this could be a multivariable analysis, right? So here's a kind of a great analogy.
Yeah,
people with concealed carry licenses are much less likely to commit shootings.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm referring to. I'm talking about, like, they specifically, like, mentioned, like, they report feelings, like, I think, of less connectedness towards, like, their friends and family.
That's what I'm saying, right? What I'm saying is that, like, people with guns are more likely to shoot, but people with concealed carry licenses are much less likely to shoot even than the average person. And why is that? Because there's something else going on, right? There's a different variable, and the different variable there is, well, you have somebody who cares enough about the law to go get a license, and they can pass a background check, right? And these two combined are like significant variables when it comes to predicting whether or not somebody is going to commit a gun crime. And so if we know that, like, we can't, like, the logical extrapolation can't be made of, like, well, people with guns, like, if you get a gun, that makes you more likely to commit a crime. Well, not actually. It depends on how you got the gun and what processes were in place. This could, like, a similar kind of situation could be true with like morality here, where generally, like, the more disconnected you are from your community, the more likely you are to commit a crime. But if we got these fucking libertarians that don't feel as connected to their community, but they have this very cerebral and logical and like rational frame of thinking in which they have like these kind of moral codes that they don't want to deviate from. And those moral codes are more often than not based on like non-interference with other people. I mean, if you had somebody like this, they wouldn't need to have a whole bunch of empathy to not commit a crime, because because committing a crime would be inconsistent with their moral code.
Yeah, sure. I will totally concede everything that you've just outlined in terms of like that is I can totally see that outcome. I'm more talking about like the subjective experience of like how that sort of like as in like when you're reading that of like, yeah, on average libertarians, like they report feeling less connected to like their friends and family, like more individualism, less collectivism, which is like, yeah, pretty much, arguably pushed to the extremes, or like this lone wolf type of person. Of like, so just in terms of like subjectively, like, do you see, not crime aside, like as in I don't care how it contributes to crime, but just how does it contribute to like your well-being and your subjective experience as a person? Like, does that have any effect on you whatsoever? Or like, I don't really care if I don't feel all that connected to, let's say, my romantic partner.
I mean,
like, that's why I've asked you before, like, how do you feel towards like pets? And I think I remember correctly, you just cited, I can see some utility from a dog. It's like, as in like, whatever, being able, maybe train it to get the paper for me and all that stuff. Like, you're not citing like, oh yeah, feeling connected to a dog or a pet or companionship. It's like, I think libertarians just have the economic brain, which is like, yeah, just a strict, like, what is the strict utility that it brings to my life? Which is like, that's fine. I'm not making any judgments. This is just like describing it. Like, that's fine if you want to operate that, but I don't want to operate in that world of like basically just moving towards the direction of an automaton.
I honestly don't know like what the like depression. I mean, I know for a fact that like the mental health of conservatives is significantly better than that of like liberals as we know them today in America, right? I mean, this has been consistently documented. But, right. I don't know where libertarians fall on that. Because conservatives do, and this seems obvious to me, and the thing you linked me also indicates this, that conservatives, of the three groups of liberals, conservatives, and libertarians, conservatives have like much more of like a kind of like family system and like community, like, and they strongly value that. And do I think libertarians could probably like do better by valuing that more? Probably. But I guess I would have to see the information on whether or not this actually influenced like mental health outcomes.
That's why, like, there are lessons to be learned from conservatives of like, so you bring up religion a lot, maybe not a lot, but you bring up religion, and you cite the fact that contributes to, let's say, positive mental health outcomes, which I won't dispute. But what I would put forth, so basically, I would say there are things you can extract from, let's say, being religious or being conservative that you can just assimilate as a left-leaning person. Of like, so I would say it's faulty to frame it as religion promotes better mental health outcomes. I would more frame it as spirituality promotes mental health, better mental health outcomes, and you can be spiritual and left-leaning. Same thing with again, I think you bring up before of like married people tend to report being happier over time, but it's not marriage itself. As in, like, if I proposed to you, Lactoid, tomorrow, and we got married tomorrow and signed the certificate, I'm pretty sure you would not receive a boost in your mental health. There's something else underlying.
reasonable.
Yeah, because if it's really the marriage itself, you'd probably be in favor, just like you. We should just randomly administer marriage certificates to the general population, right? And just people are just like randomly matched to each other and married. But it's not the marriage itself. There's something deeper and underlying that, which is probably just companionship and feeling connected to another person. You can totally do that as a left-leaning person, just as you can be spiritual and not religious as a left-leaning person. That's why I would encourage you of like, there are totally benefits to being hyper-rational. But I would say, at least in my mind, for me, this is where the divide comes. So like, I think there's way too many costs associated with that. Of like, when I read that same sentence as you, of feeling less connected to my friends and family and hyper-individualism, to me that sounds like just a bad life to lead for me personally.
Sure, and yeah, well, that's totally reasonable. But I guess my question is, this is going to sound super fucking rational brain, but a couple other results here, and this will kind of get to my point. Table 3 shows libertarians are moderately more utilitarian than conservatives and slightly more utilitarian than liberals, which is odd because most libertarians wouldn't want to actually identify as utilitarian. But in terms of moral dilemmas, it appears that, quote, in these dilemmas, libertarians are more likely to reach decisions via cold calculation, and that deontological rights-based judgments are more likely to be reached via a hot, effective process. Our results suggest that libertarians are particularly unemotional in their moral deliberations. And then below that is a cognitive reflection task, which it's a set of logic questions that have correct and intuitive answers. Correct answers in these questions.
Libertarians get that right the most.
Yeah, libertarians get that right the most, meaning that they're more likely to be able to suppress their intuitive response and use cognitive reasoning to solve problems. So if we know these two bases, that libertarians tend to approach problems less emotionally and more intelligently.
Whoa. You're switching language here. Does it mention intelligence anywhere in there? Or even what you just read?
Yeah, correct answers on these questions is said not to just measure intelligence, but also to measure a person's ability to suppress an intuitive response in service to the cognitive reasoning required to solve the problem. Table 3 shows that libertarians find the correct answers to these questions at a slightly higher rate than liberals and a moderately higher rate compared to conservatives. The cognitive reflection task provides a behavioral validation of the hypothesis that libertarians have a more reasoned cognitive style.
Yeah, so I would agree with that claim. A more reasoned cognitive style, as in
correct answers on these questions is said not just to measure intelligence, but also to measure a person's ability to suppress an intuitive response in service of the cognitive reasoning required to solve the problems. So if we have like libertarians who are less emotional when it comes to reasoning, more rational, more intelligent, right? I got another study showing libertarians just score higher in most IQ exams as well.
Slightly, yeah. I'm not going to dispute that.
Shouldn't these be the people in charge of like the world? Like, why are we putting like emotional? They can, maybe it's good for them, their own lives and their family, but like, why are we putting like kind of emotional, unreasonable people in positions of power? It sounds like that's not good.
Because I would argue that's going to be a much longer conversation, probably for another time. But I would say you operate under the guise of, let's say, rational decision making. I would say, where you're not actually being truly rational. You're being logical to some extent. But there's also other studies showing that when it comes to overall decision making, those who are unemotional over the long term don't tend to make the best decisions. What I would ask you, Lactoid, okay, in your day-to-day life, do you make the best decisions when it comes, the most rational decisions, operating under the assumption that you don't want to die prematurely, and that you don't want to have back pain? Do you make rational decisions in that framework?
I think that if you measure all of my decisions, I probably make a higher proportion of them rationally, statistically, than most other people, just given the data you've presented. And not to sound bragging, but I guess just based on what I know of people.
Yeah, okay, sure. So you get the recommended amount of exercise according to the published guidelines.
I don't think this is the same thing because I'm not like I even approach that with a pretty hyper rational point of view, which is like I fully recognize it's a problem and I fully recognize that I should do something about it, right? The question is just like, you know, do I have like the intrinsic motivation to do everything that I should be doing in order to achieve my goals? No. But the fact that I'm able to like accurately diagnose the problem as opposed to what most people do, which is like make excuses for it, I think does show like a level of rational thought.
I don't disagree with you, but you just fall into the same whether it's an awareness issue or not. You fall into the same bucket as the average American then, in terms of your behavior. Maybe not in terms of your cognitive decision-making style, but in terms of the actual action and behavior that you carry out, you fall into the same bucket of the majority of Americans then, and Canadians.
Well, not the majority of Americans, I would say, but a lot of them. I'll concede that.
The majority of Americans don't get the recommended cardiovascular strength training.
Yeah, but I get more than the average American. So I'm like a little bit better than the average, okay? I'm not saying I'm where I should be, okay?
Yeah, but just going by the guidelines themselves, you fail the guidelines.
Oh, those guidelines are written by fucking like, you know, granola people. I don't whatever. So yeah,
medical professionals,
Yeah, granola people, you know, the ones that go on hikes all the time.
You know, like Dr. Mike.
Yeah, like Dr. Mike. And we all know how trustworthy he is. So no. So when it comes to making policy, though, that's not really dependent, I don't think, on like in someone's individual personal behaviors, right? If I got into power, I'd be making decisions very rationally based on like a very structured libertarian point of view. I wouldn't be, I wouldn't and I think it's a big part of libertarianism because people should be free to fall short of their own expectations for themselves. And having those expectations of yourself is step one of the fucking goal, right?
Well, yeah, that'll be the fundamental difference of like you think it's all on you as a person, and that we all just get siloed off, you know, into our hyper individual world, and we're just left to our own devices. Which I don't think it really works that way, at least in my opinion. But obviously, as far as I know, there hasn't been a strict libertarian leader elected. So I don't actually know for sure. Like, do I think having a strict libertarian leader elected as like the worst outcome? No, not really, because they're like, well, yeah, they're just.
We're about to see in Argentina.
Promote freedom. Like I can totally see way worse potential outcomes. But in terms of promoting the society that I would want to live in, then no, I would not want to live in that world. Just as I wouldn't want to live in the world without publicly subsidized healthcare. I think that's a bad direction.
Fucking lefty.
To go in.
All right, here I gotta be heading off. I got work tomorrow early. But if I could just get one. Sorry, I want just before we go. Okay, known you a long time, Corey. I consider you to be a friend.
Likewise.
I need 2 concessions from you. Okay, and then I'll drop it. I need you to concede to me that the pancreas has neurons. And I need you to concede to me that it's a neurotransmitter, the drug. Maybe it's not, you know, I can't prove to you it's like getting past the blood-brain barrier, okay? But it's mimicking what is a neurotransmitter, okay? Can you concede just those 2 things for me?
I can do that.
Okay,
if you concede that your opening statement, what you described in your opening statement, was just like factually inaccurate, and me correcting your opening statement was like correct.
I will agree that I should have said agonist instead of antagonist. I fully agree. I had those two mixed up. It was just not blocking neurotransmitters. It mimics them, for sure. I was absolutely incorrect about that.
Great, because that's all I was disputing. That's what, like, my opening statement was right after yours, right? And I opened my opening statement, I got to correct some things that lactose is. So only disputing that.
I felt as though you were kind of like, because we also had a dispute, like you said, well, hormone, like not all hormones are neurotransmitters, and then like that was kind of implying that this one wasn't, but it was.
Well, so when you were making that opening statement, you had it in your mind like, oh, this GLP agonist is acting as a neurotransmitter, or you shifted your position now, saying I'm now convinced that it might be acting as a neurotransmitter.
So to be frank with you, I knew it had something to do with neurotransmitters. Like in my mind, I was thinking, okay, either this thing is acting like a neurotransmitter, or, and this is where the questions kept fucking me up, or it's like activating receptors that would otherwise not be able to take in neurotransmitters, but now that they're activated, now they're like, you've opened the door like on these receptors to more neurotransmitters, right? I knew there was more neurotransmitter. I just didn't know the exact mechanism of action, whether or not it was simply mimicking it or whether or not it was opening more receptors like on the whatever to that neurotransmitter. That's and when you kept saying like, what was it? Is it a receptor agonist? And I was thinking antagonist, so blocking a receptor. And I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Why would blocking a receptor mean that you're uptaking more of it?
Yeah, so I can totally concede your the first claim of like based off what you read, the pancreas has neurons or neuronal cells, or you want to frame it.
Based.
The second claim, I can't remember this. So I think you said, yeah. I think what I would add is GLP-1, or rather the GLP-1 agonist, semaglutide, is a potential neurotransmitter.
It mimics something that we know is a neurotransmitter.
That's fair.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like the word mimic, like seems to suggest that you're mimicking the neurotransmitter type stuff, and that's where I would dispute. But like if you're saying it happens to mimic something that happens to have neurotransmitter activity, but it does other things as its primary mechanism of action.
Sure, just say it. Just please say it. Please say it so I can clip it and I can save it to my fucking folder. Just it's a neurotransmitter. Say it. Mimics. Don't even say mimics. I want you to call it a neurotransmitter right now.
No.
You dick. Say it.
Okay, then if you say that I corrected one of your research streams,
I already admitted that. You did. Now you got to say it. Go ahead.
Semaglutide is a potential neurotransmitter.
You know what? I'll take it.
I agreed with your statement. You have a reasonable hypothesis to believe that it's a neurotransmitter.
Because it's mimicking something that we know can also function as a neurotransmitter.
Potentially mimicking something.
Yeah, and we know that it suppresses appetite when it does act as a neurotransmitter, and turns out this thing also suppresses appetite. It's kind of a weird coincidence, right? Two things, one mimics the other. They both have the same effects.
Yeah, so you're revising your opening statement, correct?
Yeah, with this additional context that I think makes it stronger.
No, you're completely revising. You're rewriting history at this point.
I don't know. We'll see. Well, maybe. It's not like there's like a VOD or something of this.
I clipped it. I clipped that. I'm going to save it.
Dirty dog clipping my shit.
Well, I need something to cite, like for sure. Like, I understand now. I'm not blaming you. I understand, given the fact that you listened to a doctor of osteopathy, okay, that you potentially got inaccurate information, and so nobody should be listening, in my opinion, which might be worthless, but no one should be listening to a doctor of osteopathy.
And you would also agree that news site, right, Today, does specifically say, right, I mean, it's a news. I mean, mainstream media, that's what you lefties like, right? You like the mainstream media. Does it not say this?
I would agree with you that today's show article that has no references whatsoever, as far as I can tell, and is written by like some random person. Yes, it does say that.
You don't appreciate the deep, inquisitive, scientific mind of Maura Homan?
No, I don't. To me, they're in the same category as the doctor of osteopathy, Dr. Mike. Maybe a step below, you know. I'll give Dr. Mike a little bit of credit.
She's a senior health editor for Today.com.
Yes,
and her interests include women's health, racial health disparities, mental health, and COVID-19.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, these news outlets make up all kinds of titles. Like, this is our senior whatever tech analyst, and they just happen to be a journalist that like moved up the ranks when they're reporting on tech stuff. There's nothing special about these titles or credentials, as I'm sure you know.
Well, hold on. Oh, this is just GLP-1. Okay, it's not the actual agonist. So you would agree GLP-1 absolutely is like functions as a neurotransmitter in the brain.
Yes. Yeah. That's why I was like,
because I'm looking right here, right? GLP-1Rs are located in reward-related areas, and GLP-1, its agonists, and DPP-4 inhibitors are effective in decreasing palatable food intake, along with reducing cocaine, amphetamine, alcohol, and nicotine use in animals. In humans, hold on. GLP-1 modulates dopamine levels and glutamatergic neurotransmission, which results in observed behavioral changes. It's so. I mean, it's just so.
You know, I asked you.
My hypothesis is just so strong. I think
it is totally reason. It is a valid, but that's why I was really taking you to task and asking you the question: what is the difference between GLP-1 and GLP-1 receptor agonist? Those are not the same things. I understand why someone would conflate the two, but these are not the same things.
Okay, so I got an expert in chat. I just wanted to ask. So my hypothesis is that, the fucking, oh my god, what is it called? The drug. What's the drug name called?
Semaglutide.
Yeah, semaglutide. That this, because it's an agonist of the GLP-1 receptor, and we know that GLP-1 is a neurotransmitter, then an agonist of it is also going to be a neurotransmitter. That's my hypothesis.
That is a reasonable hypothesis. Absolutely. I can totally stamp that.
Ozempic specifically is what we're talking about.
Yeah, I think that's just the brand name of semaglutide. Yeah. I had take no issues at all with your hypothesis.
Yeah, because I mean, like, so hold on. Maybe you can help me out with this one. I actually didn't have this before we go. So when it says like results, I guess I'll have to go through the actual like methodology. But when it says results, GLP-1Rs are located in reward-related areas, and GLP-1, its agonists, and DPP-4 inhibitors are effective in decreasing palatable food intake, along with reducing cocaine, amphetamine, alcohol, and nicotine use in animals. Now it says in animals, so okay. So then the question is going to be, well, it may do that in animals, but we don't have definitive proof that it necessarily. Although in humans, GLP-1 doesn't actually specify their agonists. God, it's just so fucking on the edge of like everything.
Yes, generally speaking, if it's a scientific article, they're going to use like very specific language, and they're going to be super pedantic. And like, we mean this and this specific thing, and it's only like in this specific sphere and not outside of that. Like, that is how these articles and the scientific method works. Of like, we're going to make a claim and we only have evidence to back up this specific claim, like this one specific thing.
Here, so moreover, in humans, exenatide, a GLP-1 receptor agonist, was shown to increase brain responses to palatable food consumption and decrease brain responses to the anticipation of palatable food consumption compared to a placebo, along with significantly reduced food intakes. So exenatide, which is, I guess, a different chemical, but also a GLP-1 receptor agonist,
as far as I can tell, yes.
is directly changing brain responses to food consumption.
Yes, but that's different. You can change brain responses through a variety of mechanisms. It doesn't mean it's acting on the brain or it's acting as a neurotransmitter. You do realize that.
It seems so unlikely. It just seems so straight. Like, we have this thing that in animals does this, and we know that the other things do this, and it helps reduce cocaine addiction. Like shit that has gotten, it's all this shit, right? And
Yeah,
it's
well, but that's where it's like they're making very specific, like you can modulate cocaine consumption through a variety of mechanisms. That doesn't mean it's acting on the brain per se, or at least it's directly acting on the brain.
Well, then how do they know that GLP-1 is acting on the brain? Because they call it a neurotransmitter, but they're basing like their knowledge of GLP-1 acting on the brain based on like all like the effects it has on behavior and brain activity. But I mean, we could just always kind of shoo that away of, well, maybe it's affecting something else. Maybe we'll never know if it actually is directly affecting the brain.
So obviously, I'm definitely not an expert on GLP-1, but I could only speculate that they have evidence that the production of GLP-1 occurs in neurons or neuronal cells, and that probably through, let's say, radio labeling studies, they would track maybe how it moves throughout the brain and the body. But that is totally speculative on my part. I have no idea how they came to the conclusion that GLP-1 is an agonist. I would have to like do the research on my own. I'm just sort of speculating of what are the ways that they can answer that question. That would be one of the ways.
The one that I just sent you that was linked to my chat, this one appears to be linking like the most I've seen to human studies on GLP-1 agonists, like receptor agonists specifically, and like consistently finds like behavioral changes. Now, I guess, this could be...
I can also induce behavioral changes by beating someone with a stick too.
I'm aware.
Like, I'm sure even you won't dispute this, of like corporal punishment of children, will have effects on behavior, and will actually even induce, physiological changes potentially, in a developing infant, but and even potentially changes in the brain. But you would not say that spanking is acting as a neurotransmitter.
I would not say that spanking itself is a neurotransmitter. That's correct. So this is what you do all day? You get paid for it? You just fucking go over this shit?
Well, not this stuff specifically.
And I'm also streaming, just so you're aware.
Oh, okay. But not this stuff specifically in terms of like whatever the biochemistry of GLP-1 receptor agonists. But like, yeah, not just reading it, but actually doing it, as in carrying out as in like some of the, not these experiments, but like maybe some of the other experiments that you might have come across in the methodology section. That is what I would be carrying out and like generating the data and the figures.
Can you do a study on this to like find out if I'm right?
Could I? No, given what I have access to now. Well, first of all, it'd have to, if you want to confirm this in humans, it requires human subjects. And that requires specific like regulatory approval, especially if you want to like start, poking around the brain of a human.
You think the rules on that are a little bit like excessive, in terms of like that shit?
As in like too restrictive of like we should be more open to experimentation on humans?
Yeah, even like I think I've read that like even for humans that are like pretty like volunteering for it, like there's a lot of things you can't do to them, even if like they're fine with it. I don't know.
Yeah, I think as far as I can tell, the restrictions are like okay.
Okay.
Of like, so I've had people entertain the suggestion of like, how do you feel about experimentation on like prisoners?
I guess it depends on the prisoner, honestly.
Let's say, you know, violent criminals.
Like excessively violent criminals. They're definitely more open to be tested on than other demographics of people.
Okay, yeah. So you're not saying yes, but you're opening the door. So like, yeah, I can entertain that idea. Is that fair?
Yeah, if especially if they're okay with it. Like if they were okay with like a pretty, otherwise brutal study, and they were like, yeah, I'll accept it. I mean, I think I've already said that like I'm okay with like reoffending like child sex offenders to be castrated. I think that there's some evidence from Korea that demonstrates that you can reduce recidivism pretty dramatically from an expected 50% down to 2%. So, I mean, if we can reduce recidivism that low and protect the community, I mean, that in of itself is like kind of a pretty brutal experiment. But if it works, you kind of do a good thing, right? You save the day.
Yeah, at the expense of presumably violating their consent. And I'm more talking about, or more alluding to the experimentation, like forced experimentation of like, yeah, these violent criminals, they have no choice but for us to experiment on them. Is that something you'd entertain?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat that?
Like the forced experimentation on violent, extremely violent criminals.
I don't know. I think I would do maybe some sort of like arrangement where it's like not forced, but like there's incentives in place. So one example could be like, okay, if you do horrible things to a child, like you're never getting out unless you let us castrate you, right? Then maybe you get out because now your recidivism risk is low enough for us to feel comfortable with you getting out. Is this forced? Under some definitions of forced, maybe.
Yeah, I also have like somewhat mixed feelings. I lean towards like no, as in like we should always have consent when it comes to experimentation on humans. But I can see an argument of like, you know, yeah, we can answer a lot of questions if we can just go to town on experimenting with humans.
Yeah, don't phrase it like that though. That sounds bad.
Of like we can really accelerate, let's say even just like, you know, gene editing technology and a whole host, like, you know, arguably, I don't know for sure, but like a lot of disease and conditions would be the acceleration of them being cured would likely happen if we just didn't have to worry about consent when it comes to experimenting on humans. I'm definitely not advocating for that. But I think there's a potentially argument to make for that. Like, yeah, progress in curing disease and conditions is held back by, you know, a respect for human consent, which I think is I'm totally okay with that trade-off. But I think if you're utilitarian enough, you can totally justify it. I think, and I would be concerned about a libertarian making that justification.
Because it'd be cold and rational. It would be a very reasonable.
I would agree with you. It would be hyper reasonable. I mean, yeah, like I can totally see that utilitarian calculus. Like, yep, the number of lives saved by the forced experimentation on like this select few group of humans, like I can see that as totally being there.
Even if like they've done the worst things in the planet. Like, what if they like worst things in the planet? Like, we like 10 genociders, right? And we have them in a room, and we're like, okay, we want to do this mild experiment. It's not going to kill you, but we want to, I don't know, see if this lotion actually works. And you might get some skin irritation. We don't know. I mean, am I going to cry if they get a little bit of skin irritation? No. I mean, that's obviously rational.
We're gonna test our new shampoo on them.
Yeah, that's so wrong. We can test the new shampoo on genociders. It seems like a rational point of view.
I'm actually more amenable to that than like, hey, to really accelerate our gene editing program, we're just gonna go to town on you humans, and whatever happens to play out, plays out. And if we happen to delete a few chromosomes on the way, too bad for you. That, like, yeah, I'm somewhat less concerned with testing out your new soap and shampoo on genociders. I think that's more palatable to me.
What's the
I'm not on
difference
board with
between What's the difference between hormones and neurotransmitters? It's like the difference seems just like bizarre.
What? No. So it gets super technical. I believe, if I remember correctly, hormones are basically, cell to cell communication. But I have to look up the definition of. I can't remember the technical definition. Do sing all? Yes.
Yeah, some real nerd shit.
Yeah, it gets like highly technical and pedantic, like for sure.
Yeah.
And that's right up my alley.
All right. Well,
It's
thank you,
been
Corey,
a ride.
as
Thank
always,
you.
for talking to me, and I'm sure I'll see you soon.
It's a pleasure. If I came off too hostile, then I apologize. But totally.
You care about the biochemical stuff.
Yes, absolutely. Just as I'm sure if I misrepresented, if I just misspoke and said, yeah, fraud is just when you misrepresent things. Like, I'm sure you take me to task.
That's a pretty reasonable summary of fraud. You misrepresent something for financial gain.
Oh yeah, but I just leave out that financial gain part. Either way, I would defer to you on a definition of fraud, and I would not blame you for taking me to task if I misspeak about fraud and misspeaking about I don't know, racketeering. I couldn't even give you a definition really of racketeering. And that's where
it's a different, it's like fraud, but it's more organized.
Yeah, and so that is the space where I'm coming from. I'm totally going to be pedantic, but I apologize if I came across too hostile.
It's okay, Corey. I mean, you're never hostile. So when you are hostile, it's definitely strong. It's I don't know. It's impactful, I think. And yeah, no. I made a mistake. I should have brushed up more on my agonist information beforehand.
And I appreciate and respect your willingness to admit that, and I don't take it for granted. And I think that in my mind elevates you overall in the space where I think more people should be like you. So yeah, until next time, always a pleasure. See you soon.
Yep. Catch you later, Corey. All right. As usual, I get my room to myself now, where I don't have to fuck with the camera. All right, GLP-1 is a useful therapeutic modulator of depression, suggesting that abnormal alteration of neurotransmitter levels in the depressive brain results in mood impairment and cognitive decline. Then the response could be, well, maybe that's triggering something that leads to neurotransmitter production. It's super difficult. I think I'm just going to have to stick with, I think it's a very strong hypothesis that it functions as a neurotransmitter, because we know it does in rats. And we know it's mimicking something that we know is a neurotransmitter in humans. And we see that it has similar effects to how GLP-1 works in humans and how we know the agonist works in rats. So, you have a lot of circumstantial evidence there to really indicate is, if I'm a betting man, I'm betting that there's something neurotransmitting going on in there. But I can't find a single article that specifically states, this drug is functions as a neurotransmitter, like the agonist functions as a neurotransmitter. If I can find that golden if it triggers the dopamine reward systems, but then the response could just be, well, again, beating somebody with a stick can also trigger certain chemicals in your brain. But that doesn't mean a stick is a neurotransmitter. It means that it's causing different things to happen. So, it seems obvious. I said neurotransmitter, obviously. It doesn't block it, it mimics it. That was a mistake on my part, but now we know more. You've taken it. I'm curious if you can explain. You can literally not eat for 2 days straight. So you took this shit and so you took this shit. Yeah, actually, I could bring you on for a very short conversation. I do have work early tomorrow, but hold on. You have my Discord, right? Chat, hold on a second. You're in chat. What chat? You are not in Discord chat, or at least not in my server. Oh, now you are. Okay, 1 second. Check your Discord DMs. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I gotta turn off my stream.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, yeah.
Yeah, dude. I took what did I take? I took liraglutide when I was dieting. And the best thing, the few reasons why I took it, one was appetite suppression because, I was dieting, trying to get obviously stage ready lean, in terms of bodybuilding and stuff. That's why a lot of bodybuilders will take it, as opposed to obese people who might as well need it. But yeah, I could not eat for a few days. I would still eat because you needed the energy and for going to the gym to feel good and actually get the reps that you want in and just function properly. But if you're just sitting there, and a lot of people that I knew they're really into nootropics and things like that, they would take it so that they didn't have to eat, and so their blood sugar wouldn't spike. Whenever I eat something that's carb heavy, my focus just goes down the drain. So like for example, I took Adderall today, and I just don't eat for most of the day, and I can just function like really, really well. I don't have any brain fog or anything like that. So that's one of the reasons why I took it. I took liraglutide, which has like a slower half or a shorter half life. Some people often complain about Ozempic because you can like really mess up the dose, and then what happens is if you took too much, the half life's 1 week, so you can get like nauseous for like the entire week, and you just feel like shit the entire time, which really
That's
sucks.
pretty
So
fucking scary, dude. You can accidentally take too much, and then you're just like sick for a whole week.
yeah, and it's weird too because like the injection, so you have to do it like subcutaneous through your stomach, and it's weird because it's super pharmaceutical and it's like very like regulated and whatnot. So they have like these weird pens where Ozempic's like one shot, and you just kind of click it, and it all goes through into your thing. So it's like hard to even like dose it properly, because it's like one shot and it just like stabs into your stomach and then it goes in right away. And it's really easy to like mess up. That's why I opted for something like liraglutide. But some people don't respond as well to that 'cause it's not as strong as something like Ozempic, or semaglutide, whatever you want to say. But yeah, it worked really well for me. But then there's some people that might not respond as well, and it might not, reduce their diet and their appetite as much as they would want to. So they opt for, Ozempic, and then hopefully they don't mess up, the dosing and then get like sick for a week because that's like the worst.
Did
I haven't experienced that, but
did you notice
sorry.
like any kind of mental effects other than just sort of not being able to eat anything for 2 days?
No, anything that I felt that was, brain related was because I wasn't eating. I didn't notice, and I'm usually pretty attuned to, my brain and, how I feel because I take a lot of different like nootropics. I know it helps me and whatnot, even if it's like a small boost. But yeah, I didn't notice anything like super apparent brain related.
Wow. No, that's super. I mean, we had a whole fucking discussion on this, and I don't think any of us knew someone who had actually taken this. But I mean, another question I had: how
Mhm.
much has this? I mean, because the news is all saying, "Oh, this is like exploded in popularity." I mean, are you seeing a lot of people get like trying to get it, and a lot of people using it?
It's still like relatively non-mainstream as much as or at least like from my vantage point. I don't see a lot of people trying to get it. I've like recommended it to people like close to me that are like trying to bodybuild, and it's like incredibly hard to diet, so I'm like, try this stuff. In addition, I'm also in Canada, so it's like really difficult to get it, because it's really expensive, and two, not a lot of people know where to get it with like UGLs, which is like an underground lab for people that take, gear or steroids.
Jesus.
So I could get it pretty easily. And I know like a few people that, have dealt with, compounding pharmacies and whatnot, so they have access to those things. Plus I have like a few different sources, but so yeah, like a lot of people don't know about it. Even though, because it's kind of like one of those things, like people kind of like hear about it on the news, and they're just like, no one's gonna remember the name Ozempic, really. Like, it's more mainstream now, but in terms of like people that I know trying to get it, like I have heard nothing. Even just like hardcore bodybuilders don't even know about it.
Well, because a lot of the news places are saying that like most people can like get it from their doctor like pretty easily, just
Yeah,
because
maybe
it's
that is.
such an effective weight loss drug. And for Americans, I mean, so most of us are overweight, so it shouldn't be super hard to make a case to a doctor, hey, like I need this drug, and for them to prescribe it to you.
Yeah, I would be curious to see what like the prices are for it in the US, because I remember when I was looking into it, it was like $800 for 1 week's or like 1 month or something of like
Yeah, it's
use.
it's like 1,300 a month now. It's like gotten pretty expensive.
Wow. Yeah. That's very expensive. So you can kind of get like off-brand stuff like liraglutide, for example, which is the one I liked and I took. And it's not as like severe either, which is nice. You don't have to like it's super non-committal. Like it's out of your system within a day. So if it doesn't agree with you or something, it's out of your system in a day, so you're fine.
And just to be clear for the audience, I mean, this is kind of the experience you had, but obviously, they shouldn't be taking anything without a doctor's prescription.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Shut the fuck up. Oh God. Anyway, that's I have to say that. And that's my position, honestly, because I know that a lot of the safety research has been from like people who are obese and take it, but like when you already have a low body fat percentage, I mean, do you have any concerns about it affecting you or having maybe it could have back when you took it, it could have affected you in a way that you didn't anticipate?
I will admit that I didn't do as much research as I probably should have. I just knew that there's someone closer to me that's very, very knowledgeable about this stuff. And he kind of like does all this research. And if I assume that he would take it, he's like 100 times more health conscious than I am. If he would take it, then I'm kind of like the stupid monkey that just like follows the leader in that way. So I didn't do as much as my research initially. I was kind of like, okay, it reduces my, ghrelin essentially and just makes me, less hungry. So I'm all for it. I'll do anything to, be able to do that. I mean, there's also like kratom, for example. Like I take all sorts of different stuff to help reduce my appetite. 'Cause one, it's like more conducive to being productive, and yeah, that's a big motivation for me for sure.
Oh, cool. Hey, I really appreciate you coming on and just kind of talking a little bit more about like the actual experience of having taken one of these drugs. But
Yeah.
I wish we could talk more, but like I said, it was only going to be for a short period. I gotta, it's already past 1 a.m. and I gotta get up and
Yeah. Most of the shit you guys talked about on here, I don't even understand half the time. So when I heard weight loss drugs, I was like, holy shit, let's go.
Yeah. Hey,
I can contribute and talk about this.
No, I mean, you know more than I do, definitely. So no, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Have a good night, dude.
All right. Peace.
Peace out.
Yeah, no, holy shit. Super interesting. Oh shit, hold on. I forgot if I full size that. All right, there we go. No, I really appreciate. Well, at first I wanted to say a couple things. To all of you who gave subs and bits and were active in chat and were just and all of you who hung around. Thank you guys so much. Speaking of. Thank you, Tristan, as always. Really appreciate it. Your homie. Now you guys, all of you, make this happen. So really, 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 really do appreciate it. For those of you who haven't yet, if you'd like to click the follow button, that way you can see when I go live, and hopefully you can see more cool content like this. Otherwise, we are done for the night. So we're going to be going ahead and raiding on out into someone. The problem is, and this is where I need your help. This is where I need your help, chat, okay? I'm looking at the recommended channels. I do not click on any of like the titty streamers or anything like that, okay? It must just be because it's it's past 1 o'clock. I'm not seeing anybody I know, and I'm not seeing anybody who is. I think this person might not be a titty streamer. Hold on. This person is drawing a cat, but I'm also kind of worried. He's wearing a beanie, so I think must be pretty liberal. AI Jesus. Hold on. Oh, this is just a fucking AI. Oh, God. You know what? This person is drawing a cat on the moon. I think that's particularly fascinating. I kind of like that. So we're going to go ahead and write out into him, to Cam Grants, just for that wonderful purpose. Like I said, I'll say it one more time. If you guys liked what you saw, please consider giving me a follow. And also for all of you who gave subs and bits and all that good stuff, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And if you were active in chat as well, I love that. I mean, even if you were yelling at me and saying I was stupid, trust me, this is one of those rare times that I was, really trying to talk about neurotransmitters. I probably said a few things that were not technically correct, okay? But you all know what I was talking about. It essentially is a neurotransmitter, but yeah, technically, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, let's write on out. I hope you guys enjoy the cat on the moon.
Actually, I like it